Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. On December 17, 1977, Gary Gilmore was executed for murder. He was the first prisoner executed by the United States after a 10-year suspension of the practice. When asked if he had any last words, he simply replied, "Let's do it." Years later, advertising executive Dan Wyden adapted those words into a slogan that is now more widely known than Gary Gilmore. Last words are powerful. They are the final statement a person's entire life has been leading up to. One last chance to go on record before obliteration. We don't know Albert Einstein's last words. He spoke them in German to a nurse who only knew English. They're lost. But what will be our first words? The first words from Earth. Extraterrestrials out there might hear from us. We have been broadcasting signals with radio waves wirelessly through the air for more than 100 years. Under the right conditions, those signals can leak into space and keep going outward at the speed of light through our galaxy, through the universe. Current human technology would struggle to tune into regular TV and radio broadcasts from as near as Mars, but perhaps other intelligent beings out there would fare better and could point their instruments at Earth and hear us. If so, what would the earliest thing be that they could receive? Our cosmic first words. Well, the earliest signal, robust enough to be picked up light years away, might have come from Hitler. His 1936 broadcasting of the Summer Olympics used powerful enough radio equipment to reach 41 countries, making it a contender for what listening extraterrestrials could receive as, to them, Earth's first words. Within the last 50 years or so, broadcast signals in general have become stronger than Hitler's Olympics and are better candidates for being intercepted. The earliest of them have traveled 50 light years away from Earth. Altogether, they have entertained billions of people, and by now, about 2,000 stars. The 133 brightest of which are shown here. So far, Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech has traveled as far as the furthest on the diagram, Muara, which has 4 known planets. In 6 years, our first words on the moon will pass by Muara's system.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Those words were spoken by Neil Armstrong, seen here a few years before his death with Eugene Cernan, the most recent and currently last man to have walked on the surface of the moon. On December 14th, 1972, before climbing back into the lunar module, Cernan spoke our, as of today, last words on the moon. We leave as we came, and, God willing, as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind. Of course, once inside the lunar module, the crew kept talking, meaning that technically, the very last words humans have said on the surface of the moon were a countdown spoken by Harrison Jack Schmitt.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
We haven't been back to the moon since. But hold on. What were the first words spoken on the surface of the moon? Really? Armstrong's giant leap statement is a good answer, but what counts as being on the moon? If touchdown counts, then the first words spoken on the moon go not to Armstrong, but to Buzz Aldrin, who, on feeling at least one of the landing pads softly settle onto the lunar soil, spoke this immortal description.
Contact light.
Contact light. We are pumping broadcasts into space as an ever-expanding sphere of radio waves. But here's something humbling. Even while growing at the speed of light, Earth's radiosphere is puny. This is our galaxy, the Milky Way, comparatively The distance our radio signals, our voice, has traveled is this big. The universe is huge. How the heck are you supposed to be remembered in it? Utter last words that stick around after you die? Well, you may have heard the famous quote from Banksy. They say you die twice. One time when you stop breathing, and a second time a bit later on when somebody says your name for the last time. But your anonymous influence continues long after that, right? I mean, people may stop saying your name, but for instance, if you have kids and they have kids, and so on, you continue on in a way, maybe just genetically, not by name. Well, people have tried. The world record for most children passed out of one single woman belongs to Mrs. Fyodor Vasilyev. She had 16 pairs of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets, for a grand total of 69 children. As for being a biological father, that takes less time. The documented record for most children fathered by one man is held by Ismail ibn Sharif, who is estimated to have had more than 900 children with multiple women. But children or not, in a feedback system like Earth or life, cause and effect are complicated and never ending. Remember the double pendulums from this video. A small difference in the initial conditions of a system can lead to enormously different outcomes later. On Tuesday, I'm flying from London to Los Angeles. The plane will be flown by pilots who can steer it toward the correct runway in the United States, but if the airplane needed to be aimed from London and sent on a straight shot, well, things would need to be very specific. Misaiming just 1 degree to the left at the beginning would send the plane not to Los Angeles, but nearly 160 kilometers south to Tijuana, Mexico. Your name and your last words might eventually be forgotten, but your status as an initial condition for the universe's future is already happening. Bach died before he could complete the art of fugue. The piece ends abruptly during Contrapunctus 14. So composers continue reconstructing it. For that reason, it is uniquely alive, speaking new last words all the time as new people meet it and finish it in their own way. Likewise, no matter how cool or lame and small you feel, you will continue. Your impact will be remembered. Mathematics guarantees it, even if, like Bach, you leave things unfinished. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Do you want to be infected with Ebola without having to leave your own home or deal with other people? Well, you might be in luck. You can already download an Ebola virus genome right here on the internet right now. And if you're willing to wait a few years for 3D bioprinting technology to progress a little bit, you can just acquire one then, submit the genome to it, and ta-da, all you can print Ebola. Or anthrax, or whatever it is you wish to mass produce at home to wipe out humanity. Are humans going to go extinct soon? Will human extinction be anthropogenic? That is the result of human action. Or will it be one of the good old-fashioned kinds of extinction Earth's history knows pretty well? The Global Catastrophic Risks Survey, issued by Oxford University's Future of Humanity Institute, placed our risk of extinction before the year 2100 at 19%. Now you might be thinking, whatever, blah blah blarmageddon, it'll be okay. Humans are too smart to go extinct. Maybe you're right, but it's difficult to predict the distant future with a lot of certainty. What's really cool though, is that if you embrace that uncertainty, a simple argument can show that human extinction soon is actually more probable. It's called the doomsday argument. Imagine a giant urn that contains either 10 balls numbered 1 to 10 or 1,000,000 balls numbered 1 to 1,000,000. Now you don't know which is the case, but you are allowed to pull out one ball. You go ahead and do that, and it is ball number 4. That's pretty strong evidence in favor of the 10-ball condition, because drawing a 4 from a set of 1 through 10 is a 1 in 10 chance, but drawing 4 from 1,000,000 different numbers is a 1 in 1,000,000 chance. By analogy, you are also a numbered ball. You are a human who knows approximately what your birth number is. It's probably somewhere around 100 billion. That's how many other humans were most likely born before you were. Importantly, you didn't get to decide which birth number you would have. So, just like the number 4 ball, you are a random sample from the set of all humans who will ever live. The doomsday argument points out that from 200 billion people, there's a 50% chance that a randomly chosen person, like you, would be born in the first 100 billion. Whereas if there will be 10 trillion humans, there's only a 1% chance that any given human, say you, would happen to be born within the first 100 billion. Either you are special and lucky to be born so improbably early in the story of humanity, or your birth number is to be expected, because there will not be tens of trillions of humans. Human extinction will be sooner rather than later. But before you become too convinced that the end is nigh, keep in mind that the doomsday argument is not uncontroversial. One problem it might have is a reference class problem. Are you really a random sample from the set of all humans who will ever be born? Well, if you believe that in the not-so-distant future, humans will be quite different than they are today. For instance, they'll be full of more 3D printed organs. The mere fact that right now there aren't very many humans with that trait could be evidence that you aren't a random sample from the set of all humans, just from the set of all humans like you, like those around you, those born earlier in human history. Also, the doomsday argument doesn't consider the likelihoods of actual threats or human advantages over those threats in the future. It just assumes that we don't know which way the balance will lie, that human extinction soon and human extinction later are equally likely. But maybe you don't believe that. Maybe you are convinced that human ingenuity will always stay one step ahead of any extinction event thrown at it. You could be right, but there's reason to doubt that optimism. For example, the Fermi paradox. If it is likely that intelligent life forms in our universe are capable of living for billions and billions of years, where are they? Why are the skies so silent? Perhaps it is because extinction-level threat events are just too common for intelligent life anywhere to ever catch up. So, does this mean we should just give up? The voluntary human extinction movement thinks so. Founded in 1991, its supporters believe that humans are a negative influence on Earth and always will be. Thus, we have a moral obligation to just stop reproducing right now and fade away. But what would a computer do? In a way, that's kind of what Tom Seven did. He created a program that plays video games. The program came up with novel techniques and strategies for playing games and even exploited glitches humans didn't know about, or at least hadn't told it about. He also had the program play other games, like Tetris, which I think is relevant to our question. The computer struggled to figure out what to do. You see, the computer wasn't programmed to consider future repercussions far enough ahead to notice that stacking tetraminos in certain ways made a big difference. On one run, when faced with imminent demise, the computer did something eerie. Rather than lose and receive a game over, it just paused the game. Forever. Tom 7 describes the computer's reasoning like this: the only winning move is to not play. And that's right. If you pause a game forever, you will never lose that game. But you'll also never win that game or achieve a high score. Now, we might not know what achieving a sentient life high score in this universe means, or whether or not we're capable of achieving one. We might also sometimes panic when the future looks bleak. But if we keep playing and keep learning, chances are we could eventually figure it out and start playing really well. So, thanks for continuing to play, for being here, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Not knowing what to do with your hands, or offering a handshake when the other person offers a fist bump. Forgetting someone's name. Not having anything to say and forgetting your phone at home so you can't be distracted by it. Getting caught staring at a stranger. Striking up a conversation with someone you don't know in a bathroom. Someone oversharing, telling a group too much information. Overhearing a couple breaking up. Noticing food in someone's teeth, but not telling them, and well, now it's been too long and bringing it up would be weird. Smelling a fart in an elevator that wasn't yours, but well, now you can't even react to it or mention that you've noticed it or pretend you even know what a fart is. All of those things are awkward. We don't like awkwardness. It makes us uncomfortable, cringe. But what is awkwardness? Why is it good? And who is the main character of the universe? To really understand awkwardness, we need to put it in context with the entire family of forces that guide social behavior. Think of this sheet of cardboard as a list of all possible behaviors. It's not infinite because of the limits of science and biology. You can't move faster than light or be in two places at once. You can't wear pants made out of molten lead. Next, there are legal limits, the laws of the state. They delineate what you agree not to do, lest the authorities punish you. Murder, stealing, speeding. What's left is molded by the finer tool of social expectations. It's not illegal to chew with your mouth open or not cover a sneeze on a crowded bus or act disrespectfully, but it is frowned upon, punished not by the police, but by social ostracism, public opprobrium, being called rude, gross, mean, annoying. Awkwardness is the finest tool. It sands social dynamics by smoothing out what even etiquette doesn't rule on. It's not a violation of the laws of physics to accidentally hug someone for longer than they expected. It's not against the law either, and the etiquette for how long a hug should last isn't black and white. But it is awkward. Like touching a hot stove or getting a parking fine or losing friends, awkwardness nudges us to avoid certain actions in the future and smooth things out when they happen. People who demonstrate self-consciousness when needed are communicating cooperative intentions, which helps them get along well with others. It's no coincidence that brains susceptible to feeling occasional awkwardness would become so common. They're successful at cooperating, at social life. Feeling awkward shows that you understand and are keen on smooth social exchanges. Now, too much or too little concern for social rules isn't healthy, but research has found that just the right amount is great. When a person shows remorse or embarrassment or awkward discomfort when appropriate, others perceive them as being more trustworthy and their actions as more forgivable. And it's not just perception. Such individuals also tend to be more objectively pro-social when tested, kinder, more generous. Even when a person is completely oblivious to a faux pas they've committed, awkwardness still arises. People around them can feel uncomfortable. It's called vicarious embarrassment, and it's a function of empathy, the ability to feel what others feel, or will feel when or if they realize what they've just done. The more EEE someone is, that is, easily empathetically embarrassed, the harder it is for them to sit through other people's cringe-inducing moments, even fictional ones like in cringe comedy. Research has found that being more easily empathetically embarrassed does not correlate to being more easily embarrassed yourself. Instead, it's linked to being more empathetic, an important capacity for social creatures to have. Our seemingly counterintuitive attraction to viewing cringy moments, like say bad American Idol auditions, is perhaps then just a light form of morbid curiosity. You may think that awkwardness is totally different from physical pain or outright name-calling, but your brain would disagree. You see, research has found that social missteps activate, among other regions, the secondary somatosensory cortex and dorsal posterior insula, areas of the brain that are also connected to the sensation of physical pain. Our brains process the breaking of social standards and the breaking of bones through similar neural pathways. Likewise, the same sympathetic nervous system that mobilizes you to deal with physical threats, fight or flight, is activated by social challenges where awkwardness or embarrassment might be at stake, like events where you are very aware of being watched, speaking in front of a group, or embarrassing yourself in front of onlookers, or having nothing to say on a first date. Awkward silence. Your blood pressure increases, causing you to overheat and sweat. Oxygen is needed for fighting and running, so breathing increases and digestion shuts down, causing nausea and butterflies in your stomach. Your body instinctively contracts into a protective fetal position, and fighting that reaction to act natural makes you shake. Blood vessels in your extremities contract to prioritize major organs, leaving you with cold fingers and toes and nose. These symptoms don't alleviate awkwardness. They compound it, but that's history's fault. Long before human social dynamics were complicated enough to involve, is it one kiss or two, or politics at Thanksgiving dinner, we developed primitive reactions to physical threats and haven't had enough time yet to evolve newer ones. Self-conscious anxiety can be tough to get out of our minds after we've done something awkward. Fixating on social blunders is easy and hard to overcome. Why was I so unsure, so unconfident, so awkward? Well, some of the blame may lie with the neurotransmitter oxytocin. Oxytocin is sometimes called the love hormone because it modulates prosocial feelings like trust and attachment, which it does. In fact, nasal sprays of oxytocin are being used to increase trust during couples therapy and in the reduction of anxiety and depression. Though there are fears that it could also be used to deviously increase trust and make a person more susceptible to con artist schemes. But oxytocin also modulates negative social feelings like fear and anxiety. A dose of it makes people better at recognizing the facial expressions for disgust and fright. It's also involved in the feelings that make us approach or avoid certain social stimuli. And it may play a role in making positive and negative social interactions more salient in our memories. That is, stand out more, command more of our attention after the fact, make us think about them more. Negative ones especially, because of what psychologists call negativity bias. All things being equal, negative social interactions and negative emotions have a greater impact on our mental states than positive ones. In fact, we have more words for negative emotions than positive ones, and a richer vocabulary to describe them. Thus, such memories and thoughts can be tough to just get over. What does the other person think of me? I was so awkward. Are they telling other people? We replay social encounters in our heads over and over again. Surely the person we were awkward with remembers us the same way we're remembering ourselves and is equally fixated on that awkward thing we did. Or are they? A great wet blanket for smothering the fire of self-conscious anxieties is perspective. Consider the famous advice of Eleanor Roosevelt. You wouldn't worry so much about what others think of you if you realized how seldom they do. As much as you obsess over yourself, you're not the first thing on everyone else's minds. They're worried about themselves, what you think about them, and more importantly, what they think about themselves. You're not the center of their world. Another famous old piece of advice tells us that in your 20s and 30s, you worry about what other people think about you. In your 40s and 50s, you stop worrying what other people think about you. And then finally, in your 60s and 70s, you realize that they were never thinking about you in the first place. The tendency to act and think as though you are the true main character of the universe has been called protagonist disease. It seeps into our behavior all the time. For instance, the fundamental attribution error. When evaluating actions, you often view yourself as a complex character acted upon by various challenges and antagonists, whereas other people are seen as just one-dimensional background characters with simple, unchanging roles. The guy who took way too long ordering in front of you this morning, well, he's obviously just an innately annoying person. That's his entire purpose. But when you take too long ordering, well, it's because the staff was unhelpful or you were flustered, preoccupied by an earlier conversation. You are the main character after all. You know a lot more about what's going on in your life. It's easy to live like that. There isn't time or mental space to consider every other person as complicated and fully fleshed out. But they are. The realization of this has a name given to it by the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, one of my favorite resources and now YouTube channels. They wrap profound concepts up in tiny little word packages. To be sure, giving something a name doesn't show that you know it or how to feel about it, but nonetheless, words put handles on things so we can manipulate them, hold them down, offer them to others, feel bigger than the concepts they label. Now, their word for acknowledging that you are just an extra in other people's stories, not even cast in most of them, is sonder. This is their definition of it. Sonder, the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own, populated with their own ambitions, friends, routines, worries, and inherited craziness. An epic story that continues invisibly around you like an anthill sprawling deep underground with elaborate passageways to thousands of other lives that you'll never know existed, in which you might only appear once, as an extra sipping coffee in the background, as a blur of traffic passing on the highway, as a lighted window at dusk. Acknowledging this makes your awkwardness look small, but it also makes all of you looks small, tiny, a needle in a giant haystack, but nonetheless in possession of a big idea. Your blemishes are lost from far away, and so is your uniqueness, but the view from way up here, well, it's unbeatable. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and I'm in Anaheim at VidCon. I hope to see some of you here because I like you guys, but I can't marry all of you. But if I did put a ring on it, what is the most precious thing you could make that ring out of? Silver, gold, platinum, those are all fine, but I want to know what is the rarest, most scarce thing on Earth that's stable and safe to wear I could make that ring out of. And I want it to be pure. I'm talking elemental. Well, luckily, I recently went to the University of Nottingham, home of periodic videos, and experimented with some elements. First things first, zinc dissolved in mercury. This stuff is awesome. It's dense, it's heavy, it's liquid metal, it's cool.
But even cooler is human urine. Thank you, Neil. Of course, I'm just kidding. This is an aqueous solution of the metal vanadium. And when we mix vanadium in with the mercury and the zinc, the mercury helps the zinc give electrons to the vanadium. And as it gains more and more electrons, it changes color. We're looking for purple. I love shaking this. It's crazy. It's like throwing me off balance. It's so heavy. Look at that. Thank you, electrons.
Those colors were beautiful, but vanadium's not that rare. I want to get something more precious, and how about precious personally? Like my dad. He's a chemical engineer who specifically works with and has a patent concerning one element: sulfur.
Of course, a fun thing to do with sulfur is to make it bark like a dog. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a glass tube and fill it with laughing gas, nitrous oxide. We're gonna pour a little bit of water into the tube to cushion and protect the tube, and then we're gonna pour in some liquid carbon disulfide. It's very volatile and will evaporate, giving us a mixture of gases inside this tube. Finally, I will light the top of the tube, causing the carbon disulfide to burn. And as it burns, the temperature and pressure in the tube will increase, causing the reaction to go faster and faster. It'll accelerate and bark. Wow. And look at all the sulfur on the sides of the tube.
That reaction was fun and cool and powerful, but we're way off track here. Even though sulfur is precious and dear to my heart, it's not that rare at all. So let's get crazy and talk about astatine. Astatine is so rare here on Earth that we don't even know what it looks like. If you were to try to get enough astatine atoms together that you could see it with your own eyes, it would instantly vaporize itself because of its radioactive heat. The fact that it's so radioactive means it wouldn't be great as a ring, so let's move on to something a little bit more standard and see where it takes us: gold.
Gold, of course, is famous for its unreactivity, which is why it's a great way to store your wealth. If you have a lot of gold laying around, the likelihood that it will combine with other elements and dissolve or rust or corrode is basically zero, with the exception of some special solutions, in particular one discovered in the 1300s with the fancy name aqua regia. It's made out of hydrochloric acid and nitric acid, and we're about to make some right now thanks to Neil from Periodic Videos. Of course, we're using this fume cupboard because the fumes that come off the nitric acid are quite dangerous. It's the gas NO2, and if you inhale it, nitric acid forms in your lungs. So instead of doing that, let's put some gold in aqua regia. We're just gonna use this ancient, priceless Egyptian relic. Let's go ahead and try this out. As the gold dissolves, What we wind up with in the evaporating dish is chloroauric acid, auric coming from aurum, the Latin word for gold, which is why gold's symbol on the periodic table is Au. It's really sad to watch that gold dissolve away. I wish there was a way for us to just make other things into gold. Now I know what you're thinking, Michael, that's alchemy. But alchemy is quite real. In today's particle accelerators, we can smash particles together, creating elements. At the Accelerator Collider GSI, they can create gold by smashing particles together at a rate of 2 million gold atoms every second. That's pretty cool, right? Well, as you know, atoms are incredibly small. They're so small that even though GSI can make 2 million new gold atoms every single second, were they to leave the machine on at that rate for 50 million years, they would only produce 1 gram of gold. Gold is rare and precious and expensive, but gold is 40% more common than iridium. And iridium is incredibly resilient. It doesn't dissolve in aqua regia, and it's not even attacked by molten metals or silicates at high temperature. Which is nice and stoic, but not as pretty as cerium, which reacts at high temperature to form beautiful little sparkles. As we continue our journey to discover the rarest thing on Earth to make a ring out of, we've got to discuss osmium. This stuff is so rare there's fewer than 1 part per billion in our Earth's crust. But we're not done yet. Iridium and osmium are both in the platinum family. And if you take a look at platinum, it's much more common than both iridium and osmium, but there's something neat that I think we should consider: stable isotopes. And it's one of the isotopes of platinum that will finish our story. Platinum-190. It's a stable isotope with a half-life of over 1 billion years that's non-reactive. It fits all our criteria. A ring made of the scarcest, naturally occurring, stable, non-reactive thing. So hey, it would be an awesome ring. Now you're probably wondering, Michael, why did you experiment with vanadium, sulfur, gold, and cerium? Well, here's what's interesting. Take a look at the periodic table and their symbols. Ta-da! Vsauce. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and today we are going to talk about time. Specifically, how much time we have. What's the oldest a person can ever be? Well, the world record for the world's longest living person belongs to Jeanne Calment, a French woman who lived to be 122. Right now, at this very moment, there are only 37 people alive who were born in the 1800s. Those 37 people have lived in 3 different centuries. But as medical knowledge expands and our understanding of biology improves, people are living longer and longer. In fact, scientists believe that based on statistics, the first person who will ever live to be 150 has already been born. It could be one of you, but according to the math, it's probably someone who was born last year. Here's the thing. As humans get older, the likelihood of them dying increases, but there are some types of animals that have what is called negligible senescence, also known as biological immortality, and these types of animals have never been observed to actually age. Animals like the hydra can only die because of accidents, disease, or predators. The world's oldest living individual tree has clocked in at more than 4,600 years old. It's called the Methuselah tree, and it exists somewhere in this forest. Government officials won't actually release its exact location to protect it from vandalism, but it's out there. The lifespan of an organism can be even longer than that if you include clonal colonies. For instance, these quaking pines all look like individual trees, but they're actually all clones of one genetic code. They all share a root system, and the root system continues to make more trees, meaning that these trees are all part of the same organism, and experts have calculated based on the root system that this one male quaking pine has been around for at least 80,000 years. But let's get back to humans, and rather than talking about how time is, let's talk about how time feels. Intense moments of your life are remembered as lasting much longer than times that were relatively dull. Psychologists say that the reason for this is that our brains take deeper and richer memories of events that are novel or events that are intense than ones that aren't. When your experiences are intense and novel, you're not remembering more things about it, but you are making more copies. Rather than just making normal memories, during stress, the amygdala gets involved and also remembers things. And many people believe that is why intense moments are remembered as lasting longer. This phenomenon becomes quite mind-blowing on a macro scale. Think of it this way. When you are a 1-year-old baby, 1 year represents 100% of your life. But when you turn 2 years old, that second year was only half your life. And the next year you live through is only a third of your life. And by the time you turn 80, 1 year only represents an 80th of your life. Those percentages are important because they may explain why your childhood feels like it took so long, but as you get older, the years seem to fly by. You have more novel experiences when you're young. You first learn a language, you first see your mother, you first learn to walk, you have your first kiss. These are all deeply and richly remembered by your brain, and so later on, it feels as if they took longer to happen. Now here's what's really mind-blowing. Let's look at a graphical representation of the percentage of your life that each successive year is. The first year is 100%. The second year is only half. The third year is a third, and so on will go all the way out to 80. Now using this representation under this model, when you turn 80 years old and look back at your life, the point that feels like the middle isn't your 40s, it's your early 20s. The good news here is that the more novel things you do and things you see and places you visit and people you meet, the slower time feels and the more rich it feels. So go out there and do something cool, do something weird, do something new. Subscribe to Vsauce if you haven't already. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. If you rearrange the letters in William Shakespeare, you can spell "Here was I" like a psalm. In the King James Bible, in Psalm 46, the 46th word is shake, and the 46th word from the bottom is spear. William Shakespeare was 46 years old when the King James Bible was completed. Is this just a coincidence? Yes, it is. Given enough searching, enough words, enough data, you can eventually find and should indeed expect all kinds of neat coincidences. It's just probability. Here's another good example. Think of a card. Any card. Value and suit. Okay, got it? Mentally focus on that card. Deliver it to my brain using ESP. Whoa, I got it. Here it is. Amazing, right? Now think of another card. Are you ready? Okay, it's this one, right? One more time. Think of a card. Really think about it, and there it is. Impressed? Probably not. But approximately 7 of you might be. You see, there are only 52 cards. If each card is equally likely to be thought of, I had a 1 in 52 chance of guessing your card, and about a 1 in every 140,000 chance of doing so 3 times in a row. If, say, 1 million people watch this video and play along, after 3 tries, you could expect about 7 people to be left who had their imagined card pulled by me each time. Except not. More than 7, actually. You see, there's even more magic happening here. And by magic, I mean math.
When asked to arbitrarily think of a card, studies have shown that people tend to think of certain cards more often than others. These are the results from a study of a few hundred people. Hearts are named a bit more often than the other suits. The 3 cards I drew are the top 3 most often thought of. But would it be more amazing if it actually was magic? Yes and no. Obviously, magic as a performance is important. It reminds us that being stupefied and curious and humbled is fun. Without a visceral reaction to the unknown, would we care to learn or study or investigate? But yet, explanations don't dull mystery. They empower the mystified. Explanations aren't ends, they're entrances. The start of an ability to use, reassemble, and reimagine new things out of what you now know. Here's a cool fact. If you divide a deck of cards exactly in half, there will always be the same number of red cards in one half as there are black cards in the other, no matter how mixed up the cards were before you began. It's not magic though, it's just math. Think of it this way. Half of the cards in a deck are red, so all the red cards could fit in one deck half. This means that the number of cards in a half that aren't red, that is, are black cards, are necessarily equal in number to the reds that must be in the other half. Knowing this, you can devise an even neater trick, like the really cool trick Matt Parker just showed off on his channel, which you should subscribe to, or like this one. Take an easier to count number of cards, like say 10, and then place another 10 cards on top, but face up. Have a friend shuffle the whole mess however they wish. Cuts, messy cuts, riffle, smooshing, they just can't cause any card to flip over. Then ask them to hand you the pack, and behind your back, even while blindfolded, show them that you can separate the deck into 2 halves with the same number of face-up cards. Every time. Over and over again. All you have to do is count out 10 cards. The number of face-up cards in one hand will equal the number of face-down cards in the other. Flip one of the packs over, and all of its face-down cards will turn into face-up ones. Ta-da! The face-up counts are now equal. Here's another trick that shows off some neat mathematical properties. To help me with this trick, I've brought in Vanessa from the YouTube channel Braincraft. It's an awesome channel. Please go check it out. But first, check out this trick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We've got 10 cards on the table, 5 diamonds and 5 clubs, ace to 5 of each. Go ahead and put the clubs on top of the diamonds.
Face up?
Face up, yep. All right, now, I am going to mix these cards up,
Okay.
all right? And you are gonna use your ESP abilities to get the cards paired up at the end. Are
Sure.
you ready? Okay,
I'm
so I wanna
ready.
mix these up, take some off the top, move them to the bottom, take some cards from the bottom, and just like, I'm gonna cut these as well. Let me know where you wanna cut them.
Okay. There.
There?
There.
Okay, we'll cut the cards there. And then I'm gonna take half of what's here, 5 cards, and deal them down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna set the other 5 right there.
Okay.
Now we have 2 piles. And it is your turn to start swapping. We got 4 swaps you can make. And a swap involves taking the top card and moving it to the bottom.
Okay.
All right? Now, you can divvy up these 4 swaps however you want. You can do 4 here, you can do 2 and 2, 1 and 3, whatever you want.
Okay, I'll do 3 here and 1 here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
You do it.
I'll do it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and then 1 swap here. Good.
Yes.
Now, we're left with these 2 cards on top. I'm going to take them off and set them right here. Now, 3 swaps.
All 3 on this pile.
Ooh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It's your choice. 1, 2, 3. And the top 2 cards I will peel off and we'll set aside. All right, now 2 swaps.
2 here.
2 here. All right, 1, 2. Once again, the cards that are on top get peeled off and set aside. 1 swap.
And 1 here.
1 here. Okay, so I'll take these away and we're left with 2 cards. Will they be the same?
Will they be a match?
Let's find out. What? Okay.
Whoa. Don't say okay yet, because things aren't okay. Something magic just happened. We've got all of these cards we set aside, and yet they're all matches. Both aces right there. What are these? Both fives. You also matched up the threes and, of course, the fours.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. But not you, Vanessa. You. Mathematics. Every time, no matter how your friend decided to swap, matching pairs will be together. How? Well, it's all about cycles. If you have some cards in a particular order and you cut them somewhere, doesn't matter where, you will only change the positions of the individual cards, but not the sequence. The next card down will always be the next card in order, with the whole thing wrapping back around. It helps to think of the order not as a tower, but as a clock. Now in the trick we just did, each card's match is always just 5 cards away in the sequence. Because 5 happens to also be the number of cards in half the pack, dividing the pack in half leaves pairs lined up, no matter how we've cut the deck. In the trick, however, we added a bit of extra confusion by dealing the top half down onto the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has the effect of reversing its order. Now, instead of having the same position in each pack, pairs have mirrored positions. The number of cards below any given card in the bottom pack is the number above it in the top pack. This balance means that swapping all the cards above a target in the bottom pack leaves it on top, and swapping the number of cards below it from the other pack leaves its match on the other top. Of course, the number of cards above and below a target card in the bottom pack is just the number of all the other cards in that half, which is the total amount in each pack minus 1. That's why with 5 cards in each pack we started with 4 swaps. Then after each pack had shrunk to 4, we did 3 swaps. As long as the total number of swaps adds up to the pack total minus 1, we'll have matching pairs on top. You can extend these facts about cyclical sequences to other tricks of your own imagining. This is one of my favorite tricks. It comes from Peter McOwen on the STEM Maths Magic channel. Trick time. Once again, I'm joined by Vanessa from Braincraft and Ace through 5 of diamonds and Ace through 5 of clubs. Vanessa, could you please take the Ace through 5 of diamonds and put them on top of the clubs, but flip them over so they're face down?
Yes.
Okay, so we now have a kind of messy little deck here where all the black cards are face up and the reds are face down. But we're gonna mix these up a lot. We can even riffle shuffle this.
Riffle shuffle?
Riffle shuffle, where you kind of divide it in half like this, and then, well, it's hard to do with few cards, but you know, you do this little like,
yeah.
and then you do a little, you know,
Very fancy.
yeah, thank you. Where would you like me to cut these?
There.
Right there.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, there's another way you can kind of mix up and deal cards. It's called the down-over deal. It goes like this. One card goes down, the next goes over. One goes down, one goes over. Down, over, down, over, down, over, till you're done, okay? But now it's your turn, all right? I'm gonna go 2 at a time, and you're gonna tell me whether these first 2 cards should be dealt down or should be turned over.
Okay. Down.
Down. What about these
Down.
2? Down.
Over.
Over. These
Down.
2? Down.
Over.
Over. All right. Now, let's go 4 at a time. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Should these go down or over?
Over.
Over. What about these 4?
Down.
Down. And the final 2?
Over.
Over. Now, we can do this as often as you want. I can keep doing this. We can do 2. We can do 4 at a time. How do you feel?
Let's do it once more and do 2 at a time.
2 at a time. Okay.
Down.
Down.
Down. Down.
You're getting fast.
Over. Down.
Down. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna make 2 little piles, like a little book. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Now, Vanessa, should I close this book like this or like this?
Like this.
All right. There we go. Now, you had Completely free choice here. You made a lot of different decisions, somewhat arbitrarily. But yet, like oil and water, the black and the red cards have separated, and only the reds are face up.
I knew this would happen.
But it's not because of magic. It's because of math. Here's how it works. The red cards all start out face down. The black cards face up. No amount of cutting or riffling will change the fact that reds are face down and blacks are face up. But when you down over deal, you cause every other card to have its original facing direction reversed. Down, over, down, over, down, over, down, over, down, over. This alternating sequence is maintained through any number of cuts because it's cyclical. This is the key to the trick, because when we alternatively deal cards into book halves, one pile will contain cards reversed by the down-over deal, the other cards not reversed. Depending on how you close the book, either all reversed cards are unreversed, or all unreversed cards are reversed. Either way, the original division by color comes back. The swaps missed things up by introducing an illusion of control. But in reality, the swaps are what are known as a Hummer deal. A swap flips the facing direction of the cards you flip, but simultaneously moves them to the correct category, preserving the sequence. As long as you swap an even number of cards, the facing direction of all of them is reversed, but the positions they wind up in are still correct according to the sequence. Finally, let's end with something popular that also sounds cool on the surface, until you go deeper, understand it better, and it winds up being, well, even cooler. The number of different ways 52 cards can be arranged. There's obviously a lot. The top card could be any card, so there's 52 different possibilities. Any remaining cards can follow, so there are 51 possibilities for the next card. 50 for the third spot, 49 for the fourth, and so on. Multiplying all of these numbers together gives us how many unique ways 52 cards can be arranged. 52 factorial is a gigantic amount. So large, in fact, every time you shuffle a deck of cards well, smoosh it for a few minutes or riffle it 7 or more times, chances are you have put those playing cards into an order that they have never been in the entire history of cards, or humans, or the universe. Seriously. This is because 52 factorial is 8.0658 times 10 to the 67th. In comparison, the observable universe is only about 10 to the 18th seconds old. Even if you had been properly shuffling a deck every single second since the universe began 13.7 billion years ago, you still, to this day, wouldn't have even come close to assembling every arrangement possible. But even that doesn't paint the whole picture of just how big 52 factorial is. Scott Cheepiel wrote what, in my opinion, are some of the most mind-boggling visualizations of the size of 52 factorial. Imagine setting a timer to count down 52 factorial seconds. While the timer runs, stand on the equator and wait 1 billion years. After 1 billion years have passed, take a single step forward, and then wait another billion years before taking a second step, and so on. Once you have walked all the way around the Earth, take a single drop of water out of the Pacific Ocean, that's 0.05 of a milliliter, and set it aside. Now continue walking at a rate of 1 step every billion years, removing 1 drop after every journey around the entire Earth, and by the time the Pacific Ocean is completely empty, put a single sheet of paper on the ground. Refill the ocean and keep going until the stack of paper reaches the sun. At that point, how many seconds will be left on the timer? Will it be 0, a few hundred, a few billion? No, there will still be 8 times 10 to the 67 seconds left. You have barely made a dent. If you start all over again and do that whole thing 1,000 more times, you will only be a third of the way done. Luckily, Scott has a great idea for how to pass the rest of the time if you're bored of paper and water and walking. Instead, he says, deal yourself 5 cards every billion years. When you finally deal yourself a royal flush, buy a lottery ticket. If the ticket wins the lottery, throw a single grain of sand into the Grand Canyon. As soon as the Grand Canyon is completely full of sand, remove 1 ounce of rock. That's about 28 grams from Mount Everest. By the time Mount Everest is leveled, take a look at the clock. This is what will be left. Do the whole royal flush, lottery ticket, Grand Canyon, Mount Everest thing 256 more times, and then, and only then, will your timer have reached 0. That is how big 52 factorial is. It's pretty big. But now think about this. The number of possible people, the number of different humans there could be is, well, even larger. What that means is that even though you will probably die, most people, including possibly the smartest or funniest or most annoying possible person, won't even get to die like you do. They won't even get to be born. So, I'm glad you were. And as always, thanks for watching.
All dogs are going to heaven. All dogs are going to heaven.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. The title of this video is misspelled in honor of mistakes. Mistakes are everywhere. They surround us like air. To err is human. Faults, flaws, faux pas, fumbles, and fallacies are as much a part of who we are today as the stuff we've gotten right. For instance, if a knight knocked your knuckle or knifed your knee, why would there be so many Ks? Well, the Ks are silent by mistake. The original Old English forms of these words were pronounced with k sounds: knife, knight, knee. But that's a bit of a mouthful to say, and because reading and writing weren't as common hundreds of years ago, people just pronounced words the way they wanted to regardless of spelling. Spelling is fun. Warren G knows what I'm talking about. In the 4th verse of his What's Next, he asks, what's next? What's next? What's N-X-E-T? Spelling isn't the only thing we get wrong. The history of science is a graveyard of dead and abandoned ideas. Fritz Machlup coined the phrase half-life of knowledge, the amount of time it takes for half of the knowledge within a field to be superseded by new, better ideas or to simply be shown untrue. Donald Hebb famously estimated that the half-life of knowledge in psychology is just 5 years. Humans are awesome, don't get me wrong, but we tend to believe that what we currently think we know about the universe is reasonably correct, even though statistics aren't on our side. Previous generations incorrectly thought the exact same thing about what they used to think was true. My favorite examples of the ubiquity of mistakes are production errors in popular songs. They're like humbling Easter eggs just waiting to be found. For instance, Buffalo Springfield's For What It's Worth. 26 seconds in, the B in the lyric Beware is clipped, as is the P in People at 1:24. Once you hear the mistake, it's tough to unhear it. In Hey Jude, Paul McCartney misses a chord, and if you listen closely, you can clearly hear him say, "F***ing hell."
Seriously, it's in the actual song. Go listen to it. In fact, there's an entire website that chronicles mistakes in Beatles songs. Take a look at this 700-year-old prayer book. A monk wrote it on fresh, clean paper. I'm kidding, of course. He scraped the ink off an older manuscript, cut the pages, and rotated them before writing all over them. A mistake? Well, kind of. Recent multispectral images of the prayer book have revealed that the old manuscript he erased was a previously unknown copy of a work by Archimedes. It was called The Method and laid out the heart of calculus thousands of years before Newton and Leibniz. If that one monk hadn't erased that one book, would we be hundreds, thousands of years mathematically and technologically more advanced today than we currently are? It's hard to say. All that is certain is that we would continue to make ridiculous mistakes, like the Mars Climate Orbiter. This $327.6 million expedition burned up in the red planet's atmosphere because when calculating flight maneuvers, NASA used the agreed-upon metric units while Lockheed Martin used the imperial system. This is Neil Armstrong taking humankind's first steps on the moon. It's about the best footage we have. The original tapes containing the highest quality recording of that moment have been lost. They were probably recorded over by later test missions. 10 years ago, Sergio Martinez became lost in the woods while hunting outside of San Diego. Hoping to attract the attention of rescuers, he lit a small fire. But that fire quickly got out of control and became a giant cedar fire. It destroyed 300,000 acres of land, 2,322 homes, and killed 15 people. The man carrying a wounded soldier in this painting, based on a photograph taken during World War I, is Henry Tandy, an English recipient of the Victoria Cross. 4 years after the event in this image, Tandy caught a wounded German soldier in his gun sights, but rather than kill the man, Tandy took pity on his wounded state and spared his life. The German he allowed to live was this man. Later, the man whose life he spared wore his mustache shorter, but still had the same name, Adolf Hitler. In 1918, did Henry Tandy miss a chance to kill Hitler? Detailed research has found that the exact days their units were in the same location don't quite match up. The story is apocryphal, but what is known is that Hitler owned a copy of the painting of Tandy. And in 1938, when meeting with Neville Chamberlain, Hitler pointed to Tandy and told Chamberlain, "That man came so close to killing me in 1918 that I thought I should never see Germany again." So, who's wrong? Maybe Hitler confirmed the story merely because he hoped to make up extra evidence that Providence had kept him alive to pursue his goals. Either way, someone is mistaken. Missed opportunities are a bummer. Obsessing over them is not healthy, but regret is a powerful emotion. How do you deal with regret, with guilt? Can you? In the early morning hours on a bench outside a hotel in Anaheim this summer, Zay Frank told me something I am going to paraphrase. I love this metaphor. Stuff in your past is like a carving on the bark of a sapling. Over time, the scar, the carving, won't go away. Because of the way trees grow, it won't go up or down much either. It'll just stay right where it began. It might even get darker, but it won't get bigger. You, however, can. You can keep growing, doing more things, more branches, being more things. The wound won't get smaller, but you can make it a smaller part of who you are. Maybe regrets are like that. They stick around forever like arbor glyphs. Or maybe they make like a tree and leaf, a red or purple leaf in the autumn. As days get shorter and chlorophyll production decreases, the yellow and orange carotenoids, which are always in leaves, appear as the green fades. But red and purple leaves are the interesting ones. As winter approaches, it would seem to be a good time for trees to conserve energy, but some trees do the opposite. Instead of giving up, they spend extra energy producing anthocyanins to turn their leaves red and purple hues. These colors protect their leaves from sun damage before their nutrients can all be used, and may also be a defense against insects looking for a parasitic home. A way for the tree to tell the insects, yes, I am in part dying, but not without a fight. I am still very much vital. Drought and even tourniquets applied by man can bring about these colors prematurely. When you look at beautiful autumn colors, you are looking at stress. But the bigger the fight the trees put up, the more energy they put into their defenses at the very end, the more brilliant their colors will be. Winter will eventually come, but scientifically, the brightest, deepest, most remarkable colors come from not giving up too easily or quickly. And as always, thanks for watching.
Back in the day, when monsters on the earth, and everything was alive, nothing would hurt, yeah, nothing would hurt. Back in the day.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and thank you for clicking on this video. But how many times a day do you click? And how many times a day do you type keys on a keyboard? You might be surprised by the answer. And one of the best ways to know exactly how many actions you're taking per day is to use software like WhatPulse. WhatPulse measures how often you do things, keystrokes, mouse clicks. It even measures the total distance you've moved your cursor. It's really fun stuff to track, and of course, depending on who you are or what day it is or what you do, your totals per day will change. But it's been found that on average, people who use computers a lot, like office workers, type around 5,000 to 10,000 keystrokes every day, and they click a mouse about 1,500 to 3,000 times a day. Interestingly, computer users in the UK typed the most. Sitting down and using a computer, typing, scrolling, moving the mouse, burns about 20 more calories an hour than just doing nothing. I mean, if you do nothing, you're still using calories. It takes energy for you to exist. You have to keep your body temperature where it should be. You have to breathe, pump blood. To figure out how many calories it takes per day for you to just exist, simply take your weight in pounds and multiply it by 11. If you want to be more specific, take your weight in kilograms and multiply it by 0.02. What you wind up with is the number of calories it takes per minute to keep you existing. That's the number of calories that you burn every minute doing nothing. It's not very much, and using a computer doesn't raise it that much higher. But don't be discouraged, because typing and texting can bind us together. We text and type on keyboards a lot and rapidly. In fact, every day, 6 billion text messages are sent. And there are only 7 billion people on Earth. And that's just texting. We'll add keyboard typing in a little bit later, but I want to take a quick detour and talk about the letters and the characters and the keys themselves. They're not all pressed the same number of times. Some are more common than others. Let's begin visually. This is a sculpture of a keyboard where every letter has been raised to a height that corresponds to its popularity compared to the other letters.
The letter E is the most common letter typed in almost every language that has a letter E. But to figure out letter frequencies in text that you type yourself, use Patrick Wide's heat map. On this site, you can type a sentence in and see how frequently the characters are used. For instance, this sentence contains every letter in the alphabet at least once, but it uses E and O the most. Roughly speaking, and considering different languages, of all the characters typed or tapped on a phone every day, about 9% of them are the letter E, which is a lot, but the letter E is not the most common key. The space bar is the most commonly pressed key, nearly twice as popular as the letter E. Now that we know about the spacebar's popularity, let's return to texting and add in keyboard typing. If we assume that about 350 million people are typing 5,000 to 10,000 characters a day on keyboards, and add that to the number of characters being texted every day, we can do a little bit of math and determine that at any given second, here on Earth, the spacebar is being pressed 6 million times. 6 million spacebars a second. What a great world, right? Well, let's think of it this way. Because it only takes 1/10 of a second to tap or type a spacebar, when you push the spacebar, statistically speaking, as many as 600,000 other people on Earth did that at the exact same time that you did. So if you ever feel alone, just give yourself some space and know that more than 500,000 people are doing that exact same thing. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Since this video began, more than 1 million of your cells have died. It's natural, don't worry, but you are literally covered with death. Dead stuff, fingernails, your hair, the outermost layer of your skin, all made out of dead things. And you are losing this dead stuff constantly. Every week, about 5.5 grams of dead skin sheds off of your body. Ohio State University found that 80% of that material you see indoors beautifully dancing across sunbeams is dead human skin. But for the most part, you are made out of living stuff. You are a biological furnace, burning food energy to move and breathe and think and stay warm. As you can see on Grand Illusions, the heat from your own hand while you sit still is enough to run a Stirling engine. Your cells are busy and active and dividing millions and millions of times every day. In fact, because of that, you shouldn't even really be called a person. You should be called a purse-on, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But here's the really mind-blowing thing about the mind-sustaining process of cell division. The replication of instructions, DNA for each daughter cell, requires copying an exact sequence of 3 billion nucleotides. That's a lot. Luckily, our bodies are perfectly happy to do it, but they're not perfect. Every time a single cell in your body divides, the enzymes that synthesize your DNA make 120,000 mistakes. Some of these mistakes wind up being beneficial. Some of these mistakes wind up being harmful, and some are just neutral. They don't make a difference. But if a mistake, a mutation in a cell's DNA, causes the cell to behave abnormally and stimulate its own growth, ignore signals to stop, stimulate the body to give it its own blood supply, potentially multiply forever, and unstick from where it began to spread throughout the body, it becomes a special type of cell. We have found 200 diseases with various origins and natures that fit this description. Despite being different, they often go by the same name: cancer. DNA mutations occur randomly in your body, but they can also be inherited or caused by the environment. For example, exposure to ultraviolet radiation from the sun can cause all kinds of damage, including genetic damage. If little or no skin protection is used, the accumulation of all these types of damage can be quite dramatic. This man drove a truck for years, exposing one side of his face to more sunlight than the other. And for 15 years, this woman worked in a room that had the same window, a window to her left. Environmental damage to the body, whether cancer-causing or not, is serious business. In fact, giraffes have black tongues because the dark pigmentation protects their tongues from solar radiation while they're hanging out all day. Go back far enough beyond where sunshine hits, and their tongues are pink. Given the sheer number of environmental dangers to our DNA and the sheer number of mistakes our own bodies make with our DNA every day, it is incredible that we all aren't developing cancers constantly and immediately after being born. One of the things we have to thank is our body's own version of autocorrect. Biological mechanisms like proofreading and mismatch repair catch and correct or stop more than 99% of errors. We grow old and pass away for many, many reasons, but when it comes to cancers, our body's own internal autocorrect is like the autocorrect on your phone. It's pretty good, but it's not perfect. Cancers still develop, especially after the accumulation of mistakes and mutations over time. I'm incredibly grateful to Cancer Research UK. They helped me a lot with this episode, and thanks to work by groups like them, we are at an accelerating rate finding ways to prevent and control cancer beyond what our bodies can do alone. I mean, after all, natural selection can only see so much because of the selection shadow. We aren't all the same, and if your genetic variations make you and your children more successful at reproducing, well, what do you know, your characteristics become more common. But this phenomenon has a weak influence here, later in life, after your role in reproduction and raising offspring to independence has passed. We have found evidence of the selection shadow at work with mice and bats. Raised under perfect conditions with veterinary medicine and safe lives, mice only live about 2 to 3 years, whereas bats with similar sizes and metabolisms can live for 30 years or more. The significant difference here is that unlike mice, bats have had in the wild for millions of years fewer predators, a smaller chance of dying early due to extrinsic mortality. They've on average had more days for natural selection to influence. This could be a very good explanation for why diseases that affect our complex multicellular selves late in life are still with us. But wait, why are humans living so long today? I mean, in the past, but genetically recently, weren't teenagers considered middle-aged? Not really. While it's true that in the past life expectancies were quite a bit lower, a life expectancy is merely an average number of years a person was expected to live as soon as they were born. And in the past, infant mortality was so high, the average was brought down significantly. It's true that in the early 1600s here in England, life expectancy was only 35 years, but if you made it to the age of 21, well, you could easily expect to live well into your 60s. Lifespans that go beyond the age of reproduction have always made sense for humans because we are intelligent and social, useful to one another, and our children take a lot of time and guidance to gain independence. But that just moves the selection shadow ahead. It's still there, suggesting that in the end, our bodies might just be tools our sex cells use to reproduce and grow up to do it again. Nature and time haven't helped our bodies battle late-acting diseases because a chicken is just an egg's way of making another egg. But maybe not for long. Our minds and modern science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are making progress against late-acting diseases. And when it comes to cancers, Cancer Research UK points out that 40 years ago, only 1 in 4 people lived 10 years or longer after being diagnosed. Today, that number is 2 in 4, and they believe that in only 20 years, that statistic could be as high as 3 in 4. Refrigeration and sanitation are tackling stomach cancers caused by infection, vaccines are preventing cervical cancer, anti-smoking campaigns and reductions of obesity and diabetes, and the elimination of cancer-causing chemicals from our everyday lives are giving us an edge. We learn more every single day. The process is slow but steady because cancer is not just one thing. It's unlikely there will ever be a single cure for cancer because there are 200 different types of cancers. But there will be cures and better methods of prevention and detection. Advances are coming from all over. For example, what we have learned about controlling proton beams because of the Large Hadron Collider has reduced the need for special shields during the removal of eye tumors. The statistical surprise that cancers aren't more common in our bodies is a sign that we're involved in a relay race. Natural selection already did some of the work, now it's our turn. When we talk about cancer, we often use the language of war. It's a battle, it's a fight. But the challenge isn't so much a war with winners and losers and surrender as it is a mutiny. We can't help the fact that we are all at sea. Natural selection at least gave us boats, but now we are making where those boats go our decision. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Our atmosphere is a thin veil of air held to Earth's surface by gravity. We live in it, we breathe it, we walk through it every day. It contains all weather, but yet it is almost nothing. In fact, if the Earth was the size of an apple, our atmosphere from the ground all the way to outer space would only be about as thick as the skin of an apple. And because our atmosphere gets thinner exponentially as you go up, 90% of our atmosphere's mass at this scale could fit within a space as thin as just a third of an apple's skin. But that shrimpy sliver of a peel would still be thousands of times thicker than you are tall. We humans are itsy bitsy dots strolling around in a skinny sky. But that skinny sky does a lot. Think about this. What if I had a really awesome big straw and I stuck one end in the ocean and the other end out in space? Would outer space be able to suck all the water out? We know that naked, exposed to the near vacuum of space, all non-concealed gases in your body would be violently farted and burped out. Sucked out. But sucking is not attractive. Instead, sucking merely refers to a flow from a region of higher pressure to a region of lower pressure. In other words, a vacuum cleaner in and of itself does not attract matter to itself. Like I said in my video with no title, if you were to turn on a vacuum cleaner at sea level, a region inside the cleaner becomes as thin as air in Denver, Colorado. External air, which is at a greater pressure, is then literally pushed by its own greater pressure into the machine, bringing dust and debris with it. The point is, the strength of the force pushing air into a vacuum cleaner can only be as strong as the pressure of the surrounding air. Here on Earth, using a vacuum cleaner or even a space straw, that pressure is atmospheric pressure. At sea level, about 15 pounds per square inch or 65.4 newtons. That amount of force can only push pure water up about 10.3 meters or 33.9 feet. Because outer space is not 10 meters up, it's more like 100,000 meters up, a space straw would be a terrible doomsday device for a supervillain to use to get rid of our oceans. Our atmosphere just isn't heavy or strong enough to push water into orbit. Because the weight of air above, pushing molecules below in all directions, is responsible for air pressure, air lower down exerts more pressure. The air at your feet pushes with a slightly greater force than the air at your head. Now, across a human body, you can't tell the difference, but if an object is light enough, it can be affected by this difference, which is why a helium balloon floats. The air down here pushes a tiny bit more strongly than the air up here, and since the balloon is lighter than the same volume of air, it's literally pushed up by the air more strongly than gravity pulls it down. This upward force, caused by a surrounding fluid or gas that counteracts an object's weight, is known as buoyancy. Now, here on the surface of Earth, the buoyancy of air isn't enough to cause humans to float away or be lifted, but it exists. In fact, in a perfect vacuum, you would weigh about 1/5 of a pound more than you do right now. Thanks, air. Back to our balloon friend. He's not going to float up forever into outer space, escaping Earth. Eventually, as the atmosphere thins out and the balloon expands, it will pop and fall back down to Earth. It's helium spreading throughout the atmosphere. So, besides rockets that we intentionally launch off of Earth, does our atmosphere ever lose anything? Does Earth ever lose anything? Does Earth ever gain anything? I mean, I used to be smaller, I used to be a little kid, but all of the atoms and molecules in my body right now simply came from things that I consumed, things that I ate or drank or breathed in. When new kids are born, the Earth doesn't get heavier, because a new baby is just a rearrangement of atoms and molecules that used to be inside its mother, or molecules that she ate, drank, or breathed in, all of which came from Earth. Everything's recycled. So is the Earth not gaining or losing mass? Well, to begin, Earth does lose some stuff. For instance, hydrogen and helium are a bit too light to stick around because of Earth's gravity. They eventually fly out into space or get picked off by solar wind at the edge of our atmosphere. Which is why, as I've said before, we are likely to one day run out of helium. Pretty soon. But the Earth gains mass in some ways as well. For instance, every year, it's been estimated that 10 to 20 million kilograms of space dust and meteorite fragments fall to Earth, making it heavier. Now, if you factor in the energy that the Earth radiates away, which is equivalent to mass, as well as the energy the Earth gets from the sun and holds onto, for instance, using its greenhouse gases, in total, it has been calculated that every year, Earth becomes 50 million kilograms lighter. That might sound like a lot, but it is only 0.000000000000001% of Earth's total mass, which means that for all intents and purposes, the stuff that we are made of, the atoms and molecules in our bodies, the food that we eat, the water that we drink, our best friends, has all been here since the early days of Earth, including the air that you are breathing right now. Remember that 6 trillion kilograms of oxygen that all humans inhale every year? Well, each and every one of us individually contributes by breathing about 8.5 million times per year. Here's the thing about a breath. Because molecules are so frustratingly small, a single little breath contains about 10 sextillion molecules. In a poetic twist of symmetry, Earth's entire atmosphere contains a volume of air equal to about 10 sextillion breaths. The number of molecules in one breath is equal to the number of breaths our Earth has to give us. That is assuming, of course, that we never exhaled anything and it never got renewed, which it does. And because our atmosphere gets circulated so quickly, and because we breathe so often, and because molecules are so small, statistically speaking, our atmosphere, our skinny little peel of air is crowded with molecules that we have all had inside our bodies and been breathing. To make this really mind-blowing, let's focus only on carbon dioxide. We don't just breathe it in and then right back out again. It's a waste product that comes from all over our bodies. And carbon dioxide is useful to plants, which absorb it and then turn it into sugars. It doesn't just inertly float around our atmosphere forever. Okay, well, it has been estimated that it takes one breath about 1 year to thoroughly mix throughout the hemispheres of Earth, and about 10 years to thoroughly mix within the troposphere that we live in and the stratosphere above. Now, given that only 5% of what we exhale is carbon dioxide, and only 20% of that came from metabolism within our brain, even if we assume that 99.99999% of all the CO2 you have ever exhaled has been trapped in the oceans or absorbed by plants and made into sugars, it is still mathematically certain, even if you were in a brand new place you've never breathed in before, that every breath you take contains at least a few molecules that were once inside your brain. A few of them may have been molecules that you used 5 years ago to remember where you left your keys. A few of them may have been inside your brain when you first fell in love. And a few of them, almost certainly, were inside the brain of your mother while she was giving birth to you. So, take a deep breath, because our air is crowded with history. And keep breathing, because within the next 10 years, it is certain that I will breathe in a few carbon dioxide molecules that are inside your brain right now, as you listen to me say that, as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Come on in.
If you keep going, you will eventually emerge out my other end. And for this reason, it has been said that the human body is like a donut. Yeah, you are just a bunch of meat packed around a central hole. Or are you? Humans have more than one hole, right? I mean, we've got nostrils and ears, the holes we pee out of, the holes we're born from, nipples, our pores. Gosh, there are subatomic gaps between the molecules we're made out of. Where don't we have holes? Well, that is the rub. Literally.
If you cut a clove of garlic in half and then rub that fresh raw end on your foot, about an hour later, you will start to taste garlic in your mouth. That's because the molecules that give garlic its taste are small enough and have just the right properties to permeate skin cells in your foot, enter your bloodstream, and reach your mouth. But you are even holier than that. Every second, day and night, about 60 billion neutrinos from the sun pass through just your thumbnail. So clearly, at small enough scales, how many holes does a human have? Becomes a meaningless question. Ultimately, the human body isn't a solid thing that can even have holes. It's just a loose constellation of atoms and molecules. But if we accept a minimum hole size, the answer becomes pretty interesting. And a good choice for this minimum is about 20 to 60 millionths of a meter, about the width of a human hair. A magic spaceship, 60 microns wide, could fly into your pores like they were giant holes, like craters. But it couldn't continue on through the vasculature at the other end, or diffuse through cells, or slip between molecules. And that is significant. It highlights the fact that not all holes are equal. A 60 micron wide ship, or string, could be threaded into your mouth and come out somewhere else. But it couldn't do that by entering a pore or hair follicle.
This makes the GI tract what engineers call a through hole, whereas pores, urethras, nipples, ears, hair follicles, birth canals, and the sinuses are blind holes. They can be entered, but eventually dead end, usually at narrow capillaries, permeable only by things smaller than a single blood cell, and the determination to not be stopped. The eyeball can be squeezed under, but you'll eventually be stopped by the conjunctiva. The sinuses are nice big rooms in our skulls, but the only way out is the same ostia you came in through. As for the ear, well, the ear is a blast to go inside, but if you're 60 microns wide, the airtight eardrum will block further passage. It's a blind hole. Now, altogether, counting all of your pores and hair follicles, you've got millions of blind holes all over your body. But are they actually holes? That's a real humdinger, because you know what a hole is, what a hole really is? It's a word. A colloquial, fuzzy, imprecise lexeme that refers to a host of disparate, utterly unreconcilable things that eludes a single precise mathematical definition. In fact, holes might not even exist. I mean, think about it. If I eat a whole donut, have I eaten the hole? Like, is the hole inside me? Or could I eat a donut without eating its hole? Could I go to a store and buy Swiss cheese, but leave the holes at the store? Clearly, holes are at best ontologically parasitic. Their existence depends upon the existence of something else that they can inhabit or be a disturbance in. Of course, the philosophy of holes rarely matters in your day-to-day life. You can call something a hole and context will do its work and people will know what you're talking about. But take a look at this. Does this have a hole in it? Well, yeah, right, obviously, right here, there's a hole. I can put my hand in it, it can store things, it's got a hole. But now imagine that I could mold it like it was made out of clay, and I molded it down into the shape of a drinking glass. You could see how that could happen, right? Well, does a drinking glass have a hole in it? If this does, then this should too, right? I mean, I didn't pinch the hole shut or glue anything together. All right, sure, fine. I mean, I can accept that a drinking glass technically has a hole in it. But now, imagine that I took this glass and I molded it out and I widened its opening until I had a shape like this, a bowl. Now, does a bowl have a hole in it? Now we're really stretching the use of the word hole. I mean, if someone said their bowl had a hole in it, I would think that it had a hole somewhere else and it was leaking. But sure, let's call this a hole. It's not a very prototypical one, but I think you see where I'm going with this. If I then molded the bowl and flattened its sides all the way out until I had a plate, a shape like this, well, does a plate have a hole in it? Not really. So if a plate doesn't have a hole in it, but this shape did, and I continuously molded from here to the glass to the bowl to the plate, and I never glued anything shut, where'd the hole go? Clearly, blind holes are pretty unique. They can be removed without closing or pinching anything shut. Compare that to the through hole of a donut. There is no way to remove a donut's through hole or add a new through hole without gluing stuff together, squishing things together that used to not be together, or ripping pieces apart, poking a hole through and breaking it. That is extremely significant. But let's go back to the body before we get ahead of ourselves. The mouth is an entrance to both blind and through holes. A 60 micron wide traveler could enter it, meander down the esophagus, and keep going until they were, well, dumped out, but turn down the trachea and they would dead end in the lungs. Now, the area of the throat behind the mouth is called the pharynx. It's a pretty chill place, except not really, it's actually quite warm. It plays a role in warming and moistening and filtering the air that we breathe before it enters the lungs, including the air we inhale through our nostrils. Now, each nostril leads into a separate nasal vestibule. That's the tunnel that you can explore when you pick your nose. Eventually, those tunnels meet, and sniffed air enters the nasal cavity, a hollow, air-filled room in your face. Protruding from the walls of the nasal cavity are mucousy fins called the nasal conchae, or turbinates, that warm and moisten the air that passes around them. From there, the air flows via the pharynx down the trachea. So, your nostrils and your mouth are connected. A string could go into your mouth or nose and come out your butt. The nasal cavity is quite the hub. I mean, your ear holes would almost lead into it, but the eardrum blocks the way. If it didn't, there would be clear passage from the outside into the middle ear and then down the eustachian tube into the nasal cavity via an opening about here. The eustachian tube controls air pressure in the middle ear behind the eardrum and is normally collapsed shut. But if the outside pressure is dramatically different than the air pressure in the middle ear, swallowing and yawning can gape it open, equalizing the pressure. That's what happens when you pop your ears. It's cool, but it's not a through hole, and that's what we're looking for. And as it turns out, there are four more orifices that lead from the outside into this place, your nasal cavity, and they are the lacrimal puncta. There is one near each of your eyelids. They're tiny openings about 1/3 of a millimeter wide into which tears, the fluid constantly moistening and protecting your eyeball, drain. Once inside the lacrimal puncta, tears flow through nasolacrimal ducts, tear ducts, into your nasal cavity. Which is why when you're making a lot of tear fluid, you can get kind of sniffly and have to blow your nose. That's not snot, that's mainly tears. The point is, a 60 micron wide string could be pushed into any of your 4 lacrimal puncta, threaded through your tear ducts into your nasal cavity, into the pharynx, and then pushed all the way out your butt. Pretty cool. That gives us 8 external openings that don't dead end. But how many through holes is that? I mean, how many holes does a straw have? This clearly has 2 holes, but how many does this have? Is it 1 hole that forks? Is it 2 that combine? Gosh, maybe it's 3. Well, what about this? How many holes does this thing have? Or this? Topology can help us answer every single one of those questions. Here, I have 2 essentially identical pieces of material. Now, they are no longer identical. Or are they? Geometrically, sure, their shapes are now different, but what didn't change about them? Well, that is what topology studies. Topology is concerned with the properties that persist so long as something isn't ripped apart. The famous joke that a topologist doesn't know the difference between a donut and a coffee cup is based on the fact that a coffee cup can be gently, continuously molded into a donut by simply stretching and squashing. No cutting, gluing, ripping, or sewing required. Topologists call these gentle, continuous transformations homeomorphisms, and the cutting and ripping and gluing that they disallow are exactly the kinds of actions required to make new holes or remove old ones. So since a coffee cup and a donut are homeomorphic, they must have the same number of through holes, and they do, 1. We can now more precisely describe the difference we saw earlier between blind holes and through holes and understand why we are separately counting them. Now, blind holes can be erased through a homeomorphism. As such, topologists don't even really consider them, they're just geometric disturbances. Topological holes, on the other hand, cannot be massaged away. And unlike a blind hole, where what qualifies and what doesn't is a matter of opinion, the number of through holes a surface like your body in 3 dimensions has can be clearly defined. If we are having a hard time counting through holes, all we need to do is find something with an easy to count arrangement of through holes that it is homeomorphic with. But first, let's play around with some topological puzzles. Here is a 2-holed donut with an infinitely long, unbreakable, unmovable rod through one of its holes. Without cutting or separating any part of the shape, can you figure out how to manipulate it such that the rod goes through both holes? Pause the video if you want to think about it. Remember this shape? It looks like it might have 3 holes, right? It's got a hole there, a second hole there, and a third hole here. But if I flatten it, you can see that it only has 2 holes. It has one there and one there. If the rod is threaded through the shape such that one wire is in front, and I choose one of the other wires to be the middle of the donut, for example, this one, then the rod passes through just one of the 2 holes. But if I choose the wire in the front to be the middle of the donut, well then, the rod is seen to be passing through 2 holes. Likewise, if you continuously deform our original 2-hole donut into the 3-tubed thing and pick this tube to be the new middle, ta-da, the rod is now going through 2 holes. No cutting or gluing required. One more puzzle. Without cutting or breaking, can you unlock this shape's intertwined loops? Well, pause if you want to figure it out yourself. Here's a solution. Simply inflate the bulb of the shape until you can skate a leg of each loop around until they're untangled and ta-da, freedom. All right, let's define homeomorphism a little better. We said it was a rubber sheet or clay-like molding procedure with no cutting or breaking or gluing. And that's a good introduction, but honestly, you can cut all you want during a homeomorphism so long as you glue everything back together the way it was in the end. More precisely, a homeomorphism is a bijective and bicontinuous function. It's a function because it is a list of ordered pairs, where each point starts is paired with where it goes. Requiring that it be a bijection means that it must be a special kind of function where there is a one-to-one correspondence between points in one object and in the other. No 2 points can map to the same location, and no point can get magically turned into multiple new points. Basically, material cannot be added or subtracted. Bicontinuous means that any cuts made must be later mended perfectly, with points going back amongst the same neighboring points they had before. In a homeomorphism, if parts are scooched over, everything else must flow with the scooch, as if all the points are kind of sticky. There is no smooth sliding along abrupt fissures. The precise test for whether a function is bicontinuous is pretty cool. Now, first, I consider a point in one arrangement. Now, where the function takes that point is its image. Okay, now I choose some neighborhood around the image with a radius larger than 0, and I consider all of the points within it. If the function is continuous in this direction, I should be able to find a neighborhood around the pre-image, the input point, that only contains points that map inside the image's neighborhood. In this case, I can. But in this case, we've got an original point and where it went, but given a neighborhood around where it went, every neighborhood around the original, no matter how small, will always contain some stuff that didn't make it over, which means points got separated but not put back, so the function is not continuous. Bicontinuity means that a function must be continuous in both directions. Okay, now that we can homeomorphize, let's start using it to count holes. Remember this shape? It wasn't immediately obvious earlier how to count its holes, but it is easy if we can use a homeomorphism to turn it into something with an easy to count number of holes, which we can. Both of these shapes are homeomorphic. They both have 2 holes. To see why, simply drag and mold and flow the opening of one of this shape's holes into the tunnel of the other, and there we go. Since we didn't cut or glue, the number of holes hasn't changed. So this thing, just like this thing, always had 2 holes. Okay, what about a straw? Well, sure, informally it can often make sense, depending on the context, to differentiate between 2 openings in a straw, the one you put in your drink and the one you put in your mouth. But that does not mean it has 2 holes. It only has one. A straw is homeomorphic to a torus. Both openings are part of the same single hole, but this process is a homeomorphism and thus does not create any new holes. You can also see that openings aren't holes by stretching one of the straw's openings until it becomes the outer part of a donut. There really was only ever just one hole. But enough about straws. Let's get back to the body. We found 8 external openings, orifices, interconnected by tunnels. But openings aren't holes, they're parts of holes. And we can count those holes. As it turns out, at a scale of 60 microns, the human body has 7 through holes. The human body is not a donut. It is a 7-holed donut. This shape can be molded and stretched into you. First, we choose a hole to be the GI tract, the mouth-anus tunnel. Now into this we roll half of the other orifices. Okay, now we've got something that looks pretty dang human. 7 holes with 8 external orifices that meet in a common space, the nasal cavity. If we squish all the matter in towards the tunnels, we'll notice that our 7-holed torus is topologically equivalent to 4 pairs of pants sewn together at the waists. Your body isn't a donut, it's a bodysuit for a spider. Okay, now to finish, let's make 2 of the legs the nostrils, and 4 of them the tear ducts, 1 the mouth, and inflate the material into the form of a head. Now let's inflate the boundary of the final tube into the shape of a body with its opening in the rear, and we've done it. The human body is a 7-holed donut. Or is it? For every piercing you have, that's 1 more hole in your body. Well, 2 more if the piercing goes through a through hole. Like, I don't know, if you had a thin piercing into your face that went through a tear duct and came back out, or if something like a bullet pierced into your chest, through your esophagus and came out the other side. That would mathematically count as 2 new holes. And there's more. Some people have supernumerary lacrimal puncta on their eyes. Each additional punctum they have over 4 total adds an additional hole to the standard 7. And remember the sinuses and the ostia connecting them into the nasal cavity? Well, they're just blind holes, depressions, but as many as half of us may have at least 1 accessory ostium, an extra hole connecting a sinus to the nasal cavity. Well, now we're talking about a through hole. You can enter 1 opening and exit via another. Now these may not be external orifices, but for every accessia ostia you have, that's another topological hole you need to add to your body's total. The thing is though, most of us have no idea how many accessory ostia we have, unless you've had serious sinus problems or have had extensive scans of your nasal region that have been studied from multiple angles. So to answer this video's question, the human body has millions of blind holes, like at least 5 million, and at birth, 7 through holes. It would be better if there was a clear answer that applied to all of us for our entire lives, or if finding out how many you had right now was easier. But you'll have to spelunk in your sinuses to know for sure. And that's beautiful, isn't it? We can rigorously define the properties of holes in all sorts of dimensions, and we can study the temperatures at the bottom of craters on Pluto, but few of us will ever truly know the whole truth of our own bodies. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. This picture is about a year and a half old, but the pyramids themselves are much older than that. How much older? Well, think of it this way. The pyramids of Giza were as old to the ancient Romans as the ancient Romans are to us. When the pyramids were being built, there were woolly mammoths living on Wrangel Island. That's pretty old. But don't get too impressed. We often learn about the past in units, separate chapters, which distracts from the fact that many chapters aren't just nearer each other than you might think, they are often literally written on top of one another. Anne Frank and Martin Luther King Jr. were born in the exact same year.
By the late 1960s, humans had come a long way. We had become a spacefaring species. But while we were sending the first probes to the moon and Venus and Mars, it was still illegal for a black person and a white person to marry in 16 states. The guillotine seems like a macabre artifact from bygone days, but it was last used by France to officially behead a criminal the year Star Wars came out. While General Custer was fighting native tribes on the American frontier, the Brooklyn Bridge was being built. And there were people alive then who would later watch the moon landing on television. We went from Custer's last stand to Armstrong's first steps within the span of a single human life. But all of these stories, from the pyramids to Julius Caesar to you watching this video right now, belong to an incredibly thin section in the book of human history. Compared to what human life has mainly been like here on Earth, our current societies are weird.
Weird is also an acronym used by Jared Diamond in his new book, The World Until Yesterday. Jared Diamond wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel, Collapse, and he's here with me to talk about weird.
WEIRD, W-E-I-R-D, is an acronym for Western Educated, Industrial, Rich, and Democratic. When we talk about human nature, we're really talking about a narrow slice of society. Traditional societies were everybody in the world from the beginning of human evolution 6 million years ago until within the last 10,000 years, for the first time, we began encountering strangers, and then we developed writing, and then we acquired kings. All of these things that we take for granted are a matter of the last 5,000, 10,000 years, or the internet, or the media, they're a matter of the last few decades.
The relative recency of weird societies and the speed with which information and knowledge increases means that not that long ago, we thought some pretty strange things. For instance, in 1903, the New York Times predicted that building a flying machine would be possible in 1 to 10 million years. Later, that very same year, the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk. In 1908, it was said that no flying machine will ever fly from New York to Paris. Who made that foolish prediction? One of the Wright brothers. In 1962, the Decca Recording Company passed on a young rock band, saying, "We don't like their sound and guitar music is on the way out." The band in question was the Beatles. Keith Moon and John Entwistle were said to have remarked about a band called the New Yardbirds. That band is so ill-conceived it will sink like a balloon or a zeppelin made out of lead. Well, Jimmy Page was not deterred. In fact, he took that phrase and made it his band's new name. He removed the A so it wouldn't be pronounced lead, and that's where we got Led Zeppelin. There is evidence the Nazis weren't entirely convinced Earth was a globe we lived on the outside of. Instead, they figured the Earth's continents were actually a lining on the inside of a hollow concave surface with the stars and moon and planets in the middle. Seriously. As the story goes, Dr. Heinz Fischer was sent to Rugen Island to spy on the British. Now, the curvature of the Earth would have made this impossible, but thinking the Earth was shaped like this, they pointed their telescopes up at a 45-degree angle. Needless to say, the experiment didn't work. The Eiffel Tower's inauguration and the Wall Street Journal and Starry Night and Coca-Cola and Nintendo and Adolf Hitler all began in 1889, as did a guy named Thomas Midgley Jr. Celebrated in his time, Midgley's legacy has since been tarnished by the negative consequences of his inventions. His list of contributions to society is impressively disastrous. In the late 20s, Midgley synthesized the first chlorofluorocarbon, CFC, for which he won the Society of Chemical Industries Perkin Medal. Only later did we realize all of those tons of CFCs we were emitting we're eating away 4% of our atmosphere's protective ozone layer every decade, like a virus, creating a wound unlikely to completely heal until me and you have long been dead. In the early 1920s, Midgley discovered that by adding tetraethyl lead to gasoline, engine knocking could be reduced. The American Chemical Society gave him the 1923 Nichols Medal for the discovery. There were other, safer alternatives, but General Motors jointly owned a patent on tetraethyl lead with Midgley. They could make a profit on it, so they advertised it as the best option. And almost immediately, nearly every motor vehicle on Earth was spewing lead into our atmosphere and soil, which put it in our blood. Lead poisoning for decades. Currently, the reference for healthy children is a blood lead content of less than 5 micrograms per deciliter. After the popularization of Midgley's leaded gasoline, 88% of children in America had double that amount of lead in their blood. When leaded gasoline was finally phased out in the 1970s, that percentage fell to 9%. Lead is a neurotoxin. Even light exposure, like that caused by Midgley's invention, can cause a decrease in intelligence and an increase in antisocial behavior. Fordham University found that in young adults, the best predictor of delinquent and violent behavior is literally the lead content of their blood. Chillingly, the rise and fall of violent crimes by juveniles in the 20th century tracks significantly closely with the rise and fall of lead in their blood when they were preschoolers all over the world. Historian J.R. McNeil remarked that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth's history. Midgley's final invention was even worse. Well, for him. In 1940, he contracted polio. To help his friends and family lift him from bed, he designed an intricate system of ropes and pulleys. As was the story of his life, the invention seemed brilliant at first, but 4 years later, he became accidentally entangled in the ropes and his own invention strangled him to death. Midgley's life took up 0.055% of human history. And roughly speaking, yours will too. To put that in perspective, let's time travel, starting right now. We begin 100,000 years ago, the beginning of modern humans. We are moving forward in time an entire millennia, 1,000 years every second. As you can see, not much is changing. Our modern world will briefly flash at the end. That's all it is. That's all it's been. So be careful not to miss it. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. At the age of 18, Carl Sagan looked like a teenager. But it doesn't take long in an old high school yearbook to find teenagers who look surprisingly old. These people are all in their 20s, but so are these people. This is Elizabeth Taylor when she was just 17. And here are some high school students from the 70s. Did people used to look older? Brandon McCarthy asked on Twitter, and
evidence poured in. People shared photos of their parents in their early 20s, their dad at 21, their mom at 18 or 19, their dad at 45. One user shared their husband at 27 and what his father looked like at 23. And there's pretty much an entire subculture around how old footballers looked decades ago. 24, 31, 33, 29, 27. It's not uncommon to think that there's something more grown up about the way people used to be, to look back and think that people seemed older at a younger age than they do now. Let's call it retrospective aging. It doesn't happen to everyone. People do not and never have aged similarly, and there's even the opposite observation that kids these days grow up too fast. But it's a popular question and subject of numerous memes. So, is it real? Or is it an illusion fueled by cherry-picked examples that feeds rosy nostalgia for a time when people were tough and didn't have it as easy as you kids have it now? Well, as it turns out, both. Humans today really are aging more slowly than their historic counterparts. Changes in lifestyle, nutrition, smoking habits, healthcare, early life conditions, and skincare, particularly the use of sunscreen, are a huge part of it. By comparing measures of metabolic, cardiovascular, inflammatory, kidney, liver, and lung function across time, researchers at Yale and USC have found that we are, in fact, staying younger for longer than we used to. So does that mean that 60 is the new 50? Almost. Their results suggest that between the early 90s and the late 2000s, 60 became the new 56. 40 became the new 37 and a half, and 20 became the new 19. Oh, also, during the last century, dentistry and orthodontics have played a huge cosmetic role in the kinds of faces we see in parts of the world. But, interestingly, when faces in magazines are measured from the 1930s to today, the only significant change has been that across all ethnicities, the media is now exposing us to larger lips. Also, retroactive aging can occur over short time spans. When I was a freshman, the seniors in my high school seemed so old to me. But by the time I was a senior myself, I looked in the mirror and at my peers and I was like, we're them now, but we don't seem as old as they did. What's going on isn't just about bodies. First of all, the seniors I looked at when I was a freshman truly were older than me at that time. They graduated and went away, and later, when I was a senior, I saw myself as I was. But in my mind's eye, I saw the earlier seniors as they appeared to me when I was younger. Retrospective aging seems to also be about perspective. Let's go back to this tweet. This is George Wendt playing Norm on the TV show Cheers. Now, when Cheers premiered, Wendt was indeed 34, but I looked it up, and this image is actually from episode 24 of season 5 when Wendt was 38, so we're not comparing apples to apples here. However, this is an image of George Wendt at 34, and Ashley Fairbanks made some alterations and a good point. However, here's the rub. These alterations don't make Wendt look more like a 34-year-old. They make him look more like a 34-year-old today. Similarly, giving the Golden Girls modern-day hairstyles and makeup drops their apparent age a lot. Superficial styles and mannerisms can often make not just a big difference, but all the difference, which supports the hypothesis that retrospective aging is often an illusion. Modes of self-expression are always changing. Clothing, hairstyles, accessories, makeup, mannerisms, language, body language. Now, modes can come back, but never exactly. The context is always a little bit different. And from what's available or acceptable at any one time, we each draw ways of appearing or being in the world. And even if you don't care about how you look or think about how you act, what options you even have are dictated by what's currently popular or normal or being pushed on people like you. Few of us stay at the stream, drawing what's new all our lives. For various reasons, we often wander away with our catch. Perhaps it's because we settle into an identity we're comfortable with, or fear the taboo of not dressing our age, or simply run out of time to care. But when we're gone, the stream keeps changing, and we get older and continue to use the mannerisms and styles we grabbed a while back. Eventually, to whatever those styles initially evoked, a new connotation is added. Old person. Not because the look or behavior is intrinsically for the elderly, but because those who use it, us, became old ourselves. If you want to look older, what do? Well, you can dress the way older people dress. And the thing is, that's often how they used to dress too. We think people looked older in the past because they look the way old people do today. Dale Irby, a gym teacher at Prestonwood Elementary School in Dallas, Texas, posed for his first yearbook photo in 1973. The following year, he accidentally wore the same outfit again. He says he was embarrassed at first, but his wife Kathy challenged him to do it again. So he did. And he never stopped. What he gave us is a great, exaggerated example of how what once connoted youth comes to be associated with old age. The people we keep seeing a style on get older and older themselves until we think of the style itself as being for old people. Retrospective aging, then, is double-pronged, both real and illusory. People in the past really did age faster than us because of differences in nutrition and lifestyle and medicine, but much, if not most, can be chalked up to the fact that we think people like this are dressed like old people. But that's an anachronism. They're dressed like old people from the future, the old people they would become. Has anyone ever dressed like a young person from the future? Well, it happened in 1941 at the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in Canada. A crowd came out to celebrate and photos were taken. In 2010, the photos were digitized and placed online. That's when this guy was noticed, a time-traveling hipster. Why a time traveler wouldn't bother to blend in, and why, with all of history to visit, he chose the reopening of a bridge in the 40s, no one knew. The photo was confirmed to be undoctored, and researchers put forward the idea that this man was not, in fact, a time traveler, that his shirt wasn't an ironic screen print, but simply bore the logo of the Montreal Maroons, a nearby hockey team at the time. They said his sunglasses and knit sweater were not unusual for the 40s, nor was his portable camera. The only thing that was unusual about him was how casual his attire was. And they're probably right. But this all raises the exciting possibility that someone out there right now, possibly even you, is unknowingly dressed like people in the future will, and your appearance in photos will someday freak them out. You know, it might be fun to start dressing even more casually or in some other odd way on the off chance that you happen to nail it, and years from now you are worshipped as a time traveler. Oh, that reminds me of today's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Would you like to look like you're from the future? Well, every season, those who subscribe to Vsauce's Curiosity Box receive a box full of delicious brain food that we have made that very few people have. Yet. This year, our summer box contains our Moiré illusion cards, a bunch of other things I won't spoil, and this, a Pythagorean cup. Supposedly invented by Pythagoras himself, it is widely considered the earliest known practical joke. It works just like a normal cup.
Fill it up, carry it around, take a drink. Refreshing. But it punishes greed. If you pour yourself too much, the internal siphon will drain the entire contents. Greed is good, more like greed is wet. A portion of all proceeds from the Vsauce Curiosity Box go directly to Alzheimer's research. So this box isn't just good for your brain, it's good for everyone's brain. And we've got a special treat for you. While supplies last, if you subscribe to the Curiosity Box, you can choose a bundle of some of our favorite items from past boxes that we will throw in for free, just pay shipping. If you're not subscribed yet, I'm ready for you, with open arms and open neurons. Wow. Whoa! Who's that guy? Does he look like a Bill, a Mark, a Justin, or a Josh? Pause right now if you'd like to think about it. According to research from Millsaps College and Miami University, this is Mark. Or at least, this is what we think people named Mark look like. By asking people to make and rate digitally created faces, researchers were able to put together prototypical faces for a number of different names. This is apparently what we think a Josh looks like. A Bill, a Justin, a Dan, a Brian, a Tom, an Andy. The idea that names might conjure certain face shapes in our minds isn't that strange. For example, there's Wolfgang Kohler's famous finding that when asked which of these shapes is named Booba and which is named Kiki, people of all different ages and cultures and languages overwhelmingly assign Kiki to the spiky one and Booba to the blobby one. And sure enough, it certainly seems to work with names too. Which one of these men is Tim and which is Bob? Well, almost unanimously people feel like this is Tim and this is Bob. But are these men actually named Tim and Bob? Well, there's the rub. Just because we associate certain names, certain sounds with certain shapes doesn't mean we're right. There's no such thing as a biological name. If a person still goes by the same name they were given as a baby, long before anyone knew what they would look like as an adult, well, surely there won't be a connection. But as it turns out, there is. Believe it or not, in a multiple choice setting, people can guess a stranger's name just by looking at their face. More often than we would expect from luck alone. It's called the face name matching effect. Here's a stimulus from Zwebner's research. Do you think this man is named Jacob, Dan, Joseph, or Nathaniel? By just randomly picking a name, people should get this right 25% of the time. But Zwebner found that people picked the correct answer, Dan, nearly 40% of the time. What's going on? Can names actually cause us to grow to look a certain way? Well, apparently they can. It has been called a Dorian Gray effect. In Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, a portrait of the protagonist ages and grotesquely reflects his evil deeds while he himself remains young and pure-looking. In a similar way, it seems that in some cases, our own appearance can come to reflect the name we were given. But I kind of think it's really more of a reverse Dorian Gray effect. I mean, in the book, Dorian's reality affects the appearance of his portrait, but the face name matching effect goes the other way. An inanimate sign, a name, influences our actual physical appearance. Well, anyway, it's not news that a person's name can lead others to have certain expectations of them and treat them accordingly. It's been found, for example, that multiracial faces given European names are rated as looking more European than the same faces are when presented with non-European names. The expectations a name carries with it may create a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby as a person grows up, they're motivated to fulfill those expectations,
carry themselves in ways people think someone with their name should, and even like, dislike, accentuate, hide, use, and avoid different parts of their face and body depending on whether or not those parts match their name. It's been found that faces and names that match are emotionally liked more than faces and names that don't. Analysis of voting data has shown that senatorial candidates earn 10% more votes when their names fit their faces very well than when they fit very poorly. Now, with that in mind, part of the effect could literally come from the fact that although parents don't know what their kid will look like as an adult, the parents do know what they look like, and without knowing it, tend to prefer names that match their faces, which are likely to resemble their child's face as well. But not always. If the dissonance is too great, a person can always change their name, either completely or by simply choosing a nickname. If I had been just a little bit different, I, Michael, could have always gone by Mike. The fact that people can adjust their names to fit them, of course, merely strengthens the face name matching effect. By studying whether the correct name could be guessed when different parts of a face were occluded, researchers were able to develop heat maps showing which parts of the face different names are most characteristically associated with. Apparently, looking like an Anne is all about the tip of the nose. It's the bridge of the nose for Arthurs, and the philtrum, or snot trough, for Benjamins. Aurélies are recognized by their face spiders? Let's go back to old people. How old is an old person? 73.7. That's according to results published in the Journal of American Geriatrics last year. It's the average age people gave when asked, when does old age begin? People under 65 on average said 71, and people over 65 on average said 77. Women said old age began 3 years later than men did. White people said it began 8 years later than non-whites did, and people who felt healthy placed old age later in life than those who felt less healthy. But how old do people want to be? Well, that depends on how old they already are. In America, the only people who are the age they would like to be are 21-year-olds. People younger than 21 wish they were older, and people older than 21 wish they were younger. People who are 40 wish they were 30, people who are 60 wish they were 40, and people who are 90 wish they were 60. When people are asked if they could be one age forever, the average American picks 36, which is actually how old I am right now, funny enough. Here's something else that's funny. Old people are more likely to think they dream in black and white. Not because it's part of the aging process, but because they are veterans of the great black and white dream epidemic of the 20th century. Prior to the 1900s, Aristotle, Descartes, Freud, everyone who wrote about the topic reported that dreams contained color. But as humanity moved into the 20th century, the number of people reporting color in their dreams dropped just as quickly as the popularity of new black and white movies and TV rose. By the 60s, as color TV and movies became more and more common, reports of colored dreams started going back up. And today, people who grew up with black and white TV continue to report more black and white dreams than those who didn't. And later studies across China found the same thing. The frequency of black and white dreaming correlated strongly with how common black and white TV was in a person's area. So, did black and white movies and TV literally change our dreams? Well, first of all, it's not clear whether dreams themselves actually changed or if people just started thinking differently about their dreams. We're trying, but we still haven't found a way to get direct access to dream content. Eric Switchable has pointed out that as far as we know, dreams may not be in color or black and white, or sepia or anything. They may be primarily indeterminate in color as they happen, and only later, during recall, do we confabulate details about color. He compares dreaming to reading. Is a novel in color or black and white? As you read a story, what do you see in your mind? It might be the case that dreams, vaporous as they are something we simply have a terrible grip on, and that movies and TV shows have given us the illusion of understanding them. In fact, Switchable has speculated that smells and touch sensations are rare in dreams today, but future people with smelly, touchy-feely VR shows might think that they dream with lots of textures and odors and find it strange, maybe even frightening, that few of us seem to. But why would we think that dreams were like moving pictures and not normal waking life? Well, no one knows. It might be that motion pictures are just simply the closest thing we have to dreaming that isn't dreaming. Unlike still images, paintings, photographs, tapestries, motion pictures and dreams can contain movement and narrative and cause and effect. And unlike stage plays or real life, motion pictures and dreams are not made of anything that is even remotely similar to what they depict. They're both made of phantoms. Images are uncanny things. A person in an image is frozen in time, but yet can seem to grow old. Our own image can depend on what we are called, and they're the closest thing we have to what our mind does when we're away. Do you get the picture? Or does the picture get you? And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and today we're going to talk about the science of the friend zone. You know, the experience of liking someone and then finding out that they would rather just be friends with you. Why does it happen? If there's hope of escaping the friend zone, how can it be done? And more importantly, should you? The term friend zone was popularized by the TV show Friends on November 3rd, 1994. In episode 7 of the first season, Joey tells Ross that Rachel likes him, but will never like him. Ross is in the friend zone. Now, of course, everything turned out fine for Ross, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Back when I calculated how much money love is worth, I discussed the feeling of having a crush on someone. Those emotions, the nervousness, the excitement, have a name. What you feel when you have a crush on somebody is known as limerence. It's exciting to feel butterflies in your stomach whenever you're around somebody, and those butterflies may be caused by the release of adrenaline, which pulls blood away from things like your stomach and toward the muscles where it may be better used. Of course, this can cause the stomach to shut down a bit and become upset. It may also explain why people have a reduced appetite when they feel lovesick. Now, whether you are male, female, gay, straight, everybody can be friend zoned. And biologically speaking, the root of the friend zone may be Bateman's principle. Named after Angus Bateman, the principle states that whenever a species, like us humans, contains two different sexes, each with dissimilar sex cells, for instance sperm and egg, inevitably one sex will have to commit more resources to the production of offspring. In mammals, this is especially true. A female can have only a limited number of offspring, whereas a male can have a virtually unlimited number. This causes a biological tendency for one sex to be competitive and for the other to be choosy. The newest episode of Earth Touch's Wild Sex goes into a lot more detail about this, so be sure to check it out. But today, regardless of whether or not reproduction is the goal, the roles of pursuer and pursued have extended beyond the Bateman principle and are now quite hardwired into our culture. Because not every pursuer can win, and because not every pursuer is a terrible jerk, some friend zoning is inevitable. It's disappointing when it happens to you, and it's easy to rely on the nice guys finish last excuse. But so far, research hasn't found much evidence for it. What's more likely is that you have idealized the other person as a potential mate, but a neutral observer could tell you that, in reality, the two of you don't have as much in common as you think. This is the argument put forward by Jenna Marbles in her fantastic video. It's called homogamy. We select our mates based on how similar they are to our own personalities, interests, and ideals for the future. And so when someone is friend-zoned, it's often not because they were too friendly or too much of a nice guy. Instead, it's often just run-of-the-mill incompatibility. But let's not rule out being too friendly or too nice from every situation just yet. Marshall Fine described the friend zone as a penalty box that you're sent to when your only crime is not being buff or unobtainable enough. Buffness falls into homogamy. It's about what someone else's interests are and what they want from a mate. But what fascinates me is the part about being unobtainable. Why would being available and present and friendly make you less attractive? And why would being kind of a jerk, too cool, aloof, or hard to get make you more attractive? Well, Robert Cialdini calls this the scarcity principle. We desire things that are difficult to obtain because we don't like to have our freedom limited, and we act before it can be. This happens all the time in business, and it's equally true when it comes to attraction. Using the scarcity effect yourself is often cited as a possible escape route from the friend zone. Make yourself less available and see if your crush responds. Or try using the Ben Franklin effect. Benjamin Franklin wrote about how he was able to form relationships with other people by asking them to do things for him. The theory is that by doing favors for you, cognitive dissonance occurs in the person's mind. Why would they be doing favors for you unless they liked you? Now, it's no guarantee that you'll become more than friends, but just by simply becoming friends, you'll be doing something quite special. Because today, we all on average have fewer friends, fewer close individuals we can confide in than we did decades ago. And we hang out with those friends less than we did before. This phenomenon was explored famously by Robert Putnam in Bowling Alone. For instance, from 1965 to 1995, the number of minutes people of all ages reported spending per day with informal socializing, hanging out with friends, going to parties, hanging out at bars, or having informal conversations fell from 85 minutes to just 57. In about the same time frame, the number of picnics held fell 60%, and the number of times on average we entertained friends at home fell from 14 to 15 times a year to a mere 8. We spend more time than we used to on entertainment, sleep, exercise, and transportation. Not bad things, but since the middle of the 20th century, the two activities that many of us still do that have decreased the most are attending worship service and hanging out with friends. We're also now spending time on this new thing called the internet. It's a great tool for communication and social networks, but like T.S. Eliot said of the telephone before it, the internet may simply allow us to speak to more people than ever before, but be more lonely doing it. Social networks have somewhat diluted the power of the word friend, but way before MySpace or Facebook, the word friend was on the way out, so much so that we had to start using a new word, best friend. Robert Wuthnow cautions that on the internet, what feels social may be less of a way for us to focus on actual interpersonal relationships and instead more of a stage for us to focus on ourselves in the presence of other people. To be sure, virtual communities are often more equal because we know less information about our discussion partners like age, race, or gender. But what we gain from anonymity often comes at the cost of an evening out of interests and values. I can retreat from real-world conversations and hide within niche communities online, where everyone thinks like me and generally shares my worldview. It's called cyber balkanization. It's when online interactions provide a lazy environment, free from actual discussion and outside views, whereas the real world often forces us to deal with a greater diversity of interests and values. Now, because we choose mates that are so similar to ourselves, this vital exposure to new, honest ideas often has to come from friends, a resource that is diminishing in our society. And so, although it's disappointing to be friend-zoned, in a way, it might be where that other person, and all of us, actually need you the most. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce Michael here, and today we're going to discuss déjà vu. What is it, and why does it occur? You know, those moments where the current situation feels like it's happened before. You're certain it has, but you don't know when or how it became so familiar. It's difficult to scientifically study déjà vu because there's no reliable way to cause it to happen in people's heads in a laboratory. But here's what we do know. Humans don't seem to experience déjà vu until they're at least 8 or 9 years old. It's most frequent in your teens and 20s and then tapers off as you get older, so it might have something to do with brain development. In fact, we should probably go get ourselves a brain. That was easy. Now, like a stomachache, déjà vu may be a symptom with many possible causes. A lot of the popular theories about what causes it involve a disconnect that may be occurring between the deep structures of the brain that process our experiences unconsciously and the parts of the brain that are conscious of what we experience, process it, and then tell us what we're seeing. For the sake of simplicity, let's begin with the visual system. Now, the brain sits in your head like this, and your eyeballs are over here seeing things, sending that signal to the back of the brain, the occipital lobe, where visual cortex is. That's where the image is processed and we become aware of what we're seeing. But visual cortex isn't the first stop that information makes. Instead, we know that it stops in lots of other places. For instance, the amygdala, where it may be processed at an involuntary emotional level. And this fun little part right here, number 31, the tectum. It's involved in preliminary visual processing and helps control eye movements. Now that fact is incredibly important, because what it means is that people with blindness caused by brain damage to the visual cortex cannot see anything. They don't report seeing or recognizing anything. However, the other preliminary parts of the brain that get that message are still healthy, and so, despite being legally blind, these people exhibit what is known as blind sight. They can defy all odds and avoid an obstacle course on the ground. They can also be presented faces showing joy or anxiety and fear, and feel, without knowing why at all on earth they feel that way, a similar emotion. So a lot is going on when we look at things, and if those preliminary structures in the vision system allow certain blind people to be oddly and unconsciously aware of what they're looking at, we may have the ingredients we need for this disconnect. Think of it this way. If I experience event A and then B and then C, and the inner parts of my brain commit it to memory and generate an emotional response, but then a fraction of a second later, out of sync, my visual cortex finally gets around to telling me, the conscious aware part of my brain, what I'm seeing, it'll say, okay guys, we're looking at A and then B, and the brain says, whoa, wait, and then C, right? I mean, that's already happened, I thought. And that may be déjà vu. But what could cause these processes, dealing with the same information, to get temporarily out of sync like that?
Well, it's probably a neurological abnormality, possibly an epileptic episode where neurons all fire in sync. We also know that patients who experience chronic and persistent deja vu tend to have brain damage in the temporal lobes of their brain, these lobes on either side. Well, that sounds kind of bad, right? I mean, when I experience deja vu, should I run to the doctor right away? Well, not at all. In fact, minor epileptic events are quite common. You've probably experienced a similar phenomenon known as a hypnagogic jerk. That's a fancy name for what occurs when you're about to fall asleep, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're falling or that you tripped and your body jolts itself awake. What's going on there is that as you fall asleep, your muscles relax, and some part of your brain that's still awake notices that and feels like you're no longer supported. You must be falling, and it sends out a huge signal that causes all of your muscles to twitch, waking you up. Oh, and deja vu is not the only vu out there. There's also something known as presque vu, or tip of the tongue. And this is what happens when you're familiar with something, you know it, but for the life of you, at that moment, you cannot recall it. It's like, what's that actor's name from that movie? I've seen it 18 times. How can I not remember it? Wow. One explanation of how that happens is that other words similar to the target word are being remembered, and to help you out, your brain is actively blocking other stuff around it, including the word you're actually looking for. Now, this explanation is really nice because it might help explain why presque vu has a shared or social aspect. Even a bunch of people in a group, all with separate brains, if they're given the same blocking words that are related, no one in the group can come up with the name until the subject is changed and those words are no longer blocked, and then all of a sudden someone goes, oh, Gary Sinise, that's who it was. Yep, there you go. Okay, finally, jamais vu. This is when something that you know, something that you're familiar with, all of a sudden seems brand new and bizarre. Schizophrenic patients will sometimes see people they know and insist that it's not the person they know. Instead, it's an imposter. But all of us have probably experienced jamais vu to a certain extent. For instance, when you repeat a word over and over and over and over and over and over again, the word starts to lose its meaning, and you start to think, how is this even a word? It's so weird. Well, scientists believe that happens because continuing to excite the neurons responsible for that word causes them to become inhibited, and further use is less intense. It's just crazy to think that there's so much out there in the world, in the universe, that we don't know, that we don't understand, that we haven't yet discovered. But yet that very feeling of familiarity for what we do know can't always be trusted. About the only constant seems to be, as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. I am distorted. The pixels you are watching have been time displaced. They've been mapped onto a gradient, and the darker the region they're mapped to, the further behind they lag. The effect is really fun, but it's certainly not realistic. Or is it? Many popular digital cameras suffer from lag-induced distortion, like what you just saw, though much more subtle, usually completely unnoticeable. It's called a rolling shutter. Instead of snapping a full exposure at once, they quickly scan strips of each frame. It's usually undetectable, but when the subject changes faster than the camera scans, you get the famous jello-y, wobbly rolling shutter effect. Really fast things like vibrating guitar strings and airplane propellers are famous victims, but people can be too. Luke Mandel submitted this photo to Boing Boing. His camera scans left to right, and in this instance, managed to capture a blink, eyes closed when the scan began, and then open in the reflection scanned a fraction of a second later. But the rolling shutter effect is not just a neat curiosity. It represents a fundamental and inescapable distortion that affects everything we see. rolling shutter or not. First things first, let's talk about distortions. A hallucination is a distortion of reality when there is no apparent stimulus. If you are merely misinterpreting an actual stimulus, that is an illusion. But some distortions occur before our sense organs and minds get in the way. They are called optical phenomena. They are not the result of sensation or perception gone wrong. Instead, optical phenomena are distortions caused by the mere properties of light and matter in and of themselves. If you look up at the sky and see a giant, vivid drinking gourd, you are hallucinating. But if you see a flat, two-dimensional connect-the-dots Big Dipper, you are seeing an illusion. It's an illusion because those dots merely appear to be on the same plane, like holes poked in the dark roof of the sky. In reality, those dots are stars, light years apart from one another in 3 dimensions. As Celestia's brilliant free real-time 3D visualization of space shows, from different perspectives besides our own, they look a lot less like a dipper or plow. In fact, all constellations and asterisms are geocentric illusions. From a wider perspective, their outlines point inward to the single, lowly point in space that gave them their names. But you can't blame us. I mean, Earth is the only perspective any human has ever had. And even Voyager 1, the most distant man-made object, is still not even close to being far enough away for the constellations to look even remotely different than they do here on Earth. It's also not our fault, our eyes and brains' fault, that distant stars weren't included in our early cosmic connect-the-dot game. Sure, our eyesight could be better, but optical phenomena are also to blame. If it weren't for redshifting and the inverse square law and light extinction, distant things could be seen in all their glory. The night sky would look phenomenal. Many structures up there are huge. They're just too dim for their hugeness to be appreciated. When we see Hubble telescope images of distant objects like the Helix Nebula, it's easy to think that without a telescope to zoom in, the object must just be a tiny point in the sky. But in reality, even though the Helix Nebula is 700 light years away, it's 3 light years across. If we could make the Helix Nebula less dim, if our eyes could take a really long exposure of it, we would see the Helix Nebula as it really is, nearly 70% the apparent diameter of our moon. This is a serious picture. That is how large the Helix Nebula would appear in the night sky from Earth if it just wasn't so dim. Our moon is tiny in the sky, by the way. It's easy to think of the moon as this huge baseball-sized thing up there in the sky, but that's an illusion. Try this the next time you see the moon. Grab a sheet of notebook paper, and you will notice that the angular diameter of the moon is the same size as a hole punched in a sheet of notebook paper held an arm's length away. Seriously, try it sometime. It shows just how cute and tiny our little moon is. The Orion Nebula would appear even larger if we saw all of its light, and the Andromeda Galaxy, just a smudge in the sky to our eyes, but if our eyes were better at collecting dim light, we would see Andromeda's true extent in our sky. Of course, our night sky doesn't look like that. Distant objects are dimmer. That's a bummer, but light still wins when it comes to speed. Light travels at the fastest speed, in fact. In a vacuum, light travels 300,000 kilometers a second. That's fast. But not really. I mean, not compared to how far apart things are in the universe. Sydney, Australia is 1/14th of a light second away from London. But the Andromeda Galaxy is 2.5 million light years away from London. To put that in perspective, let's take a light speed journey from London to Sydney. It would look like this. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Nice. All right. Here's the Andromeda Galaxy. Okay, now relativistic effects aside, let's take a look at what it would look like to travel toward the Andromeda Galaxy at the speed of light. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, I mean, seriously, it's pretty lame. Even at the speed of light, the fastest speed possible, a year from now, we won't even be a millionth of the way there. That's how far away Andromeda is. It's almost sad, in a way. But this brings us back to the rolling shutter effect. The Andromeda Galaxy is huge. It's more than 100,000 light years across, and our view of it is tilted, which means that on the plane we view it in, light from the back represents what Andromeda looked like thousands and thousands of years before what light from the front represents. Changes in its appearance reach us sooner from the front than from the back. Andromeda is rotating, spinning at hundreds of kilometers per second in some places. Now, a lag between light coming from near and far points on a spinning object results in a skewed image, the rolling shutter effect on a cosmic scale. Applied to, say, a chessboard, seeing the front ahead of the back is pretty trippy and dramatic. So, does that mean we see wobbly, funhouse mirror, rolling shutter effect versions of Andromeda and other distant galaxies? Well, technically, yeah. But the distortion is negligible. It may as well be ignored. Why? Well, the speeds used in these visualizations are not to scale. On average, yes, matter within galaxies orbits the galactic center at hundreds of kilometers per second, but galaxies are so huge, it takes them hundreds of millions of years to complete just one rotation. In other words, the lag between light reaching you from near and far points on a galaxy is nothing compared to how much time it takes matter in the galaxy to travel that same distance. In the case of Andromeda, if you insisted on seeing Andromeda as it really is, that is, corrected for any lag caused by the fact that the speed of light is finite, the most extreme points on the galaxy would only need to be adjusted by about a 10,000th of the width of any image. In this case, less than a pixel. So it's not a big deal. But it's not a nothing deal. It's real. In fact, everything we look at is in some way distorted by the fact that the speed of light is finite. Your own feet are about 5 to 6 light nanoseconds away from your eyes, which means when you look at your feet, you are seeing where they were 5 to 6 nanoseconds ago, 5 to 6 nanoseconds in the past. Of course, a delay that brief is pretty much undetectable, but it is calculatable. If it makes you feel a little sad to know that even with the sharpest mind or the best instruments, appearances still depend on where you are, that optical phenomena ensure appearances are always relative, don't feel bad. We call the people closest to us our relatives. We're really just a family. A big family of reference frames that, like a family, don't always agree, but do have plenty of cool things to look at. I'd like to thank my editor, Guy, for help with the rolling shutter effect in this video. And I'd like to thank you because, as always, thanks for watching. Oh, and here's something cool. I will be at YouTube FanFest with HP in India very, very soon. Check the description for more info. If you can make it, I hope to see you there. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and I'm sure that we all love to have fun with hand shadows. But how much does a shadow weigh? It might sound like a silly question, because it is. I mean, a shadow cannot be put on a scale and weighed, but the material that it falls on top of can be weighed. And we know that light has energy. In fact, when light encounters an object, it pushes that object just a little bit. On the surface of Earth, when sunlight is hitting it, every square inch is being pushed with a force of about a billionth of a pound, which is basically nothing. But over a large enough surface area, the results can be pretty fun. On a sunny day, the city of Chicago weighs 300 pounds more, simply because sunlight is falling on it, pushing it. In outer space, where solar wind isn't filtered by Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field, the results are even bigger. A spacecraft traveling from Earth to Mars would be pushed by light 1,000 kilometers off course. So these things have to be factored into journeys to Mars. We've actually already created things that can sail with light, giant reflective solar sails that are pushed by the sun's light. So in a way that is calculatable, though difficult to measure, an area covered in shadow technically weighs less than surrounding areas being pushed by light. But enough about the sun. There are 3 astronomical bodies that can cast shadows on the surface of Earth bright enough for us humans to see. One is obviously the sun, and the other is the moon. But what's the third? Venus. Pete Lawrence investigated this over at Digital Sky. Now, to make sure that the shadow he saw was caused by Venus, he used a tube that could be pointed at specific regions in the sky. Inside the tube, he put a cutout shaped like the astronomical symbol for Venus. Now, here is light coming through the tube when pointed just adjacent to Venus, at a point in the sky relatively dark and empty to the human eye. But here is what came out of the tube when pointed at Venus: a Venusian shadow. We all know that light travels quickly, 299,792,458 meters per second. C. But this light right here, in fact, the light coming off of your screen into your eyeballs right now, is moving slightly slower than C. Because c is the speed of light in a vacuum, but all of this light is having to travel through a medium, in this case air. The speed of light in air is ever so slightly slower than c, 298,925,574 meters per second. This is interesting because light travels more slowly through different materials, but c remains the universal speed limit. And as long as an object doesn't go that fast, it can still outpace light in a material. A charged particle, for instance an electron, can travel through water faster than light does, but never faster than c. When this happens, we get something analogous to a sonic boom. We get a photonic boom. In a sonic boom, the sound information propagating off of the object is in the form of compression waves, and as the object gets closer and closer to the speed of sound, the speed that those waves are moving away from it at, each new wave has less time to get out of the way of the next, until eventually the waves collapse all into each other and the density and pressure is enormous, causing a sonic boom. Normally, when a charged particle moves through a material whose molecules can be polarized, the molecules give off photons, but each photon has room to fly away, and the waves all destructively interfere with each other, so no radiation is given off. But the faster the particle goes, the less room the photons have away from each other, and their waves begin to constructively interfere, giving off a photonic boom, Cherenkov radiation. Astronauts, especially those who have gone all the way to the moon, have reported seeing flashes of light. Many people attribute this to high-speed particles moving through the liquid inside their eye faster than light normally would, causing photonic booms right inside their body. Speaking of the speed of light, here's a great question a few of you have sent me. It involves a possible way of going faster than C. Here's how it goes. Let's say I want to push a button that is a light year away from me, which means that it would take light, the fastest possible thing in the universe, a year just to get from me to the button. Okay, well, what if I built a board 1 light year long, all the way from me to the button, and then I pushed one end of the board? Would the other end immediately push the button? And if so, did I just break the speed of light? Did I just send information faster than light? Well, we're not talking about the speed of light anymore, are we? We are talking about the speed of push. When you push a rigid object, what you are really doing is putting a series of compression waves through the object, which move at the speed of sound in the object's material. The information about, whoa, we've been pushed, you should move, is sent via that compression wave, and it only travels at the speed of sound. So when pushing a normal day-to-day size type object, it feels almost instantaneous. But when pushing a light-year-long board, it would take a lot longer. A cool way to see this in action is to look at an object in which compression waves travel more slowly. For instance, what Veritasium has done blowing minds by showing slinkies being dropped. The information telling the slinky that, hey, we're moving, travels through the slinky slow enough that a slow-mo camera can see it happen. If you haven't watched all of Veritasium's slinky videos, you've missed out. In fact, you should watch all of their stuff. It is superb. But to wrap things up, here's the point. The speed of push is not instant, and it's certainly not the speed of light. But light can push you. In fact, technically, you weigh more when the lights are on than you do when the lights are off. I've put links in the description to all kinds of cool things you should definitely check out for fun and for science, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Action and danger is exciting, but this is a fake gun, and the process of enlarging a hole like the barrel of a gun is called boring. Boring a hole is a slow process requiring repetitive movements from a tool that goes in circles, which may be why things that are slow and repetitive and don't appear to be going anywhere came to be described with the same word. They're boring. But why do we get bored? And why does it matter? Evidence of being temporarily uninterested in anything happening, boredom, has been found as far back as ancient Pompeii. Boredom is a feeling we don't like. It's uncomfortable, but it's trivial, right? I mean, boredom happens to all of us, but now we have Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and texting and Candy Crush to keep ourselves occupied. So really, who cares? Well, here's the thing. Physical pain, heartbreak, and nausea are also uncomfortable, but they're caused by dangerous, serious, toxic things. Whereas boredom occurs when you are merely disinterested in the outside world and the inner world of your thoughts, when you are alone with just yourself. So does the existence of boredom mean that when it really comes down to it, life itself, existing, isn't really enough? Arthur Schopenhauer said that if life possessed in itself a positive value and real content, there would be no such thing as boredom. Mere existence would fulfill and satisfy us. But apparently it doesn't, because boredom exists. Is something wrong with being? Or is something awesome about us? Nearly 200 years ago, Giacomo Leopardi wrote in a letter to his father, "Boredom is the most sublime of all human emotions because it expresses the fact that the human spirit, in a certain sense, is greater than the entire universe. Boredom is an expression of a profound despair at not finding anything that can satisfy the soul's boundless needs. So while superficially boredom might seem trivial or childish, embarrassing, almost rude to admit to feeling, one thing's for sure, boredom isn't boring. When bored, your brain activity only drops about 5%, and magnetic resonance images of people's brains while they were bored actually showed greater activity in regions responsible for recalling autobiographical memory, conceiving the thoughts and feelings of others, and conjuring hypothetical events. Imagining. Jennifer Schuessler wrote about this in her appropriately titled essay, Our Boredom, Ourselves. She points out that in line with neurological evidence, boredom historically has been an important source of creativity, well-being, and our very sense of self. It's an imposed state that leaves us to think about ourselves, notice things we may have overlooked, and get antsy enough to take productive actions we might have otherwise put off, like cleaning, writing, or challenging the mind with puzzles and games. As a pressure to move, boredom may have driven us to accomplish much of what we have achieved. But how do you measure boredom? The Boredom Proneness Scale, BPS, assesses an individual's propensity for getting bored, in a sense, their ease of being attentive. Average scores range between 81 and 117. We can take scores on the BPS and correlate them with other things. For instance, people who know themselves well can easily label their feelings, have high levels of self-awareness, tend to have lower propensities for feeling bored. But when it comes to feeling boredom frequently, the culprit may be one's own physiology. Individuals with fewer dopamine receptors in the brain tend to need more excitement to stay stimulated, meaning chronic boredom may be a symptom of the way your body is. A symptom that, if left unchecked, can become something worse. Anna Gosling lists depression, anxiety, drug addiction, alcoholism, hostility, poor social skills, bad grades, and low work performance. In fact, the National Center on Drug Abuse and Addiction has reported that the top 3 risk factors for teenage substance abuse are too much stress, too much spending money, and too much boredom. The Beth Israel Medical Center in New York reports that addicts' reported levels of boredom are the only reliable indicator of whether or not they will stay clean. Our brains need stimulation in order to be healthy. Not so much that they're overwhelmed, but a perfect balance unique to each individual, under which they can perform optimally, with energized focus, what psychologists call flow. Too little stimulation and our brains will act out, hoping to find somewhere to prevent something worse from happening. Our brains have theosophobia, the fear of boredom. Peter Toohey's Boredom, A Lively History, quotes Norman Doidge's findings that nothing speeds brain atrophy more than being immobilized in the same environment. The monotony undermines our dopamine and attentional systems crucial for maintaining brain plasticity. Variety and stimulation encourage neurogenesis, new brain cells, and can extend the lives of cells that already exist in certain regions of the brain. In order to avoid a lack of stimulation, our brains will even try to make up their own stimulations. Hallucinations. Hallucinations can be induced in almost anyone's brain if there isn't enough stimulation around. For instance, the Ganzfeld effect. When exposed to random noise and an unchanging monochromatic field, the brain freaks out and starts generating hallucinations. The effect can also be induced with ping pong ball hemispheres over the eyes and a radio tuned to static. Extended sensory deprivation in a special chamber that eliminates sight, sound, smell, taste, and tactile sensations by floating the body in a special fluid to reduce the sensation of weight can also cause hallucinations as well as anxiety. When denied proper stimulation, the brain goes through phases that begin with boredom and, if left unchecked, can become worse. It's a phenomenon well documented in animals confined to cages for long periods of time, and in a horrific case, a human child named Jeannie. Born in 1957 in Arcadia, California, Jeannie became one of the most famous cases of abnormal child psychology. Her father was abusive to her and her family and delusional. He hated the outside world and sought to isolate his family from it as best he could. He confined Jeannie to a room with only 2 blacked out windows for the first 13 years of her life. He often tied her to a toilet chair and never fed her solid food. When authorities finally found her in 1970, she had not acquired a language and had the mental age of an 18-month-old child. Jeannie was extensively studied and became a staple of psychology courses, a rare example of an impossible experiment. What if a human child was isolated from human contact, social behaviors, and human language, a feral child not raised by the proverbial wolves, but instead right in the middle of suburbia? Jeannie is still alive today, her identity anonymous, as a ward of the state of California. Extended understimulation isn't just a punishment inflicted by delusional caretakers, it's also a punishment inflicted on criminals, especially in the form of solitary confinement. In the Bureau of Prisons, the record for most time spent denied social contact is held and still being set by Thomas Silverstein. Considered extremely dangerous, Silverstein has been kept in solitude since 1983. He has barely seen a single other human for the last 29 years. Stories like those are intense and are far beyond everyday, occasional boredom. Simple boredom, what you feel when waiting at an airport or listening to an unengaging lecture, is not a disorder, it's not a mood, it's an emotion. Robert Plutchik's Wheel of Emotions is a great way to visualize this. The wheel is based on 8 basic emotions extended in order of intensity. Boredom is positioned as a light version of disgust. Emotions are not superfluous. Normal amounts of them have a purpose. Creatures who feel emotions are often compelled to do and not do more complicated things than merely eating, drinking, sleeping, and procreating, like building friendships, apologizing, loving unconditionally, and planning, building for the future. Disgust is an emotion we don't like. It keeps us from doing things. Its purpose is most likely a warning, an alarm triggered by things that appear rancid, spoiled, or toxic that could poison us or make us sick. Like a good friend, disgust pushes us away from such things. It guides us in a healthy direction. Likewise, boredom protects us. Monotonous speakers, mind-numbing tasks, and overload of sameness, those things aren't dirty or poisonous, they're just not stimulating enough. Boredom compels us to new things, fresh stimulation, and when it can be overcome, a propensity to boredom is a sign of a healthy mind. It's advantageous. Creatures who felt it wound up doing more, flourished more, which led to more creatures like themselves. Boredness feelers. So the next time you're a little bored, be proud. Thank your ancestors. You are participating in a life-improving drive, like hunger or thirst, that pushes us toward new and better things. Give yourself time away from the usual distractions to get bored. It will be boring, but boring is literally how holes get made and perfected. Not all holes are useful, but some become peepholes to some pretty cool stuff. And as always, thanks for watching.
I've got a cosmological principle, which means that I am the attraction for you. Why don't you sit down and I'll tell you the facts of the truth, that I wanna
Vsauce, Michael here. On Earth, the average piece of currency changes hands about 55 times a year. That's about once a week. With that kind of turnover, it's safe to say that statistically, in the United States, out of every 100 pieces of currency, one was most likely touched in the last year by someone who within the next year will commit murder. But how much cash, how much physical currency is there on Earth? First things first, how much cash is inside a bank? Well, according to the FBI, the average successful bank robbery involves $10,000. But that's usually just currency from the teller's tills. In their vaults, the average bank might have anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000, with some larger banks at times carrying as much as a few million in cash. But what about in our homes? How much loose change do we all have scattered on dressers or lost under cushions? Well, it's tough to accurately figure out the exact number, and many of the estimates vary. Last year, Lloyd's TSB announced that in the UK, the average person has about £14.15 just lying around. A recent survey by Visa looked at a bunch of countries and included cash left at home, the office, and in the car. Their figures are a tad higher, but agree with the US Treasury's estimate a few years ago that the typical US household has $90 to $100 just laying around. Which means that if just everyone in America scrounged up all of their loose change and put it in one place, they would have $15 billion. That's enough to fund 357 more seasons of Arrested Development. But we are asking about how much cash there is on the entire planet. Well, that amount has a special name. It is called M0. It's an aggregate of all coins and banknotes. DollarDays.org's most recent estimate values this total amount, considering all currencies and countries, at just slightly over the equivalent of 5 trillion US dollars. That number, the value of all of the currency on Earth, M0, is huge. But believe it or not, it represents less than 10% of all of the money we humans have available to spend right away. To explain, we should look at how money is born. In pretty much every country on Earth, one of the ways new money can be born involves a central bank. Now, let's say that in our country, the bank is run by Jake from Vsauce II. He's really smart and he pays close attention to our economy. If he feels that an increase of the money supply would help us, well, he can just make more money. It's that easy. It doesn't need to be printed as currency to be born. The next step involves the commercial banks, like the Bank of Vsauce. These are the banks that you and I use. All the central bank needs to do is buy some things from these banks using the money it just made, and now the commercial banks have more money. There's another way money can be born. It involves commercial banks and gets to the heart of our question. If I go to the bank and deposit £5, the bank says, fantastic, we will hold on to this money for you, and at any time you want, you can withdraw or spend these £5. The thing is, legally, banks only need to reserve a fraction of the money that they are given. It is known as fractional reserve banking, and it pretty much happens in every country. It means that if someone else comes along, like, say, Kevin from Vsauce II, and he wants to borrow some money, say £3, the bank can lend him £3. And now whenever he wants, he can spend these £3. But here's the thing. Kevin can spend £3 and I can spend 5 for a total of 8, despite the fact that there are only £5 in the bank. New money has been born. And if we want to count all of the spendable money on Earth, we are going to need to include this type of money, the kind that fractional reserve banking creates. If we include that kind of money, we are now talking about a number much larger than M0. Economists call this figure M1. M1 includes all physical currencies as well as money that people can access quickly, like money in checking accounts. Globally, across all countries and all currencies, M1 is estimated to be the equivalent of 25 trillion US dollars. M2 is an even broader definition of money, and it includes things that you can't necessarily spend right away. For instance, savings accounts or CDs under $100,000. M2 globally is currently estimated to be the equivalent of 60 trillion US dollars. Finally, M3. This is a broad definition of money that includes all currencies, banknotes and coins, checking accounts, savings accounts, small CDs, and really big long-time deposits. In the American economy, the Federal Reserve doesn't even report this figure anymore, but as a measure of eventually spendable wealth, it's real, and if we consider M3 the global money supply, that gives us a figure that is equivalent to 75 trillion US dollars. Of all that money, how much of it is yours? Well, last week over Twitter, Mark Bodie introduced me to globalrichlist.com. Enter your salary and figure out how you stack up against everyone else on Earth. By the way, you can act just like a central bank and control the money supply yourself. It is illegal, but you can technically increase the money supply by counterfeiting, and you can decrease the money supply by subtracting money. For instance, burning it. If you burn your own money, you become poorer. But because you've decreased the money supply, the power of everyone else's money goes up and they become a tiny bit richer. Of course, given the amount of money on Earth and the amount that you could probably get your hands on and burn, your effect will be quite imperceptible. One of the largest amounts of cash ever burned was done by KLF, who in the 90s, for reasons no one's still quite sure of, burned 1 million pounds worth of cash. It took them about 2 hours to burn all of that cash, and they recorded the act on video. You could also destroy money by eating it, like the rapper Tyga did. But you probably shouldn't do that either because money is dirty. A study published in Applied and Environmental Microbiology reported that the flu virus can survive on cash for 1 hour to 2 days. And other studies have found that about 7% of cash carries viable strains of dangerous bacteria, like those that cause pneumonia or those that come from feces. That is a lot of germs, and those germs might be high. Studies have found that 92% of banknotes are contaminated with traces of illegal drugs, typically cocaine. In London, that number has been as high as 99%. All it takes is for a few exposed banknotes to circulate normally for all of the cash to become contaminated. Locked within the fibers of a banknote, there's an average of 28 micrograms of cocaine, which means that in 5,000 banknotes, there's enough cocaine for an entire line. These drug traces are nearly impossible to remove from banknotes, so there's little risk of the drugs transferring to your skin. However, they can be detected by drug-sniffing dogs, and on more than one occasion, courts have forced police to return confiscated cash because even though drug dogs detected drugs on the cash, that's just how cash is. As if that wasn't enough, cash is also not nutritious. Termites can eat cash, but to us humans, the ones who love this stuff so much, cash as we know it today, and for that matter, money, doesn't really have any intrinsic value. In a post-apocalyptic world where nothing was stable and survival was a challenge, food, clean water, ammo, weapons, antibiotics, machines, fuel, the trade and exchange and gifting of those types of things would be our economy. When what you use as money has an intrinsic value, it's useful in and of itself, it is known as commodity money. It can also include precious metals like gold, whose rarity makes it likely to be accepted by other people for goods and services. Now, when you can safely store all of your commodities in one place and you don't need to defend them or lug them around everywhere, representative money often makes more sense. Store your valuables in a trusted place like a bank and get some slips of paper from them saying, yeah, I own that stuff. Now you can walk around with some easy to carry slips of paper and use those to buy the things that you want. We are now closer to what we call money today. I say closer because almost all money that we know of today doesn't represent any actual useful commodity anywhere on Earth. This note doesn't represent how much food or water or gold or spices or video games I have stocked up in a bank. It just is money. It's called fiat money. Fiat is Latin for let it be done, and that kind of authoritative command is exactly what gives fiat money its value. The people who make it have decreed that it is valuable. Why? Just let it be done. Because of this, the value of fiat money depends on everyone believing that the people who make it will continue to exist and have the authority that they already do. This means that the value of fiat money, unlike other commodities, can be erased by force. Let's imagine that you live in America and have a lot of dollars. Great job. Well, technically, Canada could invade and declare that the US dollar will no longer be accepted at all. Well, shucks. You now have a bunch of paper, which at best is an incomplete deck of famous American flashcards. The important distinction here is that invading Canadians could technically erase the value of fiat money, but nothing they said or did could make a commodity like gold less valuable. Other countries would still be glad to take your gold and in return give you their own still valuable currencies. No amount of force or authority or laws or rules can make a commodity like potable water any less important to drink or gold any less rare. On the other hand, the value of fiat money depends on our beliefs, what we think. So long as we all believe that fiat money is valuable, it is. This happens all the time. What we believe, what we think we know, can actually cause those things to become true. Actual people, real objects, the way the universe works, and deities like Zeus can exist all by themselves, whether we know about them or believe in them. But some concepts require us to believe in them for them to be real. And if no one believes in them, they literally aren't true. It's called the Tinkerbell effect, and the value of fiat money is an often cited example. But what's really cool is the fact that there are situations where our convictions can actually destroy the very thing we believe in. It's called the reverse Tinkerbell effect, and it describes a situation where as more people believe something, that thing actually becomes less and less true. For example, the idea that driving a car is safe. As more and more people believe this, more people will go out driving, and they are likely to drive less cautiously, ironically making driving less safe. Another example would be the idea that in an election, your vote matters. As more and more people believe this, more people will go out and vote, and the individual weight of each vote will go down. It took hard work and tools to build civilization and find cures and explore our solar system. But we should keep in mind that without doing anything at all, we are still capable of creation by merely believing in something, we can make it actually, truly real. Other things can actually be destroyed if we merely believe in them. Can you believe that? And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Do you want my head delivered to your door in a box? Well, too bad. I only have one head and I already called dibs on it. Plus, my neck is like pure muscle. This head ain't never coming off. The next best thing is what actually comes in the Curiosity Box by Vsauce. It is chock full of science gear designed by us. It's pretty amazing, and a portion of all proceeds go to Alzheimer's research. So a subscription isn't just good for your brain, it's good for all of our brains. Now, if you subscribe right now, there's still time to get this box, the latest one. It is full of brain food, including the topic of this video, a gyroscope. If you hold a gyroscope in the palm of your hand, upright like this, it will fall over. That's not very surprising. You see, the trick is to take the included string and thread it through a hole and then spin the disc around so the string wraps around and around and around and around. Once it's sufficiently wound up, hold the outside and give the string a firm pull. Ah, yeah, now the gyroscope appears to defy gravity. The axis it spins around is like glued in place, almost cosmically. If you could get this to spin long enough, you could actually watch as that axis did move. But not because it actually moved, because you and Earth moved around it. That's actually where it gets its name, gyroscope. You can use it to scope, watch, the gyration, rotation of the Earth, as Leon Foucault did in 1852 when the device got its name. But how does it work? Why are spinning things so stable? Also, watch this. If I give it a good spin and then hang it from its own string sideways, it will remain parallel to the ground but precess around. To get to the bottom of what's up, or what's up, as the cool kids are saying nowadays, begin by imagining yourself swinging a ball around your head on a rope. Even though the ball is following a curved path, its velocity is at any given instant straight, tangent to its path. You can demonstrate this to yourself by letting go. The ball will shoot out at the velocity it had at the moment you let go. It doesn't curve away or fly directly away. While rotating, the rope keeps the ball always at the same distance from the center, which means continuously changing the direction of the ball's velocity. Now, that requires force, and in this case, that force is delivered by tension in the rope, the same intermolecular forces that attract neighboring rope molecules to each other and are the reason the rope doesn't just disintegrate. Also resist the ball's momentum acting on it, such that its velocity changes every next instant so as to always follow a circular path. This center-seeking force that acts on the ball is called a centripetal force. It can be provided by a rope, an entire disk of material, something invisible like gravity, or from the other side by a wall or banked track. Side note, notice that there is no force acting on the ball that goes directly outward, away from the center, what we often hear called a centrifugal or centrifugal force.
You know, the force you seem to feel when you lock hands with someone and you both spin around and you feel pulled straight back, or when a car you're in turns quickly and you're suddenly thrown away from the center. The thing is, this seemingly outward directed force isn't a force at all. It's actually just an object's inertia, the path the object would take if no other forces acted on it, being blocked by a force, a centripetal force. Across sufficiently short timescales, an inertial path can seem like its opposite, a centripetal force, but if allowed to follow its inertial path for a while, the difference becomes more clear. Here is a ball in orbit. If the centripetal force is removed, it will continue along on a path tangent to its previous circular one. The outline represents where the ball would be if it hadn't have been released. Now, at first, the separation between the two appears to occur directly away from the center, straight out. But if allowed to continue, a more interesting path emerges. From the perspective of the outline, which is still moving counterclockwise, the solid ball appears to be receding and dragging behind, clockwise. This is due to the Coriolis effect, which we will talk about soon, but first, let's push some stuff around. It could really be anything, but I would love to use this ball. It's very cool. It has fiber optic properties. It would be awesome to get these into curiosity boxes down the line. I will see what I can do. Anyway, if I push the ball, it will move in the direction of my force. Pretty simple. But if the ball is moving before I touch it, its velocity doesn't just disappear. Instead, both combine and the ball moves according to their sum. The lower its initial momentum, the greater this angle. Now, let's go back to circular motion. Imagine a satellite orbiting Earth. Its velocity is, as we showed before, at all times tangent to its circular path. A centripetal force from gravity continuously swings its velocity around so that every 90 degrees it starts pointing more and more in the opposite direction it used to be. Just like with the ball, a downwards force won't send it straight down. Instead, the vectors combine, resulting in a new path like this. 90 degrees ahead, it reaches the maximum distance it will travel in the direction of our force before going back. The key point here is that a downwards force at this location didn't move the orbit like this. It moved the orbit like this, tilting it 90 degrees ahead of where we acted. Now, imagine the satellite as a small piece of our gyroscope. Pushing down here will cause the piece to assume a path that would take it like this. But of course, since the disk is solid and all of its pieces quite rigidly push and pull each other, the gyroscope itself tilts like this. Or if the gyro pivots around a point below its center, like this. If the gyro wasn't spinning, pushing it down here would have just caused this to happen. But when something is spinning, its component parts have other vectors you need to consider. I learned a fun demonstration of this from a great video by Matthias Wandel. This is a cardboard disc. I cut it out myself. Now I can balance it on the end of a pen, just like this. And if I blow on the side nearest me, it tilts to me. Not very surprising. But if the disc is spinning and I blow in the same place, it tilts to the right. And if I blow on the side nearest you, instead of tilting to you, well, it tilts to the left. If, instead of applying my force in one location the whole time, I instead apply the force wherever the tilt is greatest down, well, the tilt will glide around and around. Watch. I've run out of air, but the point is, this is exactly what is going on when a gyroscope here on Earth is spun up and tilted. The tilt glides around. This is called precession. What's happening is actually
very similar to my breath moving around, except instead of my breath, it's gravity. No matter how perfectly upright a gyroscope is, it will not stay that way forever. Any deviation, no matter how slight, will allow gravity to form a torque. A torque occurs whenever a force rotates an object around a pivot point. If the disk is spinning, the effect of that torque will move 90 degrees ahead in the rotation, like so. But now the torque is operating this way, so its effect will have to be felt 90 degrees ahead, and so on, and well, what do you know, the gyroscope precesses. Now, if it wasn't for friction and air resistance and other forces meddling with this disk, it would just precess at the same angle forever. But of course, well, we live in a world with friction and air resistance and all that good stuff, so the disk spins down. In the same way that a slower moving ball is deflected with a steeper angle. As the disk slows down, each piece of it is given a steeper and steeper orbit around. The gyroscope tilts further and further down until it hits the ground and eventually slows to a stop. Take a look at this bicycle wheel. It's like our gyroscope, but bigger. I have a string tied to its handle right here, so when lifted like this, a torque is applied by gravity, like so. It's equivalent to a force up here in this direction, and a force on the wheel down here in this direction. If I let go, those two forces will do their work. Okay, pretty predictable. But if I get this wheel spinning, there will be other vectors at play. A piece of the wheel, moving say counterclockwise or along with the rest of the wheel, down here will have a velocity tangent to its circular path, but also a torque pushing it this way. That will cause its orbit, like in our gyroscope, to move like this. This force will have its maximum impact 90 degrees ahead in the rotation, so the wheel will turn like this, but, well, there's still a torque here pushing the bottom of the wheel this way, moving that 90 degrees ahead. We see that the wheel will just keep turning, and in fact, that's what it will do. If I can get it up to a fast enough speed, then, ta-da! An even bigger spinning object is the Earth, and we are all on it, strapped in by friction and gravity for the ride. A ride with some surprising consequences. A helicopter can't just lift up off the ground, remain motionless, and allow the Earth to rotate under it. It doesn't work that way. This is because the helicopter, the ground it used to be on, and the air all around it are all also traveling with the Earth's spin. But if you had a magic paper airplane that could be thrown really far, and you decided to throw it directly north to your friend, Earth's spin would come into play. No matter how dead on your aim was, every time you would find that the plane drifts a bit east, as if pushed by some mysterious force. And likewise, your friend to the north would find that their plane, thrown south directly at you, would always drift a bit west. This is called the Coriolis effect. You are both on Earth, and you're both always north and south of each other, but in a day, your friend nearer the pole travels a shorter total distance around. It's less distance in the same time. Your friend is moving slower than you. Your plane, meanwhile, is spinning at your faster velocity, and it continues to have this velocity after you throw it. As it moves towards the pole, it finds itself amongst slower and slower things, so it pulls ahead of them and drifts east in the direction of Earth's spin. Your friend's plane, meanwhile, finds itself amongst faster and faster moving things that it falls behind. There's a vertical version of the Coriolis effect as well. An object suspended very high, right up above you, will actually fall a bit to the east if dropped, and anything you throw straight up at it will curve away to the west a bit. The higher up object, whose circular path around is bigger, covers more distance in the same time than you. These velocities don't just disappear when things are dropped or thrown up, so you both miss your marks. It's also why the directly outward pointing force you feel when spinning is fictitious. Your inertial tendency to move in a straight line takes you further from the path you're on to where things have to have higher velocities to rotate at the same rate. If you fly out long enough, you'll notice yourself falling behind your original rotation pace, not with it always directly out. Finally, lose weight fast, but not mass, with this one weird trick discovered by a Hungarian nobleman and physicist. People who think the Earth is flat hate him. It's called the Utvush effect. In the early 1900s, Baron Roland von Utvush was looking at gravity measurements taken on ships at sea and noticed that readings were lower when ships were traveling east and higher when they were traveling west. Further investigations found that, yes, in fact, when traveling, on foot, in a car, on a bike, in a plane, doesn't matter, you weigh less when traveling east and more when traveling west. In fact, an airplane flying east at the equator experiences an apparent weight reduction of about 0.9%. So if you want to quickly lose a bit over a pound, about half a kilo, get on that plane. What causes this effect? Well, when you're spinning with the Earth, you have a linear velocity, but gravity, a centripetal force, is always resisting this. If gravity was turned off and the Earth remained whole, you'd be flung off on a tangent that rose above your usual path. For this reason, your inertial tendency to take this tangent path is a sort of lift. It's not enough to take you off the surface. Earth doesn't spin fast enough for that to happen, but just as I can lift something that's on a scale and make it weigh less without completely removing it from the scale, so too does your inertial path lift you just a bit. Traveling east adds to the velocity Earth's spin gives you and provides more of this kind of lift in a direction away from the surface, making you lighter. Conversely, traveling west decreases your velocity in that direction, lowering its lifting effect on your weight. I will be thinking about this and maybe even weighing myself very precisely while I'm traveling the country with Brain Candy Live. You got your tickets already, right? Don't wait. It is very, very exciting, and I cannot wait to get a chance to see you all in person and be more interactive with this kind of stuff, and do so on a much bigger, louder, personal scale. Also, subscribe to the Curiosity Box for more Mind Dynamite. It's fantastic, and it helps a very, very good cause. I so fully stand behind it. I'm very proud of it. And you know what? Go subscribe to Dong while you're at it. My latest video there is all about some of my favorite free physics simulators on the internet. You are all great. I appreciate your time. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. And when you die, what happens to your body? It can be buried, or cremated, or donated to science. But are those your only options? I mean, what if I wanted to be taxidermied, like my friend here? What if I requested to have my body stuffed and mounted in some hilarious position, like a permanent high five, so people could high five my actual skin forever? Well, it turns out to be quite complicated. So let's begin with an easier and more flexible solution: cremation and ashes. 12 humans have walked on the moon, but 300 humans have been buried in outer space. With the right connections and budget, you can have a portion of your ashes launched into space. The very first space burial occurred in 1997, when a rocket deposited the ashes of 24 people into orbit around Earth. In 1999, human remains were first buried on the moon. A lunar prospector probe dropped some scientific instruments and some of the cremated remains of Eugene Shoemaker, co-discoverer of the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. But the first human to have their remains leave our solar system will be Clyde Tombaugh, the guy who discovered Pluto. In 2006, some of his ashes were launched aboard the New Horizons probe, which will arrive near Pluto in 2015, take some recordings and pictures, and then continue on beyond our solar system. You don't need to get all outer spacey to have fun with your ashes. Right here on Earth, there are companies that will take carbon from your remains and expose them to extreme heat and pressure long enough that you wind up with a diamond made out of you. It can be cut and polished. One woman even had it done with the ashes of Meowie, her cat. The point here is that you can be quite creative with cremated remains, but ashes don't look like you did when you were alive. So let's revisit taxidermy. The shapes and combinations that animals have been taxidermied into are quite creative. For instance, an actual pig turned into an actual piggy bank, a bird light fixture, a goat that's also a bagpipe, doves turned into shoes, and of course, the guy who taxidermied his cat into a remote-controlled quadcopter. Taxidermy doesn't preserve every part of your body. It is taxidermy, the arrangement of skin, which is okay. I mean, taxidermy won't bother to preserve all of your internal organs, but your skin is your largest organ. Your skin comprises anywhere from 12 to 15% of your total body weight. Plus, it's an organ that people see and recognize you by. But here's one of the problems. When animals are taxidermied, their skin is removed and then mounted on a mannequin, a shape that resembles the animal but is made of wood or wool and wire or foam. That's fine for museums, but the use of a generic mannequin can lead to an animal that looks generic. All of the tiny, subtle, but very important features of the animal's cartilage, fat, muscles are more difficult to recreate after it's dead and all you have is its skin. That's why many taxidermists hesitate to taxidermy a person's beloved pet. Because in order to satisfy the client, an immense amount of specificity is required, even more so if you were trying to recreate a person. So taxidermy may not be the best way to preserve yourself or your daddy or your mummy. Mummies. What about them? Well, let's go back to the 19th century and Jeremy Bentham. When he died, the philosopher requested that his body be mummified as best as technology would allow, and his body dressed up in clothes and displayed at the University College of London. It periodically still is, but the mummification didn't turn out perfectly, so he's really just a skeleton dressed up in clothes and stuffed. The head wound up looking a bit too wrinkled and the color was off, and so a wax head was made. You can check out a 3D photograph of Jeremy Bentham online. And who could forget the dried out, mummified middle finger of Galileo? We still have it, and it's on display in Florence. It's a great thing to visit if you want a pivotal historical figure to flip you off. But we're looking for a way to preserve ourselves realistically as we appear while living. So let's take a look at embalming. Not all corpses are embalmed before they're buried, but embalming is a great technique for preserving a body, slowing down decomposition so it can stay above ground and be displayed a little bit longer. Now, if a body is embalmed really, really well, it can be preserved longer than you might think. Abraham Lincoln was embalmed so well that even though his coffin has been moved 17 times since he was buried, and the casket opened 5 times, on each of those occasions, including the most recent in 1901, people said, yeah, still looks like Lincoln. On an even more extreme scale are the bodies of people like Mao and Lenin, which continue to be on display to this day. The bodies require special treatments multiple times a week. The exact techniques and embalming fluids used to preserve Lenin are kept secret, but they've kept him preserved for more than 80 years. Well-embalmed bodies can be displayed before being buried in more positions than just lying down in a coffin. For instance, leaned up against a wall, or riding a motorcycle. Wow. But embalming doesn't last forever, and if you try to make it last forever, be prepared to spend a lot of money and time. One method that could be used on humans and has become popular with pets is similar to instant coffee: freeze drying. The process involves freezing the animal so that all of its water solidifies, and then using a partial vacuum with a pressure so low that the solid water instantly turns into vapor and escapes away, leaving a much, much lighter freeze-dried pet. Unfortunately, when it comes to preserving a human body as realistically as possible after death, these methods, freeze-drying, mummification, taxidermy, long-term embalming, are either unsatisfactory or impractical, with the exception possibly of a slightly newer method, plastination. It's the method used to prepare bodies for exhibits like Body Worlds. Essentially, plastination involves a specimen soaked in a volatile solvent and then placed in a polymer solution. In a low-pressure environment, the volatile solvent leaves the specimen and the empty space is filled with the polymer solution. The specimen is flexible and can be put into a pose, and then the polymer hardened by using special gases. Human bodies that have been plastinated last a very long time, even at room temperature. But here's the crazy thing: it's free. You can quite easily donate your body to the Institute for Plastination. It counts as donating your body to science. But here's the thing: you won't necessarily have control over what's done with your body, because at the end of the day, corpses are legally not property. No one owns a corpse. Because a corpse is not legally a piece of property, no one can just do whatever they want with it. Your options are severely limited, and even if you specifically have requested, say, that your body be taxidermied, and all of your surviving kin agree and want it to happen, it's very unlikely that a mortuary would allow that to happen, and historically, the law sides with the mortuary. For example, in 1994, David Eugene Russell requested that when he died, his body be skinned, his skin tanned into leather, and that leather used to bind a book of his writings. He wanted this to happen, as did his surviving widow, but the mortuary refused to do it, and the court sided with the mortuary. So even if you have a really cool idea for how your body could be embalmed forever and displayed in a funny, weird, or bizarre way, you're not going to get permission to do so. Plastination winds up being one of your only options, but you won't have a lot of control over what happens to you once plastinated. But hold on a second. In 1998, Anthony Noel Kelly was arrested for stealing anatomical specimens from the Royal College of Surgeons. Now, he claimed that he was not guilty of theft because a corpse is not a piece of property. He was merely guilty of the mistreatment of a corpse. But the judge ruled that because these anatomical specimens had been especially prepared by licensed and skilled workers at the college, they had become property. So here's something really strange. If you found a way to get your body taxidermied for the benefit of medical science, in doing so, you may actually become a piece of ownable property. So in a way, being taxidermied may be the best way to allow your survivors, your loved ones, to legally and literally have you forever. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
I've got a question for you. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Brilliant question. Let's find out why. Historically, the chicken crossed the road to get to the other side.
has anybody ever laughed at that joke? Why has it become so famous? And for that matter, who cares? Why would you want to investigate why things are funny? As E.B. White said, analyzing humor is like dissecting a frog. Few people are interested, and the frog dies. But I want to dive into the guts of this chicken joke, because today it is so famous it's practically shorthand for comedy, and people frequently consider it either the worst joke of all time or the oldest joke. But neither of those is true. But first things first, the chicken joke isn't technically even a joke. It's an anti-joke. It's a joke about jokes. You see, we expect a joke to surprise us, to flip things around or use wordplay. But to get to the other side is just obvious. It's mundane, which by itself can be pretty funny. To make this more clear, let's take a look at anti-joke chicken. What's blue and smells like red paint? Blue paint. You see, you expect a typical jokey punchline, but instead what you get is hilariously serious. Anti-joke cat is another good one. Knock knock. Who's there? Lettuce. That's impossible. Your mama is so fat, we are all extremely concerned for her health. Anti-jokes can also be used for psychological experiments right at home. You may have heard of this one already, the no soap radio joke. Here's how it works. Get a couple of your friends together and tell them to all laugh when you're done telling the joke, no matter what. Then go find a target who's not in on it and tell them some version of a joke like this. 2 polar bears were sitting in a bathtub. The first one says, "Pass the soap." The second one says, "No soap, radio." At this point, you and your friends should start laughing uproariously, meaning the target has one of 2 choices. Either be afraid of looking dumb and laugh along anyway, or say they're confused, at which point you should tell them, "What, you don't get it?" and keep laughing. You wait until the target gives in to peer pressure and succumbs to mob mentality and joins, despite the fact that no soap radio is actually nonsense. As for being the oldest joke in the book, Why Did the Chicken Cross the Road is far from it. It's only about 160 some odd years old. It first appeared in print in the Knickerbocker as a conundrum that really isn't one, an anti-joke. If you want to look for the oldest joke ever to appear in print, we're going to have to go back 4,000 years to read some ancient Sumerian proverbs. The joke is essentially a cautionary tale to never expect anything to be perfect. It goes like this. Something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's embrace. So, yeah, the earliest known joke is a joke about a woman farting in a guy's lap. So, cool. All I'm sure of is that our proverbial chicken did not have agoraphobia. That's the fear of crossing streets. But maybe the chicken should have. Crossing the road could be quite dangerous for a little bird, which leads us to a quite darker interpretation of the joke. Maybe this chicken knew of the danger of crossing the road. Maybe he knew what could happen. Maybe he was sad or lonely or knew what his fate was. And so he decided to take control and end it himself and crossed the road to get to the other side. If you want to continue being morbid, check out deathclock.com. Answer a few questions and the site will generate a countdown of the number of seconds you likely have left to live. You can just sit there and watch them tick away. But let's get back to the joke. Perhaps a better question than why did the chicken cross the road is, why wouldn't chickens be crossing the road? To be sure, the Earth is a big place, and less than 1% of it is even paved. But there are quite a few chickens on Earth. To put this in perspective, there are about 500 million cats. And as far as we go, there are 7 billion humans. But chickens? There are 24 billion chickens. We're outnumbered more than 3 to 1. But if we cooked up every single chicken alive on Earth right now, we could fill enough KFC 16-piece buckets to form a stack of them going to the moon and back
3 times. Unbelievable, right? I mean, they all fit so nicely here on Earth's surface, walking around with their characteristically lean meat, which, because fat contributes so much more flavor to a piece of meat than the muscle does, may explain why chicken is such a great generic meat flavor, and why so many other exotic meats we try later tend to taste like chicken. But let's get back to the question in this video's title. Why did the chicken cross the road? Well, to get to the other side, sure, but there are many different motivations a chicken could have for going to the other side. Maybe it was looking for food. Maybe it was being chased by a predator. What matters, though, is that we can never know because there is no chicken. It's purely hypothetical, as opposed to the equally famous Mary Had a Little Lamb, in which the lamb and Mary were real people. Mary Sawyer was an actual student at the Redstone School in Massachusetts, and one day her brother encouraged her to bring her lamb to school. Her fellow students were amused, as was visiting student John Rulestone, who wrote Mary Had a Little Lamb. We have actual documentation of those real people and events, but this chicken never even really existed. So asking why the chicken crossed the road is just like asking why did the original writer decide that it should be a chicken crossing a road? Which means that the chicken crossed the road because some comedian in the 19th century decided that you would probably think about it too much, making the mundane to get to the other side answer quite surprising. To explain this, let's look at a computational neural explanation of humor. In order to effectively manage resources, our brains stay a few steps ahead of what we're hearing, estimating what kind of outcomes are possible. But when we discover that we're actually being told a joke and none of our paths were the correct version of what was being told, all of that neural network energy needs to dissipate. And according to some theorists, that energy moves into motor cortex, causing convulsions. Laughter. Unfortunately, our poor chicken friend doesn't elicit that response from us anymore because we've all heard the joke. We know what to expect when the joke begins. But we should be proud of our chicken friend and the unknown author who thought him up, because even though the joke is so famous it's no longer funny, even at a neurological level, it still stands as a testament to just how complicated and clever our comedy can be. Keep laughing, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce Michael here, and a hemispherectomy is a surgical procedure in which half of a person's brain is removed. It's usually only ever done on very, very young patients because their brains are still plastic enough that the remaining half will take on the functions of the half that was removed. And it's usually done because a young child or a baby is having seizures, and removing the part where the seizures occur is the only solution. But here's my question. If you can live with half a brain, what if I were to take 2 empty skulls and take one half of your brain and plop it into one body, and the other half and put it in another body? Which person would be you? I mean, you are you. You are conscious. You are aware of what is happening to you from the perspective of yourself. Like, think of it this way. If you just stare at something and kind of feel what it feels like to be you, it feels a little bit like you're a thing inside a body looking out through the eyeballs, and nobody else on Earth will ever see the world from that position. This awareness of your own experiences, the awareness that you are having them, the awareness that you are having your own thoughts, makes up what we call consciousness. But if I were to take your brain and split it into 2 and put it into 2 different people, would both of them be new people who were conscious? Well, one of the best places to start when defining consciousness and understanding it is to begin with things that we agree are not conscious. For instance, Cleverbot. Cleverbot.com is an amazing website where a computer program will respond to your questions really cleverly, but only because it is programmed to do so.
We wouldn't consider it conscious because it doesn't have a sense of itself. It doesn't feel anything. It doesn't have its own inner life. It's just a program that responds automatically to my inputs. Now, I know that I am not like Cleverbot. I know that I feel things and that I have a sense of myself. I have intentions. But how do I know that you do? For that matter, how do I know that everybody else that I meet is like me? How do I know that they're not just little smart versions of Cleverbot who know exactly what to automatically say? Now, what I'm asking is incredibly philosophical, but it is a very famous and important question. I'm basically asking if it's possible for something to exist as a philosophical zombie. That's right, a thing that reacts and responds and acts just like a normal human, but yet doesn't actually feel anything. It doesn't know that it's having its own thoughts. It just automatically responds like a robot in the appropriate way. Now, what's amazing and heavy about this question is that science doesn't have an answer. And it's not even clear that science will ever have an answer, let alone an approach to finding that answer. About all we have is the psychology of disorders of consciousness. Let's begin with anosognosia. A common example of anosognosia in psychology classes is a patient who has, say, lost the ability to move their left hand. When asked to raise their right hand, they'll say, yeah, no problem, here you go. But then when asked to raise their left hand, they'll say, okay, yeah, sure, no problem, but not move it. And when asked why they didn't move their left hand, instead of reporting that they can't, they'll confabulate some excuse. For instance, oh, I didn't feel like it. Anton Babinski syndrome is even more dramatic. Patients with this syndrome are cortically blind. They cannot see anything, but they deny being blind. If you ask them a question, for instance, how many fingers am I holding up? They will make a guess, but if they're wrong, they'll explain their inaccuracy with an excuse. For instance, oh, well, I don't have my glasses. People who exhibit anosognosia tend to be the victims of stroke, and there's some disconnect between what they're really experiencing and their conscious awareness of it. They don't know that they can't see because the part of their brain that monitors visual input isn't telling the brain anything. It's not even telling the brain that there is no visual input, which means that the parts of their brain responsible for answering questions or creating speech has to completely create a confabulated response. Despite the fact that we've been able to study patients with anosognosia, we still have no idea how to solve our original problem. In fact, all we've managed to come up with are more impossible questions about identity. Questions that are so befuddling, the best you can do with them is to answer them yourself according to what you believe. Here's another one. It's called the Swamp Man. Imagine that I'm walking around in a swamp and then all of a sudden I get struck by a bolt of lightning and my entire body is burned to a crisp, dissolved into smithereens. But at the very same moment, a second bolt of lightning strikes nearby, and it causes a bunch of atoms and molecules to all arrange themselves into the exact same configuration that my body used to have, making a second Michael? Is that me? Would that be me? And here's an even better one. Imagine that a surgeon came in and he started removing cells from me and from you, replacing them exactly one at a time. Replacing my cells into your body and your cells into my body. At what point would I officially have become you? No one on earth has the definitive answers to these questions, but you know what we do have? A lean back. That's right. I've made a playlist of some of my favorite clips from all over YouTube of psychology experiments and illusions and all sorts of fun stuff that deal with consciousness. All you have to do is click the link at the top of this video's description and then lean back and let the automatic playlist do the work for you. I'll see you over there, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey Kevin, any new YouTube messages?
Actually, yes, I just got this message over at Vsauce II from a user who doesn't create videos, but he organizes them in his own playlists.
Yeah, that's excellent, because there's so many videos on YouTube. We need people to help organize them, especially by type. Imagine a channel of playlists ranging from cool songs to listen to when it rains.
Or best explosions ever.
Exactly. If you make a playlist that you think is really cool and full of stuff that we should know about, send it to michael@vsauce.com and we'll feature the ones we really like, because you have made YouTube a better, more organized place. And after all, Vsauce is kind of like a carpool lane. We're all going to get to the cool stuff faster because we're traveling together.
Where did you get that?
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. And Derek, generate. 78? That's so random! Or is it? What does it mean to be random? Can anything really be random? What's the most random thing ever? Today, let's stop being random and become smart.
If something is unpredictable and contains no recognizable patterns, we call it random. So let's begin our hunt for the most random thing with a coin toss. The Australian 50-cent coin is one of the largest coins currently in circulation. Coin flips and rolling dice are not intrinsically random. They are only random because of our ignorance. If we could know every initial condition, the exact forces and properties at play for a particular flip or roll, we could theoretically calculate the result before it even happened. And sure enough, researchers have built coin flipping robots that can precisely control a flip to get the result they want 100% of the time. So here is our question. Is there anything you couldn't predict even if you knew everything? A process determined by nothing? And how can you be sure there aren't any patterns in what you're looking at? Maybe you just haven't looked for the right pattern yet. Or maybe you have already seen true randomness, but didn't know it because you didn't look for long enough. As if protected by a sort of camouflage, a random process can and will occasionally produce patterns. YouTube URLs are pretty much random. A unique one is made for every uploaded video, but sometimes, like the proverbial monkeys typing away on typewriters, YouTube generates a URL that contains, by chance, a word. The official music video for 50 Cent's In Da Club contains a synonym for bottom. This video was assigned hello. There are some sexies and a sauce. If you want to find out if a particular word has been randomly assigned to a video yet, you can search for it by using this string in Google. The point is, randomness is difficult to identify. It is easier to be certain that something is not random than that it is. But despite this elusiveness, something interesting is going on right now. Increasingly, we, especially young people, are calling clearly predictable things random. Like randomly running into your best friend at a popular restaurant, or hilariously bizarre combinations of things that we call totally random because they are seemingly unrelated, even though of course they were chosen not at random but in a very determined way because they are all unrelated. Those guys that showed up at the party last night you didn't know, they weren't randos in a mathematical sense. They knew about the party, were in the mood to go to a party, and were in the area. Pretty predictable, actually. This non-statistical use of the word random annoys some people, but it's not that far off from the original meaning of the word. In the 1300s, random meant running, or at great speed. Later, it would be used to describe things that had no definite purpose. It wasn't until the 1800s that random took on a particular mathematical definition. Then, in the 1970s, MIT's student paper popularized the use of the word random to simply mean strange. Of course, just because something is strange doesn't mean it has no discoverable cause. Why have we started calling so many predictable things random? Well, many theories revolve around the amount of information and new people we are confronted with at an increasing rate, now more than ever before. Perhaps it's just easier, almost a bit of a relief, to call things random so that we can move on to synthesize other information. Take a look at this die. Now, as you can see, it rolls a 5 most of the time, but not all the time. Over time, a sequence of its results will contain less randomness, but it is still random. Any face is possible, and I have no guarantee beforehand of knowing which face will show up. The outcomes I'm selecting from make the resulting sequence less full of randomness, but the process is still random. Even though a die and a coin are extremely sensitive to their initial conditions and, over the course of normal use, are quite unpredictable, they do, over time, exhibit certain biases. Biases that make them a bit more predictable and a little less random than you might think. First of all, dice. Even precision dice are only quality controlled within a few micrometers. You can check this out yourself. Make 2 stacks of 10 or more similar dice. Now, if you orient each die every which way, you should pretty much get 2 equally sized stacks. But if you arrange each stack along a shared axis so that every die faces the same way, any regular imperfections caused by the manufacturing process may become visible. But what about coins? Well, some fantastic research has been done on what happens when they spin and flip. For instance, it has been found that the US nickel is just the right diameter and thickness to wind up landing not heads up or tails up when flipped, but on its side about once every 6,000 times it's flipped. But what about the fairness of flipping a coin? Well, if you flip a coin like this, for statistical and physical reasons, the side facing up before the flip begins doesn't actually have a 50% chance of being the result. Instead, as researchers at Stanford have found, it actually has a 51% chance. In this case, it was the other side, though. Still pretty random. If you want a coin flip to be as fair as possible, you should just catch it in your hand. Don't allow it to hit the ground, bounce, tumble, and spin. That's because researchers have found that when a coin spins, larger biases come into play. The shape of its edge, its center of gravity. The heavier side tends to go down quite often. In the case of some coins, as often as 80% of the time. It's been found that a €1 coin will spin and land heads up more often than not, and a US penny will land tails up more often than not when spun. But like I said earlier, theoretically, if we knew everything about the initial conditions of a coin flip or a die roll, we could calculate beforehand their outcome. Why don't we do that more often? Well, it's extremely difficult. Insane amounts of precision would be required because the smallest difference between 2 initial conditions can be magnified over time, leading to chaotic, extremely difficult to predict results. Random.org, the service Derek and I used at the beginning of this video to generate a random number, uses atmospheric noise. It's extremely hard to predict, but technically still a deterministic system. All of that noise came from somewhere, and if we could just find out those initial conditions, we could theoretically predict their outcomes. If we want a system more random than that, we will need to find one that is determined by nothing. And for that, let's look closer. Quantumly close. Quantum mechanics may have our answer. It describes the properties of quantumly sized things as probabilities, just chances. Not because we don't know enough yet to be certain or predict, but because, well, the idea is there's nothing there to predict. There is no beforehand we could know. Whether or not a particular individual radioactive atom will decay or not, or whatever the spin of an electron is only knowable once we look. They're determined by a deep-seated randomness woven into the universe itself. Einstein couldn't believe this. He refused to accept, as he said, that God played dice with the universe. But experiments with entangled particles have shown violations of Bell inequalities. Entangled particles are particles that exhibit similar properties even when separated by large distances. Now, if they agree on those shared properties to have or are somehow determined beforehand to have them, their behaviors should satisfy Bell's famous inequalities. But experiments have found that instead, the likelihood of what a machine will see when measuring one particle determines how the other machine will measure the other particle. It is here, when we look, that the chance is determined. Explanations for this are even weirder, but what the results suggest is that the chance of seeing particular quantum qualities don't pre-exist. They happen when you look. So if you are ever feeling boring or predictable, just remember that you are made out of octillions of quantum probabilities, dice that don't tumble in any analyzable way we could ever predict. They are the most random thing. God may play dice with the universe, but they are the best dice in the universe. And as always, thanks for watching.
But what does it all mean?
Well, true randomness doesn't mean anything. I mean, for us to have meaning, we need structure, predictability. And that is what I'm exploring over on my channel, Veritasium.
Wow. Okay, so let's go over there and take a look at what is not random. Veritasium, let's go. I'll see you guys over there. It's gonna be awesome. Come with us.
And as always,
thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce Michael here, and today we are going to talk about why we dream. What's going on inside our brains? The scientific study of dreaming is called onirology, and for most of history it didn't really exist because you can't hold a dream. It's difficult to measure a dream. You can't taste it. You can't see other people's dreams, and if you ask them to tell you what they dreamt, the results are almost always unreliable. In fact, it's estimated that we forget 95% of the dreams we have, especially within the first 10 minutes of having them. But then, in 1952, something amazing happened. Researchers at the University of Chicago found this. It's a unique type of electrical activity that occurs during a certain stage of a person sleeping. When researchers awoke people during this stage, they almost always reported that they had been dreaming. Also, at the same time, during this stage, people's eyeballs are going crazy, rapidly darting all over the place underneath their eyelids. You can actually see this happening if you watch people sleep, like I usually do. During REM sleep, some pretty bizarre stuff happens. If you look at the electrical activity of a brain that is in REM sleep, it almost exactly mimics the way the brain acts when it's awake. The biggest difference being that the production of chemicals inside the brain, like norepinephrine, serotonin, and histamine, is almost completely blocked. And that causes the muscles to stop moving, which is why you can dream about flying or running around or fighting ninjas, but your body doesn't move. People who have a disorder achieving complete REM-atopia move around in their sleep and act out their dreams. They can even get out of bed and sleepwalk. Oh, before we move forward, I should say two things. One is that it's possible to wake up and not be able to move your body because you're still in REM-atopia. You're completely conscious and you know that you're awake, but your body is not ready to move. On the flip side, you can also be inside a dream and know that you're dreaming. This phenomenon is known as lucid dreaming, and it's particularly attractive because while I'm in a lucid dream, I can make conscious decisions about what I do. I can go fly to wherever I want, or I can have a tea party with Abraham Lincoln. I'm in control, but achieving a lucid dream is quite elusive. Howcast has a great video, which I've put in the description, that gives some tips and tricks on how to achieve one. Researchers were able to deprive mice of REM sleep by using this. Inverted inside a tub of water, way up to the tippy top, meaning that the mouse was only able to sit right on top of this little tiny surface. When that happens, the mouse can still fall into non-REM sleep, but as soon as they reach REM sleep and their muscles relax, they fall off the platform into the water, waking up. What they found was that when mice are not allowed to achieve REM sleep, they have an incredible amount of trouble remembering things. This happens in humans too. If you have people remember word pairs and then you don't allow them to sleep, the next day their memory for that stuff is incredibly terrible. But memory and REM does not stop there. If a person learns a difficult new task during the day, say a new instrument or a new type of difficult puzzle, you can measure the electrical activity in their brain while they do that. And then, while they sleep that night, whether they know it or not, their brain replays those electronic impulses. Many popular theories about why we dream are variations on the idea that while we sleep, the unconscious part of our brain is busy organizing memories and strengthening connections from the day before that we need in the future, while getting rid of the junk that would otherwise clog the brain. Now, so the theory goes, these electrical impulses are detected by our conscious brain, and our cortex freaks out and doesn't know what it means, and so it tries its best to create a cohesive story, creating a dream. This would explain why dreams are often so fantastic and seemingly random. They're not supposed to make sense. They're not an actual message from our brain. It's just the results of our cortexes trying to synthesize the noise coming from all the work being done back in the unconscious. Under this way of thinking, dreams are an epiphenomenon. They're not a primary process that has a purpose. Instead, they're the accidental result of a more important process going on behind the conscious brain. But some researchers don't believe that. They believe that dreams serve a primary purpose, and that purpose is to prepare us for threats. They think this because the most prevalent emotions felt during dreams are negative, abandonment, anger, and the most common of all, anxiety. The theory goes like this. Back when we were early humans especially, we had no idea what kind of threats we might encounter during the day. And so, to prepare us, our brain would simulate anxieties while we slept to make us better prepared for that feeling in the real world. So people who had terrifying dreams were better at dealing with anxiety in the real world and had stronger genes. Alright, so the theories we discussed today are quite popular, but they don't really enjoy a consensus. Not everyone agrees on them, and they barely scratch the surface of scientific thought about dreams. But that's kind of the cool thing about dreams. Think of it like this. Here is the Eagle Nebula, a giant structure in outer space 6,500 light years away. But despite its distance, we pretty much know what it's made out of. We know that it's 100 trillion kilometers tall. We know what caused it, and we know where it's going to be in 750 million years. But last night, I had dreams, and no one really knows why or for what reason. And that's pretty cool, and that's why, thanks for watching. If you want to learn more about the world, I highly recommend Smarter Every Day. It's a show here on YouTube by a guy named Destin, who I've met. He's awesome. I've learned a lot from him. He's the guy who did the chicken thing from the lean back. He's also studied what causes poop splash, slow motion water balloons, and has a lot of guns and explosions. What more could you ask for? So do me a favor and go check it out and subscribe if you like it. And if you haven't seen it yet, go check out What's review of my beard. I've got that in the description. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. In 1934, Webster's dictionary gave birth to a new word. By mistake. Their chemistry editor, Austin M. Patterson, submitted a simple entry, D or D, abbreviation for density. Nothing wrong with that, but the entry was misread, and Dord was added to the dictionary. Dord was an accidental word for 13 years before the mistake was discovered and its wordship revoked. Let's have fun with words today. But first, what's the deal with first? Or for that matter, second? If you are in position 3, you're in 3rd place. Position 5, 5th. Position 197, 197th. Pretty simple. So why do positions 1 and 2 give us first and second? Shouldn't they be 1th and 2th? Well, maybe, but English loves collateral adjectives. Adjectives derived from different roots than the nouns they describe. There are plenty of derived adjectives, don't get me wrong. A bunch of clouds make the day cloudy. Friends are friendly. Poets are poetic. Things with a lot of smell to them are smelly. But the moon is not moonly. The moon is lunar. Collateral adjectives are everywhere. Mouth stuff is oral. Bees are apian. Some nouns have both.
Fathers can be fatherly or paternal, and a setting filled with fog can be foggy or brumous. It's often said that no word rhymes with orange. Is that true? Well, rhyming can be controversial because it often depends on pronunciation, accent, and can be forced, especially if you use multiple words. You can force orange to rhyme with door hinge if you want, but what we want is a perfect rhyme. A perfect rhyme is what occurs between two words like tickle and pickle. They are perfect rhymes because the final stressed vowel sound and all the sounds afterwards are identical. Identical doesn't rhyme with pickle because even though they both end with ickle, identical has its stress in the wrong place. We could rhyme them if we pronounced it not identical, but instead identical. With that in mind, orange does have perfect rhymes. They just happen to be extremely obscure, like Blorange, a hill in Wales. Silver also has a perfect rhyme, chilver, a female lamb. Think Fact delineated even more words we often say don't have rhymes but actually do. Point is, orange does have perfect rhymes. And even if it didn't, well, that wouldn't make it special. Sure, monosyllabic words tend to rhyme with other words. It's believed there are only about 100 single-syllable words that have no rhyme. For instance, wolf, sixth, depth, and filmed. But considering words of all lengths, it's been calculated that most English words don't rhyme with anything. Don't believe me? Well, leave a comment below. The word comment rhymes with nothing, nor does husband, sandwich, liquid, penguin, chimney, empty, and of course, nothing rhymes with nothing. Identical rhymes are even more perfect than perfect rhymes, but they become so identical at that point, it's a little obvious and not really appreciated. Identical rhymes occur when the consonant sound before the final stressed vowel between two words are also identical. Sun and gun are perfect rhymes, but gun and begun are identical rhymes. So are offend and defend, or homonyms like son and son. You could call the people who watch over and monitor the police police. Who watches over them? Well, the police, of course. You can string together any number of polices and always create a sensible, though clunky, title. You can even use the word police by itself to create a grammatical sentence. It takes 8 of them. Police, police. Police, 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 police. Police, police. Here's what the sentence means. Police, police. Which police, police, police watch over? Police, police. Add any multiple of 3 more police to this string and you preserve the grammar. The most that fit on Twitter is 20. If you say police enough times, it starts to sound like it's not even a real word. That is called jamais vu, the reverse of deja vu, when something familiar all of a sudden feels new and novel. I've covered it before, but let's be clear. If you don't practice obediency to the police, you may wind up in jail. Escape, and you're an escapee. Letters whose names said together sound similar to words are called grammograms. You can't hear a pterodactyl urinate because of its silent P, but every letter in the alphabet is silent sometimes. And some letters are used more frequently than other letters in English words. Scrabble provides more of those letters, and people guess them more often when playing Hangman. Next time you play Hangman, you can take advantage of this. People will guess more letters incorrectly if you choose a short word that has few different letters. John McLoone ran 15 million computer simulations of Hangman, and he found that the most difficult word for people to guess is jazz. Fantonyms aren't ghostly undead words, they're words that appear to mean one thing but actually mean something completely different. Innervate sounds like it means to fill with energy, but it actually means to drain of energy, to weaken. Noisome appears to mean really noisy, but it actually describes something that has an extremely offensive smell. In 2005, the New Oxford American Dictionary published a new word. Esquivalience. They said it meant the willful avoidance of one's official responsibilities. But it didn't. They made it up as a copyright trap. If anyone copied their dictionary, the stealer wouldn't be able to explain how esquivalience wound up in their dictionary without admitting that they had copied it. Map makers often insert fake features for the same purposes. Streets and towns that only exist to trap copiers, that only exist on paper. Paper streets and paper towns. The author of the Trivia Encyclopedia even placed a fake fact in one of his books because he was certain that the Trivial Pursuit board game was taking their questions from his book. Sure enough, later the board game included his fake fact as a real question. Similarly, the esquivalience trap was used to catch dictionary.com. But here's the thing. Authorities don't tend to respect copyright traps built out of fake facts. Facts cannot be copyrighted. They belong to and can be used by all of us. US federal courts have argued that fake facts presented as real are not protected because if they were, no one could share real true information without fear of sharing something protected by copyright. That said, stylistic decisions like how the facts are selected or arranged or articulated can be copyrighted. When the Automobile Association was caught mimicking the stylistic features of ordnance surveys, they were forced to pay up £20 million. You cannot own a fact, and you cannot own a lie you made up if everyone believes it, but you can own how you tell them. Puns are great, and in The Pun Also Rises, John Pollock relates a fantastic story. Puns can be traced all the way back to the Epic of Gilgamesh, where people are warned of an upcoming giant flood. They are told that the skies will soon rain kibtu and cuckoo, words that mean corn, and the sound corn makes when falling on the ground. But in the story, the words are actually puns on words for misery and suffering. People who got the pun prepared and saved their own lives, but those who failed to recognize the pun perished in the flood. Which means the very oldest pun on record was literally corny. Is that ironic? No. Irony is one of the most debated figures of speech. The Oatmeal famously lamented that if anyone refers to anything as being ironic, the hip thing to do right now is to call it out as being not ironic. Situational irony is what we tend to mean when we say something is ironic. The Oatmeal defines it as when something happens and a reversal of expectations occurs. Dig.com's recent article on the subject uses an even stricter definition, saying situational irony is a direct result of an action intended to produce the opposite effect. Their example is really good. If the elevators at an elevator repair school are out of order, that's not really situational irony. Instead, what would be really ironic is if the elevators were out of order because the experts at the school had done something to them they believed would make them run forever and never be out of order. Alanis Morissette wrote a song called Ironic, whose lyrics contain situations, but famously no situational irony. People love pointing this out. A traffic jam when you're already late? Not situational irony, that's just a bummer or a sad coincidence. Patrick Castles cleverly rewrote the song's lyrics to contain situations that are actually situationally ironic. For example, a traffic jam when you're already late to receive an award from the Municipal Planning Board for reducing the city's automobile congestion 80%. Or a black fly in your Chardonnay, poured to celebrate the successful fumigation of your recently purchased vineyard in southern France. Now that's what I call situational irony. But regardless of what Alanis intended, a close reading of the song's lyrics reveals that irony is occurring, just not the situational kind it's hip to argue about. Instead, her song is all about dramatic irony, when someone is, often hilariously, unaware of the significance of an event while other people are. Take a look at the lyrics for Ironic. The situations she describes are never explicitly labeled ironic. At the most, they're simply stories and similes and metaphors for it, life. And, she adds later, life is also ironic, dramatically ironic. These things sound like cruddy scenarios, but they actually figure. They actually make sense. Ironic is not a list of examples of situational irony. Instead, it's a treatise on dramatic irony, the difference between what life knows we need and what we think we need. What's ironic isn't 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. It's the fact that, as Alanis believes, you have all of those spoons because unbeknownst to you, but known by life, what you really need right now is only spoons. Or the last thing you need right now is a knife. On the subject of overanalyzing pop songs, analysis of dog mitochondrial DNA has revealed that all dogs may be traceable to a localized event. The species is believed to have resulted from the domestication of wolves about 11,000 to 16,000 years ago in what is now southwestern China. So, Bahamin, to answer your question, it was the Mesolithic southwestern Chinese who let the dogs out. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Gregory W. Nimitz registered some land containing $492 quintillion worth of platinum. The land was right here. Well, over here. An asteroid named 433 Eros. Not a single sovereign nation on Earth recognizes human claims to extraterrestrial real estate, but he did it anyway. And then, less than a year later, NASA landed a probe on the asteroid. They called it the first asteroid we had ever landed a probe on. Nimitz called it parking space number 29 and promptly sent NASA a $20 parking ticket. But so far, NASA and the US Attorney General have dismissed the fine, saying that his claim to own the asteroid is without legal merit. But why? Plenty of organizations exist that will gladly take your money in return for land on the moon, Venus, Mars. And if you had enough money to go to the moon, nothing is legally stopping you from moving there, building a house with a significant other, having some kids, and turning your moon house into a moon home. It wouldn't be trespassing or squatting or stealing. The 1979 Moon Treaty says that no one can own any part of outer space ever, but only 11 states have signed it. However, 129 nations have signed and or ratified the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which says that outer space is not subject to national appropriation. It says nothing about a private individual or a company owning part of outer space. But without the recognition and support of at least one sovereign nation, what does ownership really mean? I mean, I can claim anything I want. I can claim to own Prospect Park in Brooklyn. But just saying that I do, or even moving there and living in Prospect Park, wouldn't entitle me to the rights that usually go along with ownership, unless someone with a bunch of power agreed that I owned it and could enforce that ownership and keep others from claiming to also own it. In the past, explorers had few qualms about claiming to own land even if other humans were already there, because they had power on their side, namely plenty of guns, germs, and steel. To paraphrase con artist Canada Bill Jones, you know what beats 4 aces? A gun. Or as Loblob pointed out, McDonald's actually does serve breakfast after 10:30 if you have a gun. If you claimed some land on the moon as your own and moved in, would you also have to hire your own lunar police and cislunar military to defend it and to keep others from challenging your claim? Pretty much. That's kind of the problem. Currently, it is risky for individuals or corporations to claim and use extraterrestrial territory because the Outer Space Treaty says that outer space is the common heritage of mankind.
It belongs to all of us, and only to all of us. Many interpretations of the Outer Space Treaty predict that powerful things like nations would be reluctant to come to your defense should someone else want to move in or cause trouble or dispute your extraterrestrial claim. Maybe you could get a sovereign nation to weigh in on your behalf by declaring universal jurisdiction, but that would need to be for an incredibly terrible, heinous crime, a crime against all of humanity, not just a dispute over a few space rocks. Catherine Dolderina from the Institute of Air and Space Law at McGill University suggests that considering outer space the common heritage of mankind has slowed space exploration. You see, the Outer Space Treaty was based on the Antarctic Treaty, which says that the entire continent shall never become the scene or object of international discord. Discord is not a good thing, but without an incentive to profit from it, not much has happened there, as opposed to the Arctic, where a resource boom is currently underway. If people felt safer appropriating and taking advantage of space, of celestial bodies, if technological development was more incentivized, would we already have orbiting tourist attractions and lunar hotels? Maybe, but here is what you can currently own in outer space. Stuff you put there, and to a certain extent, orbits. The Outer Space Treaty says that the stuff we left on the moon, anything put into space, remains property of the original owner forever. Orbits around Earth are temporarily granted by the International Telecommunication Union, a UN agency, but they don't work like typical real estate on Earth. When a group of equatorial nations attempted to claim orbits above their land boundaries without planning on putting satellites there, their claim was largely ignored. So you not only need to ask the UN for an orbit and get permission, you also need to use it and fill it. It's a little disappointing that we don't know how lunar real estate works, or if it will, but it's exciting to know that we, within our lifetimes, might have a chance to be part of the solution. A unique generation not visiting space for the first time, but homesteading it for the first time. Here's another unresolved space law quandary. If an alien landed in your backyard, intelligent life from beyond Earth, and you shot it with a gun, dressed it, and then cooked up you and your family some alien meat fajitas, would that be hunting or murder? We literally don't know. On Earth, we have human rights, but there are no alien rights. Maybe it would fall under the category of cultural vandalism, an act that's not necessarily illegal, but is a giant bummer to the rest of humanity. This has happened before, not with aliens, but with paintings. In 2003, the Chapman brothers purchased one of the few remaining sets of Goya's fantastic Disasters of War. Instead of displaying the works for the public, they defaced them by drawing clown and puppy heads on the people. They called the work Insult to Injury. In protest, a man threw red paint on Jake Chapman when he appeared at Modern Art Oxford, but at the end of the day, what the Chapman brothers did wasn't illegal. They owned the paintings. Vandalizing the moon or killing a peaceful alien aren't illegal acts, but just like defacing historical paintings, they seem wrong on some deeper level, especially because in most museums, you usually can't even touch the paintings. But who was the first person to touch the moon with their bare hands? I mean, the guys who walked around on the moon wore spacesuits. They had material in between their skin and the moon. Well, to be sure, you already have the moon in your hands. Well, little moons. Lunula, the crescent-shaped area at the base of your fingernail where tissue is thicker and the red vascular structures underneath are more hidden, making it white.
And to be even more sure, at the quantum level, touch is problematic. As I've covered before, atomically speaking, matter never really contacts other matter in the conventional sense. You can't truly touch anything. Minute physics called it interaction over a short distance. With that in mind, NASA says that Terry Slezak was the first person to touch the moon with his bare hands. He was a technician in quarantine who accidentally got lunar soil smeared all over his hand while removing film magazines from the astronauts' cameras. But when Armstrong and Aldrin returned to the lunar module after their moonwalk and removed their helmets, they came into contact with lunar dust they'd tracked in on their suits. They even reported its odor, saying it smelled of spent gunpowder or ashes, possibly because it oxidized on contact with the air in the cabin. Point is, the first few breaths of moon dusty air that Armstrong and Aldrin took in were our first fleshly contact with the moon. Or were they? Walking around on Earth every day, I am surrounded by material that recently was in outer space. Hundreds of metric tons of extraterrestrial rock falls to Earth every year, some from the moon, but most from asteroids, ejected by a high-speed impact and eventually caught by Earth's gravity. Some pieces are big enough to see, but most are pulverized by our atmosphere during entry into tiny particles that disperse in the air, becoming a tiny fraction of the very dust and dirt we clean up and breathe in every day. There's microscopic space dust, pieces of asteroids, and even the moon all around us. In fact, there might be microscopic pieces of the moon under your bed right now, or even under your fingernails. Which means the first human to have fleshly contact with lunar material was the first Homo sapien hundreds of thousands of years ago to walk on dirt. We are still studying exactly how much cosmic dust is in the air that we breathe every day, but it's safe to say that every once in a while you inhale some material that was recently in outer space, some of which thousands of years ago was on the moon, was the moon. And just like other particulates in our atmosphere, large enough pieces get trapped in the mucus that protects our lungs, meaning that picking your nose is gross, but every once in a while, a booger could literally be out of this world. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. I'm sorry. Look, I didn't name myself, but apparently Michael is the 9th most disliked baby name for a boy, according to a survey by babynamewizard.com. At least it didn't top the charts like the rhyming Aiden names, Jaden, Braden, Aiden. The most disliked name for a baby girl, by the way, was Nevaeh, heaven backwards. Names can be more than just controversial, they can also be just plain wrong or misleading. Misnomers. And I'm not talking about the daughter of Mr. Nomer. Over the summer, I went to Singapore and I saw many, many things. I saw an infinity pool, the world's largest columnless glass house, beautiful, beautiful orchids, including the laboratories where scientists genetically design custom orchids, and very, very humid air that condensed all over my cool glasses. But even after I cleaned my glasses off, I didn't see any lions. In fact, it's believed that no lions have ever naturally lived in Singapore, even though Singapore comes from a Malay word for Lion City. It's believed that in 1299, when Sangnila Utama named Singapore, he mistakenly thought that a tiger he saw was a lion. It's a misnomer. But here is the biggest mystery of them all. Did I really go to Singapore? I mean, look at these photos. That guy certainly looks like me, but he's not exactly like me. I have made a video about misnomers, and that guy hasn't. This photo is from May, and since May, I have been to Australia, New Zealand. The guy in these photos has never been there. I am similar to that guy, but he's not exactly me. We can resolve this problem by realizing that oranges are apples. You see, in Old English, the word apple was used to describe apples, but also any fruit in general. For instance, dates were finger apples, and bananas were apples of paradise. Cucumbers were earth apples. In French, the word for apple acted similarly, giving us earth apple for the potato. In the Middle Ages, the Old French word for orange meant apple of the orange tree, and the Swedish word for orange still means apple from China, because oranges originated in the East. But this leads us to an even bigger question. What came first? Orange the fruit or orange the color? Well, the answer is neither. The tree came first. The word orange comes from the Sanskrit word for the tree that these fruits grow on. Before being introduced to these fruits, the English-speaking world called this color not orange, but yellow-red. The first recorded use of the word orange to refer to the color instead of the fruit wasn't until 1512. So the color was named after the fruit, which was named after the tree that it came from. But what's a fruit? Well, botanically, a fruit is a part of a flowering plant that disseminates seeds, like an apple or an orange or a lemon or a grape. In cooking, because they're not sweet, we tend to call things like wheat grains and bean pods vegetables, even though they are actually fruits. Vegetable is a culinary term for other edible parts of a plant that aren't fruit, like roots or leaves. Corn on the cob tastes like a vegetable, but scientifically, corn kernels are fruits, which means that corn on the cob is really just a bunch of fruits packed together. One of the veggies we put on our pizza is the mushroom. Of course, mushrooms aren't really vegetables because they aren't even plants. They're fungi. Names can also be confusing because of Stigler's law, our tendency to name things not after who discovered them or originated them, but instead to simply honor someone else. Venn diagrams are cool. They were named after John Venn in the 1880s, although Leonhard Euler actually introduced them in 1768. And Avogadro's constant? Not actually discovered by Avogadro. He proposed that such a number could exist, but it was a different guy who discovered the exact figure. Straight up misnomers are my favorite. French horns are not French. Your funny bone is not a bone, it's a nerve, the ulnar nerve. And this is not Big Ben. Nothing about this is officially called Big Ben. Its real name is the Elizabeth Tower. People often say that the bell inside is named Big Ben, but even that's not true. The main bell inside Elizabeth Tower is officially called the Great Bell. The Great Bell's nickname is Big Ben, and we have since applied that nickname for a bell to the entire tower. Kosher salt isn't actually kosher, it's just used to make things kosher, to draw blood out of meat, so really it should be called kosherine salt. The Rocky Mountain oyster, of course, is not seafood, it's a fried bull testicle. Arabic numerals are not Arabic. They were invented in India, but introduced to Europe by Arab mathematicians. Halley's Comet is named after Edmund Halley, but had been witnessed by people at least as early as 240 BC. Peanuts are not nuts, they're legumes, and coconuts are not nuts, they're drupes, stone fruit, like cherries, apricots, peaches, etc. French fries, as they are especially known in America, are not from America, but were probably named by British and American soldiers during the First World War, who discovered them where they were likely invented, Belgium. Now, since French was the official language of the Belgian army, the soldiers may have mistakenly thought they were in France. Koala bears are not bears, they just kind of look like they are. And eggplants don't grow eggs. 18th century cultivators simply thought they kind of resembled eggs. Dry cleaning isn't dry at all, it involves lots of wet liquids, but just not water. And silly guy, hamburgers are not named after ham, the pork product, they're named after Hamburg, Germany. Probably because of Hamburg citizens who immigrated to the US and brought their minced beef patty, a Hamburg steak, with them. Guinea pigs are not pigs at all, they're just similar looking to pigs, kind of. And Greenland isn't Greenland at all, it's believed that about 1,000 years ago, Eric the Red named it Greenland, hoping that the name would trick settlers into coming over. We drive on parkways and park on driveways, not because word makers want to confuse us, but because the park in parkways refers not to stopping a car, but to the nature parks parkways often run along. Skeuomorphs are design elements that today are merely ornamental, even though in the past originally they had a purpose. For instance, on a modern mobile phone, the icon for phone call is shaped like an old phone. The icon for email is shaped like an old snail mail envelope. Or when you take a camera phone picture, you hear the sound of a mechanical shutter, even if your phone doesn't have one that makes that noise. Older cameras did, so the new ones do too. It's a skeuomorph. Your own name is a kind of skeuomorph. Let's call it a skeuonom. It was necessary at birth, your parents gave it to you, but before they knew exactly what you would be like when you grew up. You have changed since you were born, but your name has stayed the same. When we called it the moon, we didn't know that we would find other moons in the solar system. When you were named, no one knew how you would change or what you would become, and you change frequently. You change many, many times over the course of your life. You learn things, you forget things, you meet people, you stop talking to people, you experience things for the first time. At a cellular level, millions of times a second, you change costume. Cells die and new ones are born. And at the atomic level, with the exception of non-living things like tattoos and piercings, every 5 years, pretty much every single atom in your body is replaced. So to what degree is the future or past you really you now? Robert M. Martin puts this in a really cool perspective in his book, There Are Two Errors in the title of this book. That person who will have your name in the very far future will be connected only very tenuously to the present you. The person will remember very few of your current experiences, will be psychologically quite different, will have a body that resembles your present one only a bit, and contains almost none of the same matter. So it seems that this person is the future you, only to a small degree. In a way, in terms of memories and experiences and history, you have more in common with a stranger today than you do with yourself 10 or 20 years ago. Martin goes even further, saying, why be afraid of death if the future you who dies will resemble you today so little? Well, to that I say, YOLO? Well, it's probably more accurate to say, YOLO blomel metasos batutapa wiki oboyadon chioboitad. You only live once, but living once means living many times as a series of similar but technically different people who know each other but only in one direction and who can help each other but only in the other direction. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Text, the printed word. Vitally important, but never naked. When words and letters are printed, they have to wear the clothing of a typeface, a font family, We don't always think of it this way, but you cannot type without using a typeface. Even right now, here on YouTube, when you leave a comment, you are communicating your own words, your own thoughts, but through the visual stylings of someone else, the creator of Arial. In these Vsauce videos, Jake, Kevin, myself, and others use Alcina because it most closely resembles the handwriting of Nick Junta, the creator of the Vsauce logo. Now, thinking of typefaces as fashion for letters is not a new idea. Adrian Frutiger famously said that the work of a type designer is just like the work of a dressmaker. Or, as Alan Fletcher put it, a typeface is an alphabet in a straitjacket. Some typefaces have serifs and some don't. Some are famously neutral, while others are silly or ugly. But one typeface is so silly and so ugly and so popular that it has arguably become the most hated font of all time, Comic Sans. People who consider themselves discerning designers scoff at its ubiquity, usually wielded by amateurs who don't know better. It was recently reported that on Twitter, the only thing complained about more often than Justin Bieber, but less frequently than airlines, is Comic Sans. Online, you can play a Kill Comic Sans game, and the website Ban Comic Sans provides a gigantic list of handwritten looking fonts that they would prefer you use instead. Comic Sans is so hated, it's almost pulled a 360 and is cool again. Ironically. David O'Reilly's amazing t-shirts, for example. But irony isn't the only thing Comic Sans has going for it. The British Dyslexia Association considers Comic Sans a particularly good font for children who have trouble reading letters because of its easily distinguishable characters, like the letter A. For most of our history, books and signs had to be handwritten, often meticulously and expensively copied by hand. There were no printers, no typesetters. If you wanted a book, someone had to literally write by hand the whole book for you. But Gutenberg changed that by popularizing interchangeable type. He modeled his typepieces after the handwriting of scribes at the time, producing what could be called the very first font ever, Textura. Later on, typesetters in Italy realized that words could be slanted and remain legible and readable, but take up less vertical space, so more could be printed on a single page. That's why it's called italics. Not because italics means slanted or oblique, but because of where it was invented. Italy. Metal type pieces had to be cast from molten metal in foundries, which get their name from the French fondue, which means something that has been melted. And so it's because of the word fondue that we now call a collection of characters within a typeface a font. When setting type, typesetters kept their type pieces in cases. The most commonly used pieces were kept in the lower case for easy access, whereas capitals were kept just a little above in the upper case. Back to Comic Sans. Comic Sans was designed in 1994 by Vincent Conair. According to the BBC, Melinda Gates herself asked Conair to design a font for the cartoon dog in Microsoft Bob to speak in. And so, within 3 days, Conair had designed Comic Sans, based on hand-drawn fonts from comic books. It never actually made it into the final version of Microsoft Bob, but was subsequently released as a font choice on so many Microsoft products that it became what it is today. Millions of amateurs now had access to this font, which seemed simple and cute, and became popular on things like homemade birthday cards, but also in less appropriate situations. For instance, on an official Canadian coin, or on a gravestone. Because of things like that, Comic Sans has amassed a lot of haters. but it was never intended to be used so often or in such inappropriate situations. And so, in reality, the fault may lie with us, the typers. Comic Sans doesn't disappoint people. People disappoint people. Another way to think of it is this. Discerning type aficionados may recognize Comic Sans so quickly because it is a threat. Type design is a specialized discipline, but now anybody with a computer can take a stab at it without your approval. They don't need you. To be sure, Comic Sans, objectively speaking, isn't really that well designed according to the fundamentals of type design. David Kadavy has a brilliant explanation of this in his Why You Hate Comic Sans. He points out that it's unbalanced and not very well kerned. Comic Sans is certainly not a calculated, precise font like Trajan, but it's not organic like real handwriting. Instead, it lies within the uncanny valley. This concept often comes up in robotics. The more human something gets, the cuter it becomes, and the more we like it, until it's almost human, but not quite. At this point, things become creepy, almost scary. Perhaps Comic Sans exists in that same area, typographically speaking. But that said, the screens that Comic Sans was originally designed to appear on were typically aliased, and as Kadavy points out, compared to fonts like Garamond, Comic Sans does really well here. That is how we should think about Comic Sans. A pragmatic font, a font that worked remarkably well in its era, and exists today as one of the most recognizable relics of one of the most important design revolutions in history. Books used to be painstakingly copied by hand. Now, later, you could design a story or an idea, but the final look really just came down to what a few typesetters could do. Today, almost anyone can dabble in typography, and that is an amazing thing. Sure, it means that Comic Sans will be used. A lot. But as Corey Holmes points out, Comic Sans is proof that design works. The public understands that type means more than words. And David Kadavy argues that just as interchangeable type led to a spread of literacy, Comic Sans and the personal publishing it comes along with should lead us toward a spread of design literacy. Sure, Comic Sans is a bit ugly, but it's ugly in the same way that the first few chords of Smoke on the Water are ugly, as played by almost every beginning guitarist who picks up a guitar at almost every instrument store. Sure, it sounds annoying and a little bit fumbly, but it represents someone who is using tools to move toward mastery. Adrian Frutiger said that type has the power to make the whole world of thought legible simply by rearranging the same letters over and over again. Well, Comic Sans, overused by the untrained majority, may seem unsavory to some people, but as such, it most loudly represents something phenomenal. Today, it is possible for the whole world of thought to be made legible and be shared by the whole world. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. Skeletons are scary and spooky. But you know what else is? Teenagers. Their attitude, the way they dress, and the music they listen to. Can you even call it music? Pfft, kids these days. But what are kids these days? What's with all the concern? And what's a generation? Why do we think that coevals, groups of people of roughly the same age, act so much alike? The sheer number of articles and papers and internet posts published daily comparing then and now, both sincerely and ironically, is astonishing. We can't seem to get enough about kids these days and just how different and awesome it was to be a kid back in the good old days. Generational labels make human history look ordered and discreet instead of scary and messy. They also have a delightfully suspicious tendency to flatter those using them. George Orwell put it well, every generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it and wiser than the one that comes after it. There's a name for this sentiment: juvenoia. Sociologist David Finkelhor coined the term. It means an exaggerated fear about the things that influence kids these days. Juvenoia is a concerned disappointment that because of iPhones, or the internet, or TV, or rock music, or those pesky horseless carriages, the world just isn't fit for kids like it used to be. Generational conflict really has been going on for that long. After all, honor thy father and thy mother was an ancient commandment for a reason. In the 4th century BC, Aristotle remarked that youth's mistakes are due to excess and vehemence. They think they know everything. Here's an engraving from 1627 admonishing the now compared to the ways of old. In the early 1900s, Romain Rolland complained that the new generation of young people were, quote, passionately in love with pleasure and violent games, easily duped. New people and the direction society is headed in has always been seen with some disapproval. XKCD famously collected a brief history of juicy examples. In 1871, the Sunday magazine published a line that may as well have been written today about texting. Now, we fire off a multitude of rapid and short notes instead of sitting down to have a good talk over a real sheet of paper. And the Journal of Education in 1907 lamented that at a modern family gathering, silent around the fire, each individual has his head buried in his favorite magazine. Point is, there's nothing new under the sun. Not even the sun, in fact. The sun is believed to be a 3rd-generation star. This constant cycle of generation clashing can sometimes sound like a broken record. Are these commentaries really providing insight into the minds of future leaders, or prematurely judging a coeval based on how it acts as teens? Despite the incessant concerns otherwise, the proverbial kids these days seem to be better off than ever before. Drug use is down, exercising is up, math and writing proficiency have increased, crimes committed by young people have decreased, hate comments reported by children have dropped, the number of 9th to 12th graders who have been in fights has dropped, and the number of teens who fear attacks at school has dropped. But still, juvenoia persists. But why? Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, children are the future of a species, so it's reasonable to assume that nature would select for features in a species that cause adult members to prefer the way they were raised and distrust anything different. After all, parents, by definition, were a reproductive success for the species. They made new members. So whatever choices and influences brought them to that point must have been good enough. Any deviation from that could be a problem. So worrying about the young may have been naturally selected, just like eyes and fingers and breathing air and pooping. But here's the thing. Our brains don't accurately remember the past or apply memories fairly or rationally. That kind of thinking has a plethora of interesting causes. First, at a social level, concerns for and about the youth are often exaggerated because exaggerating is effective. You'll generate greater mobilization around a cause if you can convince people that we're on the cusp of a crisis here, folks. Also, our increasingly connected world means more potential contact with people outside the family, the tribe, the neighborhood. Even though juvenile problems often involve people the juvenile already knows, stranger danger is a more powerful fear. My kids have good friends who are good influences, so why should I worry? Can be replaced today with, even so, people you don't know are threats, so worry. Other reasons for juvenoia are personal. Often, it's not so much the world that's changed, it's you. Are drivers today really worse than they were when you were young? Or do you simply have new responsibilities and experience that makes you more aware of dangers that were always there? We remember the past abstractly. There just isn't enough room in our brains, or a vital need for complete veracity when recalling things. Thus, we're more likely to remember the general way we felt in the past, without the petty annoyances more salient still for the present. Secondly, loss aversion and the endowment effect. People perceive a loss as greater than an equal gain. In one famous study, when asked how much they would pay for a coffee mug, people gave prices that were significantly lower than what people given the mug first said they'd be willing to sell it for. This may play a role in how we value what we already have, our memories and favorites, over what's new. There's even neuroscience backing up why new stuff seems so bad to you. It's called the reminiscence bump. Storage of autobiographical memories, memories about yourself, increases during times of change. Incidentally, this is why you remember exciting things as lasting longer than they really did, but rarely remember times of boredom in detail. I've discussed before the ways in which this causes us to feel like time slowed down during particularly quick but significant events. Anyway, adolescence and early adulthood, particularly ages 10 to 30, are major times of change. Many important things happen during those years that define your identity. So it's no surprise that, along with things that have happened recently, memories from this bump period are greater in number and more emotional. The books and songs and movies and slang words and behavior you loved and used during this time correlates quite well with what you will, when you're older, remember the most fondly. As we can see, juvenoia is natural. In fact, a healthy dose of it is important. There are plenty of things we should be fired up about improving. What's sometimes lost, though, when explaining that juvenoia occurs in every generation, is the fact that the nature of juvenoia hasn't always been the same. The generation gap of antiquity, or of the 1300s, wasn't the same as it is today. The more rapid speed of change may be one reason, but another is the appearance of a new type of creature around the turn of the last century: the teenager. The word teenager wasn't even used as a stage of life until 1922. John Savage's Teenage is a fantastic read on how human society sort of accidentally invented the teenager. You see, as factories generated new unskilled jobs, young people could acquire something neat: their own money. Suddenly, marketers realized that products could be made for the youth. They were no longer stuck with what their parents decided on. Also, the surge in immigration at the time highlighted for a new generation the view that identity wasn't something you're stuck with. It's fluid, personal, decided. Furthermore, calls for compulsory education around that time, that is, making it the law that children go to school, further solidified the segmented identity of children by forcing them out of the world at large and into commonplaces surrounded mainly by their coevals. In that environment, they could develop behaviors and opinions and culture shared just with themselves. Compulsory schooling also increased literacy in adolescence, which gave them all the more power to hear stories written for them and about them in books they could buy with their own money. Kids these days suddenly weren't just young humans waiting for life experience. They were separate beings with their own culture and voice, a fact that caused juvenoia to change from the Oedipal skirmishes of the past into the full-fledged panics we know and love today. This brings us to a bigger question, though. Sure, you may say, that makes sense, but even someone who didn't grow up in this society could plainly see that in the old days, culture wasn't as dumbed down as it is today. Things used to be made by the elites, for the elites. Now they're made for the masses, who demand sensational, atavistic pablum instead of rational critical thought like scholars, and, well, me. Those examples sure are convincing, but the plural of anecdote isn't data. You can pick different examples and argue the opposite point. Mozart wrote poems about farts. There is amazing work, and there is simple work made at all times in history. In fact, as Stephen Johnson points out in Everything Bad is Good for You, if anything, when given the chance to buy or participate as they choose, the tendency we find in humans is a preference for more cognitive demands, for smarter entertainment. What it takes to keep up with the increasing density and intricacies of narratives in media these days is impressive. To be fair, of course, beneath the stimulating organization, there's no substance anymore, right? I mean, here's what one noted critic said of today's easy, brainless mass culture. We do not turn over the pages in search of thought, delicate psychological observation, grace of style, charm of composition, but we enjoy them like children at play, laughing and crying at the images before us. Wait, sorry, that's something literary critic G.H. Lewis wrote about Dickens in 1872. Point is, taste is subjective. Art to one person is garbage to another. You may dislike the language or violence or morals depicted on TV today, but there's no denying the fact that entertainment, including popular entertainment, is requiring more and more thinking on the viewer's part than ever before. Johnson created this visual comparing narrative threads in episodes of different TV shows over time. And this shouldn't be surprising. Our brains crave stimulation. A lump that sits and stares into space isn't naturally selected for in the same way as a brain that learns and synthesizes and organizes. Now that entertainment can be made for niche audiences and watched and rewatched on demand and discussed ad nauseum online, that natural desire can be sated by media. Johnson goes so far as to say that reruns have made us smarter. They've enabled entertainment to be made that rewards being watched and thought about over and over again. The names and stories and relationships and dramas people today have to keep straight in their heads to be functioning consumers of modern media are impressive by historical standards and affect more of us than ever before. Johnson points out that in his time, Dickens was only read by 0.25% of his country's population, while today, innovative shows like The West Wing or The Simpsons easily reach 20 times that proportion. Okay, but how about this? Where are the Mozarts and Dostoevskys of today? Well, they're probably here, but the reputation of a Dostoevsky is built by time, something the judgments of contemporary artists haven't had enough of yet. Finally, when it comes to judging works that merely tease the base emotions, let's not forget the quote from Unamuno I've discussed before. More often have I seen a cat reason than laugh or weep. Cats and humans are curious and can problem solve, but only humans can laugh at fart videos. So what really ought we be treasuring? There's a problem here, though. Although writers like Johnson have been able to put forth convincing arguments that movies and TV have been serving more and more cognitive complexity, they've failed to find the same evidence for pop music. Nearly all studies on the subject have found that unlike other forms of popular media, pop music has in fact become, since the 1950s, less complex in its structure and more homogeneous. Mathematically speaking, more pop songs today sound alike than they used to. What's up with that, music? Well, here's the thing. Pop music is just one type of music being made today, and its role, what its listeners want from it, and who they are much more specific than the wider spectrum of genres a movie theater or Netflix caters to. A pop song needs to provoke quick moods, stick in your head, and fit anticipation and payoff into a fairly regular amount of time. There are only so many ways to do that, so perhaps pop music producers have simply gotten better at scratching the specific itch they're challenged to scratch. I mean, imagine criticizing doctors for using penicillin nowadays. Back in the good old days, treatment was innovative. There were leeches and onion plasters, amputation, and good luck charms. Now it's all just penicillin, penicillin, penicillin. It's all the same. Criticizing popular music for all sounding the same ignores the sameness of every pop song's goal. But what about generations? What are they exactly? I mean, humans don't have babies all at once every 20 years or so. New people just keep showing up, about 4 more every second. But that said, there are biological changes humans go through as they grow and age, roughly creating a few life stages. Alright, now this list of generations goes all the way back to the mid-1400s. It applies mainly to the Western world, especially the US, and is the work of William Strauss and Neil Howe, whose landmark 1991 book, Generations, contains one of the most influential and ambitious generation theories of our time. These are the guys who coined the term millennial, by the way. They set forth and have continued to expand a theory that society follows a predictable cycle of moods, each lasting about 20 years. About how long it takes for everyone in a life stage to move on to the next. The social mood and the common life stage a coeval experiences it during are what distinguishes one generation from the next. Strauss and Howe call each social mood a turning. A turning describes the way society will act by either establishing, accepting, challenging, or fracturing in lieu of established customs. To illustrate the cycle, let's start just after the American Civil War, in the so-called Gilded Age. Here, we find American society in the first turning, what they call a high. This is a 20-year period when society is largely in agreement about the direction it wants to go in, because it recently coalesced in the face of a crisis. Institutions are strong, and thus young adults are cautious and conformist. But then, people tire of social discipline and call for reform. A period of awakening occurs. The majority consensus is attacked in the name of greater and broader individual autonomy. The distrust in institutions left in the wake of an awakening leads to the next turning and unraveling, where in place of broad cultural identity, moral crusades polarize society over what should come next. Finally, a renewed interest in consensus that responds to crisis by banding together occurs. Society's mood shifts to a belief that coalescing and building together are the answer. The cycle then starts again with a high. The majority agrees on society's directions and institutions, strengthened during the crisis, until people tire of this majority structure and an awakening leaves those institutions weak and armed with less public consensus. This is followed by an unraveling where individuals polarize over moral issues and the youth, raised in the previous two atomizing moods, feel alienated. Which brings us to, well, today. Strauss-Howe's theory, if true, tells us that this will be an era where society will band together and build institutions from the ground up in the face of crisis. It's not clear what that crisis will be, but if their theory has predictive power, the climax of that crisis will occur in 2025. The whole theory is a great way to learn about US history. Al Gore once even gave a copy of Generations to every member of Congress. But it is unscientific and unfalsifiable. You can find a pattern in anything if you pick and choose the right examples. As for the usefulness of its generalizations, well, Philip Bump points out that the US Census Bureau only recognizes one official distinguishable generation: baby boomers. Do you think you are Generation X? A millennial? Generation Z? Well, that's fine, he says. You can call yourself whatever you want. It's all made up. The baby boomers are a cohort, significant in that no matter where they were born or who they are, their size alone determines a lot about their path. But other population segments, based solely on birth year, just don't mean much. A more useful way to divide them into cohorts might focus on some other, less age-related trait that correlates better with behavior, wealth, region, sexuality, etc. Regardless of its accuracy, there's one thing generational theory and its critics do at least agree on. People change as they age, and the larger society surrounding people influences the degree to which generations feel conflict. So, generational thinking is a kind of guidance. It's one that helps take us on a journey, manned by an ever-aging and changing crew. Some crews are different than others, for sure, and you need worry and concern to stay safe. But at the end of the day, it's still the same boat and the same waters. Generations and juvenoia are like what Picasso said about art. They are lies that tell the truth. And as always, thanks for watching. Here's a bonus. While doing research, I found a website that will allow you to find what word was first used the year you were born. It's pretty cool. It's also a dong. That's right, something you can do online now, guys. In fact, here's some dong news for you. The shows that you know and love on the Vsauce network now have their own home, where they can flourish and be who they want to be. The channel's name is Dong. Go over there right now to check it out. We've got some cool things from the internet. That's what Dong's all about. It's an internet safari. It's neat things that we all find as we research for these episodes. So I'll see you over there on Dong, and thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. There is an art museum on the moon. Supposedly, we can't be sure until we go back and check, but as the story goes, in 1969, Fred Waldhauer from Bell Laboratories and sculptor Forrest Myers convinced an engineer working on the Apollo 12 lunar lander to hide a itsy-bitsy, roughly 2 by 1 centimeter ceramic tile within the gold blankets wrapped around parts of the spacecraft that would be left on the moon. And etched onto that chip were artworks by famous artists. According to everyone involved, the plan worked. And when the Apollo 12 team left the moon, the wafer was still there. Now, 2 days later, Myers told the New York Times what they had done, and this image of the wafer was published. It contains a Rauschenberg straight line, a Oldenburg drawing of Mickey Mouse. Pretty cool, and the story is likely to be true. If confirmed, that would make this wafer the first and currently only art museum on the moon. But the thumb is covering something. In fact, it's covering Andy Warhol's submission. Why? Well, according to Warhol, all he did was innocently etch his initials on the chip. He stylized them like this. He drew a somewhat funny W for Warhol and then put a line right across here to make this bit look like an A. That's it, it's just his initials. Here's an unobscured view of a replica. That's on the moon right now. I, however, am on Earth right now in North America, and this is a map of North America, which is cool because if you are in the place you have a map of, well, mathematically, there will always be some point on your map that is directly above the place in the real world it represents. Always. It doesn't matter how you hold the map. It can be rotated, flipped, even twisted, folded, or crumpled. It is guaranteed by Brouwer's fixed point theorem. A fixed point is anything that goes nowhere after a transformation. Brouwer's theorem tells us that it is impossible to completely mix up a set of points if they are bounded, without holes, and transformed continuously with no cutting or gluing. Without bounds, every point can be mapped somewhere new. Around holes, every point can be mapped somewhere new. And if you cut or glue, every point can be mapped somewhere new. But otherwise, mixing will always fail somewhere. A transformation is continuous if, as the distance between any two points reaches 0 in the before state, it also approaches 0 in the after state. Each square of this checkerboard is filled with point-like pixels of a unique color. As we transform it, let's have pixels still within the square they began in glow. Okay, as you can see, no matter how you resize or manipulate the checkerboard, it will always glow somewhere. You cannot get every pixel to be simultaneously outside of its original square, unless you cut or move the whole shape outside of the space it used to fill. Here's a question. Do you think you can completely mix up coffee in a mug by stirring? Well, of course you can. Not. Stirring coffee is a continuous transformation of the coffee and everything stays within the same space. So Brouwer's fixed point theorem applies. No matter how well you try to stir, there will always be, after the liquid has settled, at least one point that you stirred right back to where it was before. A fixed point. To be sure, coffee isn't made out of points, it's made out of molecules, but they're quite tiny and very numerous, so within a degree of error, it'll pretty much hold. Fixed points don't just frustrate your ability to fully mix things, they can also suck you toward them. They can be attractive, like the number 9. Try this. Think of a number with more than one digit and then add up its digits. Now subtract that sum from the original number to get a new number. If you do this over and over and over again until you're left with a single digit number, you will always end up with 9. Every time. Also, notice that any number with 2 or more digits minus the sum of its digits becomes divisible by 9 right away. What's going on here? Well, there's nothing mystical about 9-ness in general. Instead, it's just a consequence of how we write numbers. Numbers can be written in all sorts of ways, but the most common, base 10 positional notation, makes the 9 trick work. In this system, a number like 25 doesn't mean 2 and 5, it means 10 2s and 1 5. That's 25. So subtracting out just the positional digits of a number removes one member from each group. The digit you have 1 of completely disappears. The digit you have 10 of goes down to 9 copies. The digit you have 100 of goes down to 99 copies, and so on. So the whole thing becomes a multiple of 9. Attractive fixed points also play a starring role in a famous method for calculating square roots. It's called the Babylonian method. The number you want to find the square root of is called the radicand, and its square root is some number that is equal to the radicand divided by itself. Okay? Now, step 1 of this method is guess. If your guess is lower than the actual answer, the radicand divided by your guess will be larger than the answer, and vice versa. The true answer will always be somewhere in between those two values. So after you guess, take both values and find their average. It'll be a point in between, and now use this value as your guess and keep going. You will converge towards the true square root at a pretty nice speed. The number of correct digits in your approximation will roughly double after every iteration. That's pretty cool, but let's talk about infinity, specifically Aleph numbers. They describe sizes of well-ordered infinities. The smallest is Aleph null, equal to the quantity of integers that there are. But there are literally larger infinities than that. In order of increasing size, they are Aleph 1, Aleph 2, Aleph 3, and so on. Each one is infinite, but refers to a greater number of things than the infinity before. If you tried to pair up Aleph null things with Aleph 1 things, you'd literally run out of Aleph null things first, even though it's endless. You can hear more about Aleph numbers in this video of mine, but here's the thing, there happens to be an Aleph fixed point. Notice that the subscript of each Aleph is equal to the number of infinities less than it. There are none less than Aleph null, 1 less than Aleph 1, 2 less than Aleph 2, and so on. Each next Aleph number is monstrously bigger than the last, but only adds 1 to the growing list of Alephs. Clearly, these rates are so different, they'll never meet up. But they do. Take a look at this number. Aleph, 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 and so on, an endless cascade of Alephs. How many infinities are smaller than this number? Well, look at its subscript. It's an endless cascade of Alephs, just like the number itself. This is an Aleph fixed point, an infinity so large it is equal to the number of infinities smaller than itself. That's cool, but probably my favorite fixed point related thing is the Borsuk-Ulam theorem. It states that at any given moment, there must be at least one pair of points on Earth's surface that are diametrically opposite one another, but nonetheless have the same temperature and atmospheric pressure. Diametrically opposite points on a sphere are called antipodes, and as I've discussed before, if you place a piece of bread on the ground somewhere on Earth and another one on that point's antipode, well, you've made yourself an Earth sandwich. There are sites that help you locate such opposite points on land, but at this moment in history, you'll notice that most points on land are antipodal to water, which makes sense. The Earth's surface is mainly covered with water, but even though we know that, we don't always appreciate just how gigantic the Pacific Ocean is. Maybe because maps tend to cut right along it, dividing its power. But take a look at this. This is the Atlantic Ocean, all right? This is the Pacific Ocean. It's really more of a water hemisphere. The Pacific Ocean is so large, in fact, it contains its own antipodes, meaning there are places in the Pacific Ocean where you could float. And know that even if you dug a hole straight down through the center of the Earth and emerged on the other side, you would still be in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, anyway, back to Borsuk-Ulam. To see how it works, let's imagine two thermometers on opposite sides of the Earth, A and B. The temperatures they record will probably be different, but if we swap their locations, always keeping them at all times on opposite sides of the planet, their temperature readings will just flip. In order to swap, well, their readings are going to have to cross at least once. No matter how we swap these always antipodal thermometers, a crisscross will have to happen at least once somewhere. Moreover, these fixed points aren't just peppered around the globe willy-nilly. A continuous, unbroken band of them must separate A's region from B's. Why? Well, because if there wasn't such a wall, that would mean there'd be a way to swap them without their readings having to ever meet, which we know can't happen. Okay, next, let's pick a pair of antipodal points on this band and measure atmospheric pressure at both. If they're the same, hey, that's pretty good. Our job is done. But if they're not, we can just swap the barometers along the band. Like with temperature, the pressures they measure swap, so somewhere they will have to have the same value. Even though weather is chaotic and always changing, and even though the other side of the world is very, very far away, there must always be at least two places on opposite ends of the Earth where the temperature and the pressure are the same. This is true, by the way, for any two variables that vary continuously across Earth's surface. 4 is often called a cosmic number. Why? Well, because, try this. Name any number in English, really any at all. Positive, negative, irrational, complex, uninteresting, surreal, infinite, doesn't matter. Now, count the number of letters in its name. This gives you a new number. Count the number of letters in its name and keep going. Eventually, every single time, you will wind up at 4, where you will be stuck looping forever. Side note, if doing something over and over again doesn't produce a different result than just doing it once, the procedure is called idempotent, meaning same power. Taking the absolute value of a number is an idempotent act. Doing it once or doing it a million times gives the same result. Pushing an elevator call button is idempotent. Once pushed, it'll come to you. Pushing it again and again and again and again doesn't make it arrive faster or differently. Anyway, we get stuck at 4 because it's the only number in the English language spelled with the same number of letters as the quantity it represents. About 4 years ago, Reddit user Protocol7 showed that there are no other endless loops except 4, and that while -15 and -17 both contain their absolute value worth of letters, which makes them special to be sure, they obviously aren't spelled with a negative number of letters. 4 is fortunate. There's no escape. A path to it is forced. Oh, fork. It's even on my forearm. Well, I look forward to seeing you again soon. And as always, thanks for watching. I have some exciting news. If you are a parent with young children, or if you are a young child yourself, I have a video over on Sesame Studios that you should check out. Sesame Studios is from the creators of Sesame Street, and it's a great new channel full of really awesome videos for young people. So go check that channel out, subscribe. If your kids use a different account, subscribe through that account or whatever you have to do to get stuff from Sesame Studios. It's great. Kevin and Jake already have videos over there. Go watch mine, check that out, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. If we turned the moon into a giant disco ball, day and night would not be a disco party. Instead of diffusely reflecting sunlight onto all of us, a mirror-tiled moon would reflect specularly. You would be lucky to momentarily catch a single reflected beam of sunlight. Now, with the help of visuals by Nick from Yeti Dynamics, who you should subscribe to immediately, let's see what would occur if a disco ball moon actually happened. Here's the Earth with an imaginary screen behind it so we can track the path of reflections from a disco ball moon. Its 3,012 mirror tiles are 10 kilometers thick and between 100 and 150 kilometers across. And as you can see, the beams of sunlight they'd reflect would only intersect with Earth briefly, and rarely, a few every month or so, would race past at more than 20,000 kilometers a second. From the surface of Earth, they'd just be tiny flashes in the sky, 0.1% as bright as the regular sun, and would last a fraction of a second. The Earth, Sun, and Moon just aren't in ideal locations for disco ball effects. But if our disco ball moon was closer and orbited Earth not 384,000 kilometers away, but less than 450 as far as the International Space Station does, it would be torn apart by gravitational tidal forces. Shoot. Also, the moon doesn't really rotate from our perspective like a fun disco ball. It librates, but it's starting to look like instead of an awesome lunar party decoration, a disco ball moon would just be a lunar party pooper. So, for the sake of investigation, let's allow this disco ball moon to not be torn apart and allow it to spin in the sky. Now we're talking. Occasionally, we would get glittery reflections of a dimmer image of the sun. From the surface of Earth, this is what we would see. You know, being able to see Earth reflected is almost cooler. It's like being a bacterium on a giant's face who's looking into a mirror. You can see the giant, but not yourself. It kind of makes you feel small, but it would be a great way to take planetary selfies. So let's watch a mirror the width of the moon orbit as close as the ISS does. From the surface of Earth, it would look like this. The strobe lights around the edge, by the way, are 10 kilometers across. Pretty cool. Now finally, let's take a look at the moon as a rotating disco ball from low orbit. The moon is not a disco ball, and likely never will be. It's just a diffuse source of illumination. But it's illuminating in a different way to imagine what would occur if it actually happened. Whoa. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and our faces have a lot of holes. We have 2 ears and 2 eyes. It makes sense because the difference in time it takes for a sound to reach one ear and then the other allows us to localize where the sound is coming from. And having 2 eyes gives us 2 slightly different perspectives that we can put together in order to perceive depth. But why do we have 2 nostrils? I mean, our sense of smell isn't good enough to localize one nostril over the other. Why not just have a big hole in our nose like we have a mouth? Well, Stanford University's olfactory research project investigated this, and they found that throughout the day, one nostril inhales air better and faster than the other. Now, which one is dominant changes throughout the day, but having a good air-sucking nostril and a not-so-good air-sucking nostril is important. We need both. Because you see, odorants and molecules are absorbed by our skin and snot at different rates. Some things are absorbed so quickly they need to be rushed onto the olfactory receptors before they're absorbed earlier on in the nose. Other molecules, other odorants, are slowly absorbed, and they need to be given time to get to the receptors and not just rushed right to the lungs. And so having 2 nostrils allows us to smell more things. All right, so let's smell some weird stuff, like outer space. What would space smell like? Okay. Right, it's a tough question. It actually doesn't make much sense because space is a near vacuum. If you went into space and took your helmet off to smell it, well, all of the air in your lungs and throat and nose would be violently sucked right out. In fact, even if you really tried to get some sort of olfactory sensation, about all you would feel is the quick evaporation of water coming out of your mucous membranes, and you might smell, for the few seconds that you were conscious, nasal fluid and blood. That doesn't sound fun at all. But here's the thing. Objects that have been taken out into space and then returned to a habitable atmosphere like inside a space station smell differently than they did before they went into space. Astronauts report that their suits, after being in space, have a strange metallic, burnt meat, arc welder fume smell. It's believed that the odor is caused by high-energy particles that cling to the suit and then, once brought inside, react with the air, creating a burning smell. One particular type of high-energy molecule found all over interstellar space are polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. These guys are the result of combustion. And in 2004, the University of Toledo, Ohio found evidence that those very molecules may exist in old nebula, the result of convection currents cooling carbon and hydrogen, allowing them to bond into giant shapes. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are also formed when cooking meat at high temperatures. So in order to train astronauts even more realistically here on Earth, NASA actually reached out to Stephen Pierce of Omega Ingredients to replicate the smell of things that have been to space as a perfume. If we know the chemical makeup of something, even something light years away from us, we can assemble those ingredients here on Earth and get an idea of what it would smell like. Recently, researchers have discovered ethyl formate in the dust cloud Sagittarius B2. Now, again, if you were to go there and lift up your spacesuit's visor and take a whiff, you would die. You wouldn't be able to take a whiff. All of the air in your nose and lungs and throat would be immediately expelled. But if you were able to take a bucket of Sagittarius B2 home with you to Earth and then
give it a smell. Because of the ethyl formate, Sagittarius B2's stuff would smell like raspberries and rum. Pretty neat, right? But let's get closer to home. What does the inside of your nose smell like? Well, it's kind of hard to know because we are smelling it all the time, and our bodies become desensitized to constant stimuli to keep us from being overloaded and to keep us prepared to sense any out-of-the-ordinary smells that we might need to know about. This happens to us all the time. When you first step into a restaurant, you can smell all the food, but halfway through the meal, you're no longer aware of the smell. It's called neural adaptation. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that in order to figure out what the inside of a nose smells like, you'll need to smell a novel one. Like, for instance, smell the inside of your friend's nose. It might seem weird at first, but it could be a great way to form new memories. Our sense of smell may not be as acute as our other senses, but it seems to be tied to memories very, very closely. A single whiff of an odor can instantly remind you of where you used to smell that smell and maybe even who you were with. This may be because of the olfactory's connection to the limbic system in the brain. Olfactory information is sent through the limbic system, which is known to be involved with emotions and memories. No other traditional sense is connected to the limbic system in this way. We've also found that patients who have memory loss caused by brain damage tend to also have an impaired ability to smell. So treasure your sense of smell because it not only keeps us safe from gross odors or rotten food, it can also keep us safe from incest. Individuals who are raised together in the same home for the first few years of their life, whether they are genetically related or not, will tend to be less physically attracted to each other later in life than they are to strangers. This is known as the Westermarck effect, and one of the main mechanisms it works via is the olfactory system. Us humans have an interesting ability to distinguish the smell of a stranger from someone that we are genetically related to or grew up in very close proximity with. This entire phenomenon may be a natural way for us to avoid inbreeding. But what about someone who can't smell? What do we call them? Someone who can't see is blind, someone who can't hear is deaf, and someone who can't speak is mute. But what do you call someone who can't smell? Well, there's a word for the inability to smell: anosmia. Now, even though the adjective form is very, very rare, it exists. A person who can't smell is anosmic. There's another word we should have investigated a long time ago: olfactory. What does it come from? Well, the ol part comes from odor and from smell, but factory? Well, factories make things, but the nose doesn't make smells, it smells smells. Right? Well, here's the thing. We smell objects because molecules from those objects react in certain ways with our olfactory receptors. And molecules have specific shapes and vibrations and ways of behaving, but the smell is not actually intrinsic to the molecule. The smell is merely a consequence of how that molecule reacts with us. No us, no smell. So olfactory is a fantastic word. Every sight and feeling and sound and smell we get from our universe is actually just the universe reacting with us. Everything we know about the universe we know because it has already been processed and changed and analyzed and filtered inside the factory of our senses. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. If you were driving in a car at the speed of light and you turned on your headlights, what would happen? Would light be able to come out? Or would your headlights just stay dark? Or maybe light would come out, but it would just pool up inside the headlight like a overflowing sink. Or maybe the light would come out, but at twice the speed of light, at its normal speed plus the speed of your car. No, that doesn't sound right. None of these answers sound right, because of course there is no answer. A car cannot travel at the speed of light. Nothing that has mass can. But come on, you say, there are things that can travel at the speed of light, things that have no mass, like photons. Let's build a car out of light. Okay, let's take that suggestion, because imagining what it is like to be light brings up a lot of questions about light, about why things are the way they are, and about whether or not we are real. In order to see what I mean, we need to talk about c, the speed of light. It is constant. As long as you aren't accelerating, you can move as fast or slow or in whatever direction you want, and you will still always see light moving at light speed. Even when light appears to slow down as it passes through different materials, the actual photons themselves are still always traveling at c. They're just taking a longer path, which takes more time. This law always holds true because whenever you move relative to other things, your measurements of them and their measurements of you change. When you move, everything not moving with you appears to you to be shortened in length and to be experiencing time more slowly, whereas to everything else, it is you that these changes happen to. These changes really happen, just not noticeably or measurably at the speeds we usually travel at. For example, while walking to your refrigerator for a snack, you will measure your fridge to be a 100 quadrillionth of a meter nearer and thinner than you would while at rest with it. You'll also notice that it experiences time more slowly than you. Each one of its seconds will be a 100 quadrillionth of a second longer than yours. But your fridge will measure that these transformations are happening to you. These are small numbers, but at speeds nearer the speed of light, these changes can be dramatic. As I mentioned in an earlier video, to a particle racing toward Earth at 99.9999999999991% c, the entire Earth would only appear to be 17 meters deep, our whole planet. Now, with all of this in mind, let's take a look at headlights being used by a stationary ship and one that is moving at 99% the speed of light. The near light speed ship would be flattened in the direction of its travel to us, while a stationary one would not. As their headlights come on, the light coming from both ships travels at the same rate. The speed of a light's source doesn't push it faster. The moving ship's velocity does, however, give its headlight energy in the direction it's headed, causing a blue shift from the front and a red shift from behind. What's really cool, though, is that this is just what we would see floating in space at rest with the stationary ship. The crew of the fast-moving ship wouldn't see their beams only gradually gaining on them, like we do. They would see exactly what the crew of the stationary ship sees: light beams rapidly fleeing their headlights at the speed of light, just as if they weren't moving at all. And here's why. Let's say this distance is a light second, the distance light travels in 1 second, which is 299,792,458 meters. Now, after one of our seconds, sure enough, both beams will have traveled a light second. But the crew of the moving ship measures light speed to be the same as us. But how does that make sense? I mean, light hasn't traveled a light second from them yet. No problem. You see, what they measure a light second to be is shorter than what we measure. And they wouldn't agree that a second has passed yet either, because of course to us, time is slower for them. They count 1 second finishing later than we do, at which point their light has indeed traveled one of their light seconds from them. Observers will often disagree about time and space, but those disagreements will always conspire to make sure they agree on one thing: the speed of light. It is always the same for everyone. But what if you were traveling
at the speed of light? Well, the only thing that could do that would be a massless vehicle, so fine, let's assume that we can build one. Such a vehicle would travel with light. Light would never even pull a tiny, tiny bit ahead of it. No matter how short it thought a meter was, no matter how long it thought a second was, it would never register light ever moving ahead of it. It would say that light was stationary. It would not agree that light traveled at the speed of light. Right? Not really. You see, at the speed of light, there is nothing to see. Not because there's nothing to see, but because there is nothing to do any seeing. As we have seen, as an object's velocity approaches c, time for everything around it approaches a standstill. An object traveling very, 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 very near the speed of light could travel for billions of our years before a single second passed for it. But a massless vehicle traveling at the speed of light could travel forever before an instant even began for it. It experiences no time, and it would have no time to do anything, certainly no time to turn on its headlights. The concept of time doesn't even really apply. A massless vehicle couldn't even have its headlights on before it hit C, because an object with no mass must always travel at c. Such an object would never have a before. Its origin, its journey, and its destination are simultaneous for it. A billion light-year trip from a distant quasar might take a photon a billion years to us, but it literally takes no time for the photon. And to the photon, the distance to us from that quasar is literally nothing. Photons are how we see, how we know anything about our place in the universe, and the energy they bring our planet from the sun is responsible for nearly all life on Earth. But despite that list of accomplishments, they don't think much of themselves. In fact, as far as they're concerned, they don't even exist. Outside observers, of course, see them and would measure them to be moving along at the speed of light with nothing passing or gaining on them. So, if you were moving at the speed of light, you'd have to be massless, like a photon, and you wouldn't notice anything because to you there would be nothing and no time to notice it. Other people would see you doing nothing, and you would be unaware of yourself. You could never turn on headlights because you would feel exactly like you felt before you were conceived. But why is the speed of light what it is? I mean, this is how far light travels in a second. Could it also travel this far, or this far, or this far? Could we conceive of a universe where light traveled that quickly? Yeah, easily. So then, why is it that the universe we live in is only one of these ways? Why are the laws of physics what they are, instead of some other way they could be? Well, there are a lot of theories, but so far we're not exactly sure how to test any of them because we are stuck in this universe and don't yet know how to create universes of our own for experiments. But perhaps there is something we have yet to discover that compels reality to be this way, and only this way. Or perhaps nothing compels it to be this way, but instead there's a multiverse. Every single possible universe exists. Some of them collapsed immediately, some of them are empty and dark, some of them involve you watching this very video, but Earth has two suns. For those of you in that universe watching, that was probably very confusing what I just said because your Earth does have two suns. But the point is, the multiverse would be a pretty elegant explanation. Or maybe universes are born inside black holes. Universes whose physical laws are only slightly different from the universe that gave birth to it. In this way, universes could replicate according to natural selection. Universes that are more fit for creating black holes would then have more baby universes, making universes that support black holes more common, like maybe the one that we're in.
And that's pretty lucky because universes that support black holes support suns and us. Or, and here's my favorite theory, maybe we're just living in a simulation and someone or something else programmed it up. That sounds pretty sci-fi, sure, but I like how Julian Baggini puts it in The Pig That Wants to Be Eaten. If you assume that at some point in time, virtual reality could become good enough that even its own inhabitants didn't know they were in a simulation, and if you assume that creating such simulations would be way easier than creating real flesh and blood creatures that require an entire universe and billions of years, well, then it's pretty easy to conclude that many more simulated fake beings could be created than real ones. Say 999 fake ones for every one real one. Well, what's more likely? That you're part of the 0.1% that are real? Or that you are part of the 99.9% who think they're real but aren't? Perhaps we live in a simulation created by some other intelligent species. John Gribben, however, points out one possible way to dismiss this idea: irrational numbers, like the square root of 2 or pi. These numbers don't end. I mean, they contain a never-ending, never-repeating sequence of digits, which would mean that whoever programmed this universe couldn't fit in all of, say, pi. So if, in our tireless pursuit of calculating more and more digits of pi, we ever run into an endlessly repeating series or the end, that could be a pretty good sign that we live in a simulation, a universe that is not real. But so far we haven't found that, and we don't think that we will. So thank you, irrational numbers, for keeping it real. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Why though? Why are any of us here? What's the purpose? What does it all mean? Well, sometimes, if we listen closely enough, when we ask, why, we can hear an answer. And it's another question. Why? Why what? Our journey begins here.
Checking the rule book, but you won't find anything in there that says a dog can't play.
He's right. Ain't no rule said the dog can't play basketball.
Is that true? Is there really no rule against a dog playing middle school basketball? Vsauce Magic 8 Ball. Is there really no rule against a dog playing basketball? The answer is yes. Or is it? We have begun. The actor who played Air Bud, Buddy the dog, passed away in 1998 at the age of 9. Now take a look at this. Let's talk about World War I. On June 28, 1914, Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, and his wife Sophie were assassinated in Sarajevo while riding in a car. The car's license plate was AIII-118. They were killed by Gavrilo Princip, who said during his trial that he wanted the unification of all Yugoslavs, free from Austria. The event sparked a series of escalations in Europe, the July Crisis, which ultimately caused World War I, a war that ended on Armistice Day, November 11th, 1918. Pretty odd, huh? A spooky coincidence, if you will. But look, odd things happen all the time. Oddness is all around us, especially in the form of odd numbers. The grip they have on our reality is revealed when we release our grip. Notice anything strange? Under the influence of gravity, things move in an odd way. If something starts moving because of gravity, after, say, 1 second, it will have traveled some distance. Now, interestingly, during the next second, the distance it will travel will be 3 times as far as it moved during the first second. During the third second, it will travel 5 times as far, then 7 times, then 9 times, 11, 13, 15. Now, we used seconds, but it doesn't matter what time interval you use. You will always find this pattern, the odd number rule, hiding right there within the very phenomenon that keeps us on Earth are the odd numbers. More like God numbers, right? Is the odd number rule the face of the universe looking back at us? Well, here is something that Galileo wrote. Philosophy is written in this grand book, I mean the universe, which stands continuously open to our gaze. But it cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth. Before this pattern in the grand book of the universe was read and appreciated, people wondered why things fell. Maybe stuff just has a desire to be in its own proper place, right? Rocks with the earth, fire with the air. That makes sense, right? It was fun to imagine causes and write our own stories. But underneath our desire for explanations, a story was already being told. One that is written in the language of mathematics, measure, and relation. Now, many of these stories are being told all around us all the time, one on top of each other. But if we can look past those disturbances, each isolated event is narrating a quiet, simple story, not of why the universe is, but of what the universe is. Galileo recognized what this pattern spelled. Mathematically, it spells, hello, I am speeding up at a constant rate. And that was huge. All this time, for millennia, we had been wondering about the causes of gravity, its cosmic purpose, why it existed. But now, here was someone saying, yeah, cool, but like, what does it do? It makes things fall, great. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean to fall? Fall how? Now, the human mind alone couldn't answer that, but the universe was telling us. We just had to speak its language and read it. This is, I am gaining velocity at a constant rate, spelled with odd numbers. How? Well, what's an odd number? The concept of oddness comes from the observation that sometimes when you have a bunch of things, everything you have can be paired up. But sometimes that can't happen. Now, when it's possible, when you can pair everything up that you have, it is said that the number of things you have is even. If you can't do that, then the number of things you have is odd. Now, what this means is that the number of objects in an even group is equal to 2 times n, where n is just the number of whole pairs that you have. So n is any whole number. N could be, for example, 50, giving us the even number of 100, which is also the number of legs centipedes have. Or is it? Centa 100, pede feet. Having 100 legs is right there in the name. But it's only approximate. Centipedes have been observed to have anywhere from 30 to 345 legs. Now, 100 falls pretty nicely in that range. But every pair of legs on a centipede is attached to a body segment, which means that in order to have 100 legs, a centipede would need to have 50 body segments. But not a single species of centipede has an even number of body segments. 50 segments is nowhere to be found in the library of centipede genomes. So, while centipedes, on average, have a number of legs quite close to 100, they never naturally have exactly 100. Point is, 2n is the mathematical way to spell even. If I add just one more thing, the amount I have is no longer even, it's odd. If I add yet another thing, I've added another pair, n has gone up by 1, and the number is even again. This means that an even number plus just one more will always be odd. Now that we know how to mathematically spell odd and even, we can move on to moving. If you and me hugged, well, that would be wonderful. We would both get so much out of it. But if during the hug you suddenly ran away from me while yelling, "I'm leaving you at a velocity of 2 meters per second," well, I would be devastated. But I would know that deep down you still cared for me because you told me your velocity. And if I know your velocity, I can know just how far away you are from me at all times. All I have to do is take your velocity and multiply it by the number of seconds that have elapsed since you left. Now take a look at what a graph of your velocity would look like. Here we have velocity in meters away from me per second, and we have time in seconds since the hug ended. Now, if your velocity is 2 meters per second and that persists, then here's a graph of your velocity. But look at this. After a number of seconds have elapsed, like after 1 second, the distance you are away is just the rate times the time elapsed, 2 times 1. Well, that also happens to be the area of the rectangle bounded by a line coming up from the time, your velocity graph, and our axes. Well, that's pretty convenient. After 2 seconds, you are 2 times 2, 4 meters away from me, which is also the area of this shape we've created. After 3 seconds, you are 3 times 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters away. It's always the area. Well, that's pretty convenient. But let's change up the story. What if we hugged and it was great? I mean, just almost not even a hug, like something new is being invented here. But then, during that, you suddenly leave. You run away from me. And while you run, you yell, "I am leaving you at an ever-changing velocity." Well, I would say, you know what? That is a lot less helpful. Now let's say that this changing velocity you have that I don't know happens to be an acceleration of 2 meters per second per second. What does that mean? Well, that means that your velocity is getting bigger by 2 meters per second for every second that you run. It would look like this on a graph. You begin hugging me with no velocity, and then 1 second later, your velocity is 2 meters per second larger. So 2 larger than 0 is 2. That's your velocity after 1 second. After 2 seconds, your velocity is 2 larger still, so 4, and then 6. Your velocity graph would look something like this. But now here's a question. If you're moving like this, is the distance you are away from me at any given time still just the area of the shape bounded? It's harder to see that because you don't maintain any single velocity for any amount of time. Your velocity is always changing, so we don't have nice rectangles. But we can see that it is true by putting ourselves in my shoes. Abandoned, alone. I don't even know your motion. I don't even know how you're accelerating. It's very scary. But I can decide to take matters into my own hands and measure your velocity as often as I like. Let's say that I measure it just once. I measure it after, let's say, 2 seconds. All right, wonderful. Now the question I want to answer is how far away you are after 3 seconds. All right, so I have this measurement. I know that you were traveling at 4 meters per second. Well, I mean, look, if you're going 4 meters per second for 1 second, then that's a rectangle like this. And it's got an area of 4. But you're not 4 meters away, are you? You're a lot further than that because you weren't traveling 4 meters per second for this entire second. You were at all times actually traveling a bit faster. And I'm totally forgetting all the distance you covered before my measurement, which is not 0. Okay, so clearly I need to measure your velocity more frequently. So let's say that I measure your velocity twice during the 3 seconds I'm curious about. Let's say I measure it after 1 second and then after 2 seconds. Well, now I can imagine rectangles here. This one
is 2 by 1, so it has an area of 2. This one is 4 by 1, so it has an area of 4. 2 plus 4 is 6, but you're a lot more than 6 meters away as well, because you weren't traveling 2 meters per second this entire time. You were actually speeding up, covering more and more distance. I'm totally forgetting all the distance you covered over here. Basically, this method will always leave me short. But the more frequently I check your velocity, the better things get. Take a look at this. Oh yeah. Oh wow. As you can see, the more frequently I check your velocity, the closer my calculation gets to being based off of what you really did, your actual motion. But also, the more frequently I check your velocity, the closer the combined area of all of my rectangles gets to simply being equal to the actual area bounded by your velocity curve. Which means that the area under your velocity curve, even when your curve is like this, is still totally the distance you are away from me. Now let's take this knowledge and apply it to the odd number rule. Before people knew how things fell, there were some pretty good guesses. For example, if the reason things fall is that they have within them a desire to be in their own proper place, in this example, the table, well then maybe the closer this object gets to the table, the more excited it is to be there and the faster it goes, in which case its velocity would change over time like this, getting steeper and steeper and steeper. But Galileo didn't think that. He believed that when objects fell, their velocities increased at a constant rate. So graphed like this, their velocity would just follow a straight line. Let's draw a straight line. Beautiful. Now, let's divide this graph up into strips of equal time. Perfect. All right, now, as we know, the areas of the shapes we have bounded here are the distances traveled during their respective time intervals. So what's the area of our first shape here, a little triangle? Well, we don't know what it is. We don't have any actual markings here on our axes, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. We'll just call this 1. So in the first second or the first time interval, our object traveled a distance of 1 unit of space. Perfect. Now, how far did our object travel during the second time interval? Well, that distance will be equal to that area. Well, what is this area? Well, one thing we can do to make this easier is to divide the shape like this. Now we have two shapes, a triangle and a rectangle. This triangle has the exact same area as our initial triangle. That's because they are congruent triangles. They both have the same base length, and because this velocity line has a constant slope, it rises the same amount per time elapsed all the time. So their heights are the same and they're both right triangles. Their areas are the same. So the area of this space is the area of that triangle plus the area of this rectangle. What is the area of this rectangle? Well, one thing we can do is divide the rectangle in half with a diagonal like this. And look what we've created. This triangle has the exact same area as our initial triangle. It has the same height, it has the same base, they're both right angles. And look, the same goes for this one. It's a right triangle, its base is the same as this base, its height is the same as this one's height. Gosh, this is just the area of the initial triangle, but twice. So we have two of them, and we have two of them one time. Okay, perfect. Now let's move on to finding the area of that shape. Once again, I can divide this shape like that, and now I have a triangle, which as we know, has the same area as our initial triangle right here. So we have that area, 1. And then we also have, look at that, 2 rectangles, which as we know, we can divide in half like this, giving us now 4 triangles equal in area to the initial one. So what we've done is we've taken the initial area and we have doubled it, well, once and then twice, so 2 times. Now, as we continue doing this, we find that we're always adding 1 more of our original areas, and then we're always doubling that original area 1 more time. Here we've doubled it 1, 2, 3 times, doubled 3 times. Well, look at this pattern. Right here, we can think of 1 as being equal to 2 times 0 plus 1, can't we? Well, these numbers are whole numbers and they're just going up by 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. This is all of the general form 2n plus 1. That is how you mathematically spell odd. So the odd number rule is not some kind of magical coincidence, it's just what happens when an object's velocity increases at a constant rate. The answer was right there in front of us all along, written in the mathematical language of the universe. The universe also contains Colorado, one of its best rectangles. Or is it? Let's find out after a quick word from our sponsor, us. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Are you a person? Well, then get out of here. Go poop or something. I only want to talk to your brain. Okay, so brains. Here's my message to you. Treat yourself. Touch more than just my voice. Become a supporter of the Vsauce Curiosity Box, the subscription for thinkers. It comes to your door every 3 months full of stuff that we have made and things that we love. I'm talking books, shirts, viral physics toys, puzzles, projects, you name it. Its mission is to be good for brains. So we give a portion of all proceeds from it directly to Alzheimer's research, and it makes our new Inquisitive Fellowship possible. A program that literally just gives money and equipment and assistance to educational YouTubers so they can worry less about monetization and the algorithm and more about just making the kind of content they want to make and that this world needs. This year's inaugural fellows are fantastic. 12-Tone, Jordan Herod, Up and Atom, and Jabril. You should definitely subscribe to them. Continue feeding yourself right. Join the Curiosity Box today. Welcome back. Now, Colorado looks like a rectangle, a shape with 4 sides that all meet at the same angle, but Colorado doesn't have 4 sides. It has 697, making it not a rectangle, but instead a hexaheptaenneacontachiheptagon. And this was all by mistake. The United States Congress initially defined Colorado as a geospherical rectangle, the space bounded by 2 lines of latitude and 2 lines of longitude. In the 19th century, surveyors set out to demarcate its shape, to actually mark it on the ground. And they did a phenomenal job with the tools that they had. But mistakes were made. Some were large enough that you can spot them on many common maps of the state. In 1925, the US Supreme Court ruled that the borders as surveyed were the correct ones and would legally stand as the official recognized edges of the state, not the originally intended theoretically pure geospherical rectangle, thus ending the shaping of Colorado that began with lines drawn by the Compromise of 1850. 1850. We have arrived. Article 18, Section 5, Paragraph 0 of the Washington Interscholastic Activities Association 1996-97 Constitution, the set of rules Air Bud would have been subject to at the time and place of the movie, states that in order to participate in an interscholastic athletic activity, like basketball, a student must be a, quote, regular member of the school, defined as someone enrolled half-time or more. The section does refer to RCW 28A225010, a list of approved exceptions, but not one of these was considered in the case of Air Bud. Had they been, it would have been discovered quite quickly that Air Bud the dog qualified under absolutely none of them. There is no rule that specifically states a dog cannot play basketball, but there are, and were rules that said that this dog, Air Bud, should not have been allowed to play basketball. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. If you have a watch or a clock nearby, take a look at its hour hand. It moves, completing a trip all the way around twice a day. Its motion is too slow to see, but try. Really look at it, all right? Now,
Watch how far it travels in 1 second, okay? 1 Mississippi. Done, that's it. See how far it moved? Well, if this watch was the Milky Way, that would be about how far we have traveled in our solar system around our galaxy since the invention of writing. Since the beginning, not of time, but of our history. It's a very small distance, unnoticeable. For most of humanity's existence, there hasn't been writing, physical recordings of events or ideas. Today, of course, we have writing, and we have many different ways to physically store data. We even now have digital ones. But before writing was invented, all humans had was biological storage. Memories. There was no Wikipedia, no phone book, no library, but what there was old people. Of everyone around, they've experienced the most, heard the most things, had the most thoughts. Even today, with all this stuff around, the oldest among us remain the libraries of things that physical and digital libraries either don't, haven't been, or can't yet chronicle. Aeschylus famously said that memory is the mother of wisdom. But like all storage formats, individuals don't last forever. These can be lost. We can die. These can obsolesce. They can still be around but have no way to be played back or read. They can be abandoned, ignored. These can also just wear out, just as we can forget or develop dementia. Dementia involves a decline in cognitive skills used to perform everyday activities. 60 to 80% of dementia cases are Alzheimer's. The disease is associated with the accumulation of plaques and tangles in the brain, changes accompanied by damage to brain cells and their death. The older a person is, the more likely they are to have developed Alzheimer's. But Alzheimer's is not a part of normal aging. Symptoms of Alzheimer's disease include a decrease in the ability to think and remember, confusion about time and place, new difficulties speaking and writing, changes in mood and personality. As we fight against other diseases and live longer lives, Alzheimer's looms on the horizon as if waiting for us to pass the test of other challenges. As a cause of death from 2000 to 2013, many things decreased, but Alzheimer's has grown. Stopping it, preventing it, postponing its development in our brains long enough that we at least die of something else with our memories is a real goal we can achieve. Your brain fits inside this thing, your skull. Specifically this part back here called the brain case or neurocranium. It's a bone fortress protecting an inner sanctuary called the cranial cavity. Your brain sits right here, except it doesn't really sit so much as it swims. You see, the brain is incredibly fragile and soft and gooey. Model or toy brains tend to be made out of rigid plastic, and actual specimens used in dissection tend to be rubbery because they've been affected by chemicals like formaldehyde. But real, raw, fresh brains, right out of someone's brain case, are soft, like soft tofu. Holding one like this for too long will leave a lasting hand-shaped depression. For that reason, the brain has to float so it doesn't crush itself under its own weight. But it doesn't float in water. Instead, it floats in a special liquid your body makes called cerebrospinal fluid. Now, this isn't a whole brain. This is just the cerebrum, the largest part of the brain. It plays a key role in language, thought, abstract thinking, awareness, consciousness. It thinks it's a pretty big deal. Literally, it's the part of you that does thinking. Anyway, the outside of the cerebrum is called the cortex. Cortex means bark, like tree bark, or a rind, or a husk. If I tear off one of the temporal lobes, we can take a closer look at this rind. It's painted in maroon here. You can see its extent. It's only about 2 to 4 millimeters thick. It's often called gray matter because it appears pinkish yellowish gray in a real brain. Beneath it is the white matter. White because although gray matter contains a lot of cell bodies, the white matter contains mainly axons that are myelinated that send messages from gray matter to gray matter locations. Myelin is a whitish material that insulates electric messages, allowing them to move faster. And fast, they do move. Signals travel through axons at up to 432 kilometers per hour. That's 275 miles per hour. About the top speed of the fastest production car in the world. You could say this car literally travels at the speed of thought. But that's slow compared to the speed of electricity through a conductor, which is closer to 50 to 99% the speed of light. Anyway, the brain is very wrinkly, and that's because a wrinkled shape allows more cerebral cortex to fit into a smaller container. If we could take this entire rind, all of your cerebral cortex, and flatten it out, it would be, well, about like this. It would be about 2 to 4 millimeters thick and have an area equivalent to a square 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, about 20 by 20 inches. Obviously, you can't fit this shape into this shape unless you crumple it up. And now we're getting somewhere. When we crumple the brain up, we get folds. The folds are called gyri, singular gyrus, and the crevices are called sulci, singular sulcus. About 2/3 of your cerebral cortex is buried deep within sulci out of view. As for memories, well, every time you learn something new or memorize something new, your brain doesn't gain another wrinkle or anything like that. Instead, memories appear to be more about connections, relationships, and patterns formed by connected neurons. When neurons fire together again and again, rehearse, their connections and bonds become stronger. They become more likely to fire together again, to be recalled. Roughly, that might be how memory works, and it's a helpful way to think about some interesting phenomena, like the fact that it's quite difficult to list off the name of every book you've ever read. That's like really difficult. But if someone were to just name book titles, you could effortlessly tell them whether or not you'd read the book. Hearing the title likely excites neuron connections more directly involved with the connections associated with your memory of having read that title than a mere prompt to name some books you've read. When brain cells and their connections are damaged, blocked, compromised, or killed, memories can fade and the formation of new memories can be hampered. Learning how this happens in Alzheimer's isn't just important for those diagnosed, but also for all of us interested in memory. In 1 to 5% of Alzheimer's cases, genetic differences can be identified, but the cause of most cases is still mostly unknown. A number of hypotheses and observations exist. For example, we know that 15% of individuals with Down syndrome who live 40 years or longer develop Alzheimer's disease, and 50 to 70% of those who live to 60 do. Down syndrome is caused by the presence of all or part of a third copy of chromosome 21. We still have a lot to learn, but chromosome 21 is also involved in the plaques found in the brains of people with Alzheimer's. Within this chromosome are the genetic instructions for the production of a protein called amyloid precursor protein, or APP. APP seems to play a role in neural growth and repair. It's found on cells throughout the entire body. It's processed by the body in different ways. Most often, an enzyme called alpha secretase cleaves it into SAPP alpha and C83. Less often, an enzyme called beta secretase snips APP a bit higher up, releasing a smaller fragment called SAPP beta. A third enzyme can then come along, gamma secretase, and cleave AICD away, leaving P3 if alpha secretase acted first, and beta amyloid if beta secretase acted first. The normal function of beta amyloid isn't exactly known yet. It may play an important role in healthy brain function, but if too much is made, or maybe if too little is cleared away too slowly, or if the protein folds in the wrong ways, fragments can stick together, creating oligomers, groups of a few pieces, say 4 or 5. These oligomer gangs can then stick to other oligomers and become larger structures called plaques. The effect oligomers and plaques have on brain cells and brain health is being studied. Oligomers may be more toxic. They may allow unregulated ion flow into neurons, causing their deaths. What we do know is that Alzheimer's disease is associated with these plaques in the brain, as well as another protein-related anomaly, tangles. A protein called tau stabilizes microtubules in brain cells, like railroad ties holding tracks together, the tracks that guide nutrients and other molecules throughout the cell. In many neurodegenerative diseases, tau proteins become abnormally sticky and tangle with other tau proteins, compromising the delivery network. We do know some factors associated with increased or decreased risk, but their exact relationships with cognitive decline aren't all certain. Things associated with a reduced risk for Alzheimer's disease include physical activity, a heart-healthy diet, learning a second language later in life, being social, frequently interacting with people, protecting your head, and intellectual activities like crossword puzzles, playing instruments, reading, board games, education. Such activities may improve overall brain health and cognitive skills, leaving you with a brain more resilient to damage should it come. Whatever the case, there's a lot more we can learn. It is incredible and exciting and a little scary to realize how much more we have to learn about the brain. We know more about the orbital mechanics of distant binary stars than we do about the very mechanisms we use to know about them in the first place. Inner space is as mysterious and deep as outer space. And of course, between the two, one doesn't even care if we exist, while the other is us. The wobbly gel in our heads, no stiffer than a good booger, is fragile and still very much of a scientific frontier. It looks like soft meat, but it can not only think, reason, feel, remember, and lie, it can also care for other people and the goopy wrinkled things inside their skulls. It can be patient with them, see them as people no matter how they change, whether by growing up or growing way up. Supporting research, caregivers, and those diagnosed is something we can all do. So thank you. And as always, thanks for watching. Terry Pratchett famously said that right now the sword that will defeat Alzheimer's is probably made of gold, donations, resources. For the last few years, Vsauce has donated to and supported the Alzheimer's Association. They are great people, and they helped me a lot with this video. I've included links to them in the video's description. Hey, Vsauce! My name is Michael.
And my name is Kevin.
Names. Humans give each other names
But so do dolphins. They use whistle sounds and will respond to their whistle name even when produced by a dolphin they don't know. Personal names personalize things, signifying that the named thing is capable of feeling, that it's worthy of empathy. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child has declared that every human child born on Earth has the right to a name. Every country on Earth has ratified the treaty, except for 3: South Sudan, the newest country on Earth, Somalia, which has no central government, and the United States. Why? Well, some organizations inside the United States believe that the US shouldn't have to listen to another authority, and the treaty prohibits the death penalty for children. It's a moot point now, but up until 2005, 22 states allowed children to be executed for crimes. The United States follows the treaty now, but won't promise to always do so. Dunce is a bad name to be called, but an even worse name to be the origin of. Meet Duns Scotus, born in 1266. Popular in his time, later scholars looked down on his teachings as clever, but wrong. They were so critical, in fact, they took Duns and turned his name into a noun meaning a stupid person. A dunce. Perhaps he'd rather have had the longest name ever, a record held by a man born in 1904 whose name was 746 letters long. You can listen to someone pronounce the entire name on Wikipedia. What can't a name be? Mononymous people only use one name. You can name your kid Apple or North or Moon Unit. You can name your kid Football, but not everywhere. Some countries require parents to submit their children's names to the government for approval. New Zealand enforces a policy in which names must not cause offense to a reasonable person, not be unreasonably long, and should not resemble an official title or rank. For example, their courts recently forbid a mother from naming her child Sex Fruit. But New Zealand has allowed some unusual names. Right now, in New Zealand, there are children living whose names are officially Violence, Midnight Chardonnay, and Number 16 Bus Shelter. In 1996, a Swedish couple submitted their child's name for official approval, Albin. But in protest of the naming laws in place at the time, they spelled Albin like this. It wasn't accepted. In the United States, you can name your kid pretty much anything that doesn't include obscenity, numerals, or symbols, which means, as Carlton Larson points out, you can't name your kid R2-D2, but you could, say, name your child Adolf Hitler, which Heath and Deborah Campbell did in 2006. Adolf Hitler Campbell made headlines in 2009 after a bakery refused to put his name on a cake for his 3rd birthday. Shortly afterwards, child welfare officials took him and his other controversially named siblings away from their parents and placed them in foster care, where they remain to this day. His parents are self-identified Nazis, and they live in New Jersey, the latter of which makes them New Jerseyans. If they lived in Kansas, they'd be Kansan. If they lived in New York, they'd be New Yorkers. If they lived in Utah, they'd be Utahns. A name based on where something is from is called a demonym, which means that even names have names. An endonym is a name given to a place by those who live there. An exonym is a name given to a place by those who live elsewhere. But my favorite name for a name is an autoantonym, a word that can mean the opposite of its other meaning. For example, the word off, which can mean both activated and deactivated. For instance, the alarm went off, so we had to turn it off.
You can track the distribution of your last name across the entire Earth using the Public Profiler, or visualize the popularity of the US's top 1,000 names over time. Studies have shown that your name may influence your behavior. The name-letter effect is a phenomenon in which people prefer words, events, other people, and places which contain letters similar to the letters inside their own name. Measuring a person's preference for such letters has been shown to be a good gauge of self-esteem. Richard Wiseman's Quirkology is a great read on this topic. He mentions alphabetical discrimination. People with last names that begin with a letter near the end of the alphabet tend to rate themselves significantly less successful than people with names that begin with a letter near the beginning of the alphabet. Perhaps because all their lives they've been put on the bottom of lists. Also fascinating is the fact that men and women with positive initials like ACE, HUG, or JOY live 3 to 4.5 years longer than average. But men with negative initials like PIG, BUM, or DIE die about 3 years earlier than average. But interestingly, women with negative initials don't show much difference. Half of all Americans share the same 1,712 last names. 1% of Americans have the last name Smith. In China, 85% share the same 100 last names. 200 last names cover 96% of the population in Vietnam, 40% of which have the same last name. This one. Name calling can hurt people's feelings. It's at the very bottom of Graham's hierarchy of disagreement. And at the end of the day, names are just words. As the saying goes, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words are merely the smallest element of language capable of containing meaning in isolation, and as such could never directly produce the 4,000 newtons of force per square centimeter required to break bones.
And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. When will you die? I don't mean you specifically, I mean the mean of you all, the average Vsauce viewer. By combining World Health Organization life tables with YouTube analytics for Vsauce viewers, we can calculate that the average date everyone over the age of 15 watching this video right now will die on is 8:42 in the morning, November 28th, 2059. The mode is in 2073. Morbidly, but mathematically, about 340 of the people who watch this video this week will not be around at this time next year. These statistics are based on averages, but interestingly, the average person considers him or herself anything but average. Studies have consistently shown that the average person believes he or she will live a longer and healthier life than the average person. We overestimate the likelihood that bad things will happen to other people and underestimate the likelihood that they will happen to us. It's a natural part of our psychology, but yeah, we miscalculate risk in many fascinating ways. Casey Cole points out that we are often more responsive to threats that are personal, exotic, erratic, and dramatic than we are to threats that are, well, more likely. I love one of her examples. Imagine a world where cigarettes are harmless, but one cigarette pack out of every 18,750 contains a single cigarette laced with dynamite that, when lit, violently explodes, blowing the user's head off. People would be loudly and messily losing their heads every day all over the world. But in that imaginary universe, the same number of people would die every day because of smoking that already do. The results would just be more shocking, more immediate, and probably more likely to affect our decisions. Last month, I and some of my favorite YouTube creators met with President Obama about the decisions Americans make when it comes to protecting themselves from the cost of staying healthy. The issue of healthcare is mired in conflict and debate matched only by the turmoil of risk assessment going on in our own minds. Our myelinated machines use more biases and shortcuts to evaluate probabilities than can fit in a single video, but a particularly strong example is the availability heuristic. Our tendency to think that something is more likely because it happened recently, or there are more examples of it happening available in our memories, not because it actually is more likely. We also over-exaggerate risks we don't have control over, while being comparatively fearless in the face of equal risks we nonetheless can control. Chauncey Starr's famous 1969 study on risk found that people were willing to accept risks 1,000 times greater if they could control them, for instance driving a car, than if they didn't have control, for instance a nuclear disaster. Let's talk about Abraham Wald. Only so much extra armor can be added to an airplane before it becomes too heavy to fly. Now, during World War II, the US military noticed that planes returning from enemy territory were usually damaged around the wings, the body, and the tail gunner, so they put more armor on those areas. But it didn't make a difference. The same number of planes continued to be lost. So the military hired Wald for his mathematical superpowers. He told them to put what little armor they could on the parts of the planes that weren't being hit. Why? Well, because returning planes were survivors. They took damage in areas where a plane can take damage and survive. Damage to other areas caused the plane to not return. Wald was protecting them against survivorship bias, only paying attention to successes. A similar phenomenon is partly responsible for why music feels like it was just better back in the day than it is now. Is that really true, or are we just remembering the good stuff? Wald's work saved thousands of lives and made flying safer for many more. Tragically, a few years later, Wald and his wife died in an airplane crash. You can't predict how and when you will die, it's not that easy, but a few risk scoring systems have been created to make the discussion and comparison of hazardous behaviors clearer. The micromort was conceived by Ronald A. Howard and is an amount of risk equal to a 1 in 1 million probability of dying. John Green discussed micromorts in a fantastic Mental Floss video you should watch if you haven't already. He points out that a single skydive temporarily increases your death risk by 7 micromorts, a 7 in 1 million chance of dying. That's the same as smoking 5 cigarettes. It's been estimated that you gain 1 micromort for every half liter of wine you drink, every year you spend drinking Miami tap water, every 1,000 miles you fly in a jet plane, every 230 miles you travel by car, every 20 miles you travel by bicycle, and every 6 miles you travel by motorcycle or canoe. There is a happier unit of risk, the microlife. Proposed by David Spiegelhalter and Alejandro Leva, a microlife is gained by doing healthful things. In small quantities, their benefits are roughly linear, and 1 microlife is the equivalent of 30 extra minutes of life. 20 minutes of moderate exercise gives you 2 more microlives. 2 hours of sedentary behavior, -1 microlives. Plenty of non-scientific websites exist that allow you to calculate when you will die based on your life expectancy and habits. PokeMyBirthday.com is a kind of goofy site that takes a nonetheless interesting look at not your death, but your birth. Enter your birthday and see when you were conceived, when your mother probably first realized she was pregnant with you, and the dates your parents created or moved into position the 2 cells that eventually became the 30 trillion cells that are now watching this video. Every single person who ever died right here on planet Earth, except for 3, the crew of Soyuz 11. On June 30th, 1979, their cabin depressurized while returning to Earth before they crossed the agreed-upon boundary between Earth and outer space. Far from any populated area, a three-sided metallic column sits where their craft landed in Kazakhstan. It's a remote memorial to humankind's remotest deaths. We haven't all died here on Earth, but so far we have all been born here. Thanks for being here. Stay safe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. And here. Michael here. Hey, Vsauce! What is here? What is there? What is there? What really exists? Do waves exist, or are there just things that are wavy? When does a piece of food stop being a piece of food and become me? Do chairs exist? Ontology is the philosophy of existence, and chairs are what philosophers call ordinary objects. Ordinary objects are the plain old common sense things we deal with every day. Spoons, buckets, rocks, stuff like that. Their existence is as obvious as possible, but the more we try to suss out where they are, the more sus they become. First of all, sure, this could all be a dream. Maybe we've all been hallucinating chairs all these years. Or this could be part of the simulated reality, pumped into our brains while our bodies are harvested for energy. But underneath that skepticism, there's a deeper ontological question we need to answer first. Regardless of whether this spoon is made of real atoms or simulated atoms, is it really possible to be made of something? Take a look at these two things. As we all know, 2 minus 1 is 2. There are two things here. There's an origami crane and a piece of paper. I'm just kidding, of course. There's just one thing. The crane and the paper are the same. But watch this. Where'd the crane go? If the paper and the crane were truly identical, they would share everything in common. But clearly, they don't. The paper can survive being unfolded, and the crane cannot. Also, I made the crane, but I didn't make the paper. And the paper was around before the crane. You know, for two things that are the same, they sure are different. This relationship is called constitution. Paper constitutes the crane. It's a one-to-one relationship. But there's another kind of being made of going on here too. This paper, for example, is made not of one other thing, but of sextillions of things. Fundamental subatomic particles, electrons and quarks, or strings, or physical and virtual fields. This many-to-one relationship is called composition. Philosophers call whatever it is that matter is ultimately composed of simples. A simple is a thing that, unlike a piece of paper, has no parts, no substructure, not even a top or bottom. Now, it could be the case that there are no simples, that there's just a never-ending chain of smaller and smaller substructure. Philosophers call such a reality a gunky universe. If structure never ends in the other direction and everything turns out to be part of something bigger with no final complete composite, that is known as a junky universe. Point is,
Believing ordinary objects exist and are made up of smaller things is quite common. It's called ontological reductionism. It's the position that wholes are nothing more than their parts. But our crane and our paper challenge that notion. It seems like being made of some things is different than just being those things. Let's agree on what it means to exist. Let's say that for something to exist is simply for there to be more than zero of it. So Pegasus exists if we mean, are there any winged horses in works of fiction and mythology? And Pegasus does not exist if we mean, are there any physical, flesh and blood winged horses that evolved on Earth through natural selection? Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist. There's this one right here. I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's kind of dry, and a little bit salty. Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe or an inventory of things we made? Let me put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about in-cars? An in-car is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns. Are there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. Stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands. An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation between land and some water. Now, of course, island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more real than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is there? People like Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints, and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something, does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, you know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me and you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called mereology, and mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any assortment of stuff, no matter how strange or scattered across time and space, composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have two books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took, because its parts are two books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name, and no one's ever talked about it before, just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter Van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some simples, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because symbols that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, symbols in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or in-cars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of symbols, but that's it. Now, that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms and molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean, they all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are symbols here and that those symbols are arranged into a chair shape. And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with over-determination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of symbols here and any other symbols that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain. Composites are causally redundant. Believing in chairs is like believing that while, yes, the burning gas from my stove completely describes why the water in the pot boils, there's also a magical invisible substance called boilo that comes out of my stove and does the same thing as the flame at the same time, and if there was no boilo, the flame would warm the water just the same, but there is boilo. Chairs are no more real than Boileau. Composites over-determine what happens in the world. They also lead to overcounting. For more on that, let's say hello to this video's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. You may know me from such films as Lady Gaga, Judas Parody, Key of Awesome number 42, and The Emoji Movie. But today, I'm here to talk to you about the Curiosity Box. This season, our subscribers will be receiving many things, including a shirt celebrating the Sherman line, a kit to find out what kind of bacteria grows on you, a puzzle that celebrates the average color of Neptune, and yes, also Uranus, and the first ever at-home demonstration of impossible colors. And right now, if you subscribe with code BOGO, we'll also send you our entire summer box completely free. Just pay shipping. How many things will you be receiving for this one ridiculously low price? Well, you might think 15. 8 things plus 7 things. But don't forget that you're also getting this entire collection and this entire collection. That's 17 things. Order now. That's a good deal. But the ontology seemed wrong. If I count some parts, I shouldn't also count the whole they compose. But if you believe in composite objects, you must, right? I mean, after all, the composite exists. So if this chair contains, say, 100 sextillion atoms, then there are actually at least 100 sextillion and 1 things here. All of the atoms and also the chair. That seems wrong. But wait, there's more. If I take a knife and scrape off a tiny part of this chair, is it still a chair? I think most of us would say that yes, it is still a chair, and it would still be a chair even if I removed a tiny bit again and again. A series of tiny, innocuous removals is called a Sorites sequence. The trouble they cause is that while it seems we must accept that each individual step doesn't annihilate the chair, clearly enough minute removals will eventually leave us with no chair. Nothing at all, in fact. But how can that be? How can subtracting 0 over and over again ever give a different result? Well, clearly, there must be a point at which a tiny change does make a difference. Now, different people might give different answers as to where that line is, but, we could just stipulate the boundaries. We could define chair in some extremely precise way. If we did that, if we defined the shape, function, and history that makes something a chair so precisely that even the smallest deviation could make or break its status as a chair, how could we know if we'd done it right? If we called up God and said, hey, dude, watch this. Okay, see this chair? Well, okay, now we're gonna remove a single atom from it. Ta-da! It's no longer a chair, is it? Would God be like, correct. You guys nailed it. That is exactly right. It was a chair before, and now, in my infinite wisdom, I can confirm that that single atom was exactly what made the difference. Unless there's some explanation for why a boundary should be drawn in a precise way instead of some other way, our stipulations are just arbitrary. Ordinary objects may be unredeemably vague. But being vague may actually be a feature of ordinary objects. For example, how many people is a crowd? 10 people standing together in a huge empty park might be more of like a group, but 10 people standing further apart in a tiny waiting room will feel way more crowded. The fact that our terms depend on context, that they're plastic, makes it seem less and less like they're describing things and more like they're pragmatic, that rather than telling us what there is, they tell us what to expect. Peter Unger has pointed out that there's at least one kind of thing that can survive a Sorites sequence without paradox. Stuff. If you innocuously remove tiny pieces from something that is just some stuff, you will still have some stuff after each step until you reach a clear and unambiguous boundary. When the last piece is removed, there will no longer be any stuff. This might show that there are composite objects. Stuff. As soon as we pretend that some stuff is a thing, though, vagueness sets in. Suddenly, we're talking about a thing that can lose parts but also can't lose parts, and unless contradictions can exist, words like chair just don't really refer to anything in the universe. Sorites sequences lead to other problems too, like the problem of the many. If removing a tiny number of atoms from this chair leaves me with a chair, well, how many chairs are here? Like, okay, there's this one, but then there's also this one, which is really similar to the first, but it doesn't have these atoms on top of it. You know, I don't have to remove atoms for this to be a problem. All I have to do is try to define which atoms here are part of the chair and which aren't. At the atomic level, there isn't a definite boundary. Near the edge, it will be hard to tell whether a particular molecule is part of the moisture in the chair or part of the ambient humidity. Instead of there being a single chair here, it seems like really there are billions and billions of candidates for the chair. Which one is the chair? But now, suppose that instead of removing pieces, like in a Sorites sequence, or choosing pieces, like in the problem of the many, we instead discard pieces and replace them with new, similar pieces. This is the setup to the famous ship of Theseus paradox. Suppose I buy a boat and name it Theseus. Over time, parts of the boat wear out, and I replace them with brand new parts. After, say, 10 years, well, I might realize that not a single part of my boat was part of the boat on the day I bought it. Do I now own a different boat? Have I owned two boats? But now suppose that someone has been following me around all these years and has been picking up each old part I throw out and storing them away in a warehouse. After I've replaced all the original parts, they take them and join them back the way they were 10 years ago. Which boat is Theseus? Both? If we conclude that ordinary objects don't exist, the problems of Sorites, the many, Theseus, overdetermination, and overcounting all evaporate. If there are only simples and they never compose anything, then which one is the ship of Theseus is easy to answer. Neither. Neither are the boat, and nothing ever was the boat. All that happened was that some simples got moved around. The simples the scavenger has are the simples I possessed when I bought the boat, but there's no mystery of persistence. Removing or exchanging a piece of stuff never left me with the same stuff. There's also no mystery as to which of the billions of chair candidates here is the chair. And the removal of no specific atoms will ever stop it from being a chair, because there is no chair here, and there never was. There are only simples arranged chair-wise. The illusion that there are composites that can survive changes in their parts is an artifact of our minds. It's a helpful one that allows us to track certain properties and ignore others, but when taken seriously, it obviously is not really how the universe works. And that's okay. We shouldn't be embarrassed when we talk about boats or chairs. Our words for ordinary objects really do refer to actual phenomena, and therefore are more correct than believing that, say, the sun turned into a black hole yesterday. Unlike the false statement that chairs exist, there is no evidence that saying the sun turned into a black hole yesterday could even be incorrectly describing. Because of this, Trenton Merricks calls the belief in ordinary objects false, but nearly as good as true. This is all silly though, right? I mean, of course there are chairs. If you believe that there are some simples arranged chair-wise, then you admit there's a chair, because that just is what a chair is. It's not some additional thing over and above these simples, it just is them. Each is still an atom or electron or whatever, but together they are a chair. Well, not so fast there, chair lover. What do you mean a chair is simples arranged chairwise? The phrase simples arranged chairwise just picks out these simples, There's nothing else for that phrase to refer to. There aren't these simples and then also some other simples that are the simples arranged chair-wise. So do you mean that chair is a disguised plural? That it refers to lots of things, just like the phrase, these books? Because these books only commits us to the existence of this book and this book, but not an additional object that's called a these books. Likewise, if chair just means this simple and that simple, well then it points to a whole bunch of things, and not one of them is a chair. Sure, chairs exist if by chair we mean a word for all these simples, but if by chair we mean an actual object in the universe, there just aren't any, my friend. Except maybe there is no chair over and above the simples, but instead, something happens when an assortment of simples are arranged into a chair shape. Each member continues to be a single atom or whatever, but collectively, they all simultaneously become one thing, a chair. Okay, so then either there's no chair here, just simples, or somehow a miraculous contradiction has appeared, many things, and also one thing that, despite both clearly differing in that respect, are still identical. It looks like chairs cannot be identical to the parts they're supposedly composed of, but chairs also can't be different from their composite parts because there's nothing else there, and after counting and accounting for their parts, there's nothing left for the existence of a chair to cause or explain. To rescue chairs from non-existence, we need to find a way to show that a chair is independent of its atoms, and therefore distinct from them, but not so distinct that it's impossibly over and above them. We need to find a way to make chairs ontologically innocent, to have our cake and not have it too. Amy Thomason does this in a very clever way. She points out that if I ask you, hey, is there anything in the fridge? And you look inside and see that it's empty and say, there's nothing in it, it would be weird if I came over, looked inside myself, found a single eyelash in the corner and said, excuse me, what is this? You said there was no thing in the fridge, but there was an eyelash. And gosh dang it, the whole thing is actually full of air. Now that would be weird because when I asked if there was anything in the fridge, it was implied that I meant anything to eat. By arguing that the empty fridge is not really empty, I was using the word thing in what Thomason calls a neutral sense. I used it to mean any and all entities that could possibly be described. But you took me to be using thing in what she calls a sortal sense. A sortal is a term that tells us what a thing is in a way that allows us to count how many there are and know when there is or isn't one. Water is not a sortal. If I told you there was water in my basement and you asked, how many waters? I'd have to use a sortal to answer you. For example, gallons of water. Thomason argues that the neutral use of thing is meaningless when used to ask questions. For example, if I used thing in a neutral sense and asked how many orange things are in this video, you would have no idea how I wanted you to carve it all up. Thus, there would be no single correct answer. You might say, one orange thing, your shirt? But then I could say, what? No, there's my left sleeve, my right sleeve, the inside of the shirt, the outside of the shirt. Come on, there's way more than one. Unless we use sortals, any search for what things there are will end in confusion. Not because there are no things, but because it hasn't been made clear what conditions to apply when searching. For Thomason, this means that what we find depends on what application conditions we use. If I ask if there's anything here that the condition smaller than a molecule applies to, you could note each such thing and give me an inventory. Chair would not be on that list. But if I asked you if there were any medium-sized, rigid according to human strength things here, chair would probably go on your list, and no single atom would. If an application condition is satisfied in the world, then the thing it describes exists. So, chairs do exist. If the application conditions for one thing are also sufficient for something else, then if we find the first thing, we have found the other because its existence is entailed analytically by the existence of the first thing, that is, by meaning and logic alone. For example, if I say that I live in a house, you can conclude, without looking, that I live in a building. There's no paradox here. I don't live in a house and a building, two distinct things that defy the laws of physics by being co-located. Instead, the conditions that apply to a house are also sufficient for a building. So, a single chair is not impossibly identical to some collection of many, nor is it somehow over and above its parts. Instead, atoms arranged chairwise merely logically entail a chair. The entailment connects things differentiated by distinct application conditions. When we ask, which one is the ship of Theseus? A puzzle erupts because we're being too neutral. We need to say what we mean by ship of Theseus. If we mean the original parts, then this is it. Do we mean the thing registered to me by the boat authorities? Well, then it's this one. But which is the real one is an incomplete pseudo question. When it comes to Sorites sequences, I think we need to just stipulate where the boundary is. I don't think there's an objective answer provided by the universe or God as to what exactly is and is not a chair. But that doesn't have to mean that there aren't any chairs. It can just mean that every single collection of symbols is its own unique object, independent of our minds, and that we get to decide which to call chairs. Vagueness comes from our minds and our language, but there are no vague objects in the universe. We don't have to believe that our reality is simulated, but I do think we have to believe that it's stipulated. It is a reality that contains not what intelligent machines have decided to give us, but what we have decided we have. There's no fact of the matter as to whether calling this a star is the true way to carve up this stuff. It's a pretty useful way to do it and helpful for at least human purposes, but star is a thing we imposed on the world. As Michael Jubian puts it, there are no things, but as a consequence, there are as many things as we like. Now, as for the problem of the many, we can simply just admit that there really are billions of slightly different chairs here. Some include a few boundary atoms that others don't, but since they all act and react pretty much in unison, in our daily lives, it just doesn't matter which exact material collection we mean when we say this chair. However, let's go back to our cranes. When we talked about holes, we said that holes might be ontologically parasitic, that their existence seems to require the existence of something else, something that can host the hole. Perhaps our crane is holy too. Not a physical thing in its own right, but a disturbance in some paper. There is no material crane here, there's only some paper arranged crane-wise. But once we start entertaining that notion, we realize that nearly everything we see and feel, all ordinary objects and even ourselves, are ontological parasites. Michael Jubian calls our tendency to think that what is true of a chair is true of the material that is chairing object fixation or property repression. Object fixation is useful and nearly as good as true, but when paradoxes loom, we should remember that while chairs do exist, they are not made out of matter and cannot be touched or felt or tasted. All I can do is taste some stuff while it chairs. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it's not a duck, but it is arranged duckwise. I think that the only concrete physical things in our universe are symbols. Or, since our universe could be gunky, the material world only contains stuff. And yes, this stuff is chairing. But the road paved by the idea that that makes this stuff a chair leads to paradox. To see how we could have made that mistake, let's remember the famous Clintonian dictum that often it depends on what the meaning of is. There's the is of predication, which tells us what something is like, as in, this cheese is floppy. And then there's the is of identity, which tells us what is the same as what. For example, 2 plus 2 is 4. To believe that chairs are made of matter, to believe that you are made of matter, is to confuse these two ises. When a collection of properties are extremely thorough in telling us what to expect from some stuff, we tend to just go ahead and noun them, collapse them into a single word, and believe it doesn't just describe some stuff, but refers to it. I think we have an intuitive sense of the thoroughness of properties, and this can be seen in how we order our adjectives. Big can mean many things. A big diamond and a big house are very different in size. Blue tells me a bit more about what to expect, but cheeseburger, oh, that's specific. So specific, in fact, that we call it a noun. The increasing thoroughness may be partly responsible for the fact that big blue cheeseburger sounds fine, but blue big cheeseburger sounds kind of weird. When we embrace the idea that cheeseburgers are not physical objects, but instead exist as an abstract set of properties like juicy, warm, soft, and so on, the specter of ontological paradox dissipates. You and I are not physical objects either. Michaeline is a bunch of different properties, and most of them are very vague. They include things like knowing who Kevin is, being more or less a certain height, having a roughly continuous relationship with the stuff that was Michaeline yesterday. Now, some of what it means to Michael does concern composition, like the fact that I will still exist even if I shave off the stuff I call my beard. If I shaved off my beard, there would still be some stuff Michaeline, but it would be different stuff than it was before. We are able to lose parts and change and grow because we are not made of matter. We are hosted by matter. As Alan Watts would say, the universe doesn't contain people, the universe peoples. Chairs and tables and rocks and buckets and people are not made of atoms. They are performed by atoms. We are disturbances in stuff, and none of it is us. This stuff right here is not me. It's just meing. We are not the universe seeing itself. We are the seeing. I am not a thing that dies and becomes scattered. I am death, and I am the scattering. And as always, thanks for watching. As always, links to read and learn more can be found down in the description below. There's also a link down there to subscribe to the Curiosity Box. If you subscribe now, this will be your first box, but remember, use code BOGO and we'll send you our summer box as well, completely free. Give your brain a treat. Support Vsauce, support Alzheimer's research and creators everywhere by joining today. I'll see you there. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. In 1924, psychologist Carney Landis drew lines on people's faces and then photographed them in various scenarios to study facial expressions. But he didn't use actors, and he didn't tell the participants to pretend to feel emotions. Instead, he subjected them to actual trauma. He had them do things like smell ammonia, look at pornographic images, and even reach their hand into buckets of wet, slimy frogs. His most intense directive involved ordering them to take a knife and, while being photographed, cut off the head of a living rat. Seriously. Most initially refused to cut the head off,
But eventually, 2/3 agreed to do as they were told, including a 13-year-old boy referred to the psychology department by a doctor for high blood pressure thought to be caused by emotional instability. Many believe his inclusion in Landis's experiment was an accident. If replicated today, Landis might be arrested. But what is psychologically arresting about these images is that the unease and disgust and fear they show is real. It's disturbing, but fascinating. We are paradoxically drawn towards some pretty repulsive things. Car accidents, car chases, the possibility of a crash or a fight, or a natural disaster. I mean, not one that hurts anyone, of course, but one that's exciting. Celebrity scandal, drama, disfiguration, true crime, war and gore, the macabre, like the kangling, a trumpet used during Himalayan Buddhist rituals that's made out of a human leg bone. We often feel guilty for being interested in these types of things. After all, they are unpleasant, but yet we can't look away. Why? Well, there is no single reason. There are many of them, but they can be knolled into a mnemonic. We like disturbing things because we like to scream. They give us strength, catharsis, reality, exploration, acceptance, and meaning. Watching someone eat gross-tasting jelly beans, or a ghost pepper, or a spoonful of cinnamon, or suffer in more extreme ways, is a kind of strange thing to like to do, but it's part of what keeps us alive. We are curious, even if the outcome could be bad. We often find uncertainty more unpleasant than unpleasant certainty. At least if we look, we know. There's a neurological basis for exploring in the face of danger. We become more attentive and alert when we are frightened, which makes sense. Neurotransmitters like norepinephrine and dopamine are released when we are scared, physically and mentally preparing us to take on a threat or successfully escape from it. Dopamine is famously part of the brain's reward system. Dopamine is released in response to pleasurable things like sex and food. But that doesn't mean that our brains find disturbing things pleasurable. It's more interesting than that. When dopamine systems are inhibited in laboratory animals, they will cease to seek out food and literally starve to death. Because they no longer find food fun? No. If food is placed in their mouths, they will consume it and express signs of satisfaction. Evidence like this suggests that the brain contains systems that motivate seeking, approaching, and curiosity for their own sake. This has implications in the study of compulsive behavior. Just because you want to do something doesn't mean you like it. The rush of chemicals into our brains and bodies when we are scared help us when the threats are real, but if the threats aren't real, or if we are safely distant from them and merely spectating, the same chemicals still appear, making us more attentive, more curious, and making it more difficult to look away. In the early 1900s, Eugene Louis Doyon published incredible images of corpses he cut into stackable slices. The images are amazingly macabre, but yet utterly fascinating, and a wonderful reminder of what we are literally made of. We often feel like we need an excuse, like Halloween or anatomy homework, in order to look at things like that without coming across as a total weirdo. I mean, come on, if you look too interested in the macabre, it might look like you are into, approve of, or enjoy the gruesome. Funny enough, that guilt may very well fuel our desire to look in the first place. Sometimes pressure to not do something can actually make people more likely to do that thing. It's called the boomerang effect. There are many different ways for things to boomerang. One is the Streisand effect. When trying to suppress something unintentionally makes it more widely distributed. In 2003, Barbra Streisand sued to suppress a photo published online as part of a California coastline preservation project. One of the photos, the one she was trying to get rid of, showed her house. Within a month of the lawsuit going public, nearly 500,000 people had flooded the website and downloaded the picture. Before the suit, only 6 people had downloaded the image, 2 of which were her lawyers. In a similar fashion, social pressures and taboos against viewing disturbing things can make them more interesting, rarer, and so a more valuable commodity, and also freeing, in that deliberately viewing them can demonstrate to ourselves and others that we are free and can do what we want. Disturbing things can also make us feel stronger because their repulsiveness is a challenge. Glenn Sparks at Purdue University has studied the way terrifying films affect us. After watching them, viewers often feel stronger, satisfied that they didn't chicken out, that they made it through, they conquered something disturbing, and were able to handle it. It's almost a form of practice. As Stephen King put it, we make up horrors to help us cope with the real ones. On the more negative side, following celebrity scandals or seeing defeat on the faces of the rival team can make you feel pretty good. It's called schadenfreude, which means harm joy, getting pleasure from others' misfortunes. Social comparison theory describes and predicts behavior like this. Although grades and rankings cause anxiety, we nonetheless possess a drive to seek out evaluations of ourselves in comparison to others. We especially enjoy the evaluations that put us on top. Now, causing other people to be less well off sort of makes sense under this lens. If it's relative happiness you're concerned with, trolling or harassing or griefing other people sort of works. It doesn't make you happier, but compared to the people you're annoying, you are less annoyed. So, yay? Viewing scenes of anger and vengeance and violence that don't even involve us can nonetheless cause our own anger and aggression to burn off, as though they're being satisfied. It's called catharsis, a cleansing, a purification. Creating images and movies and stories that play with our emotions might be grasping at low-hanging fruit, a task beneath such logical creatures as ourselves. Or it might be a powerful demonstration of the fact that we have control, or at least a leash, around how we feel. We condemn the actions of serial killers, but nonetheless often treat them like rock stars. Websites like Red Rum Autographs and Serial Killers Inc. sell autographs, souvenirs, trinkets, and works of art made by real serial killers. Some call it murderabilia. On a spectrum of petty thrills and morose voyeurism to complete overwhelming obsession and fear, our relationship with the morbid is complicated. But it is under our control if we're aware of our actions. One of the most constructive and socially important uses of the morbid is the facilitation of meaning, acceptance, and empathy. In his book, Everyone Loves a Good Train Wreck, Eric G. Wilson says that our attraction to the macabre is on some level a desire to experience someone else's suffering. Morbid curiosity is often about the imagination. Imagining what it would be like to be that other person. What if that happened to me? Could it happen to me? Empathetic feelings remind us that our time is limited and that we are fragile, and in doing so, bring us closer together. Sure enough, the last movie I watched that made me want to go out and hug the very first friend I could find wasn't a happy feel-good comedy. Instead, it was Louis Theroux's somber, extreme love, Dementia. Viewing unpleasant things doesn't always make them less unpleasant or any less real, but that's not always the point. Morbid curiosity is also about acceptance. Remember, our brains are wired with motivations to explore unpleasant things, because doing so can be preferable to ignorance. Gawking at morbidity is often about asking why. There must be a reason, a meaning behind all of this. When tragedy strikes or horrors are revealed, we listen to experts give opinions. Neighbors describe the killer. We look for signs that were missed and confirmation that others feel the same way we do, that people are helping or making sure justice is served.
Caitlin Doty, the host of Ask a Mortician here on YouTube, just wrote a phenomenal book, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and Other Lessons from the Crematory. In the book, she says accepting death doesn't mean that you won't be devastated when someone you love dies. It means you will be able to focus on your grief, unburdened by bigger existential questions like, why do people die? And why is this happening to me? Death isn't happening to you. Death is happening to us all. That's heavy stuff, but acceptance like that is one of the greatest things morbid curiosity has to offer. And don't worry, there's a funny side to all of this. Or at least, a funny side related to this, and how morbidity helps us make sense of the world. A study in Finland found that children were 4 times as likely to be scared by their usual television programs if a parent was in the room. It surprised researchers, but one explanation lies in the "uh-oh, mom flinched" theory. The idea is that to a young child, almost everything is brand new, but parents are older, they're wiser, they know what's normal, and if they are scared of what's on TV, uh-oh, how we feel and how we feel about how we feel is, to a large degree, learned. There's a theory about the origin of humor called the encryption theory of humor. It suggests that one of the great roles humor plays is in measuring who's inside and who's outside, who's similar and who's socially or ideologically too different. Jokes test what researchers call unstated common knowledge the teller and listener both share. So, might we be morbidly curious for the same reason we enjoy telling jokes? Jokes assess underlying shared attitudes. Morbidity helps us assess shared underlying attitudes of an existential variety, morality, and justice. Whether it's used for empathetic or exploitative reasons, morbidity and laughter may share a similar adaptive role. We are morbidly curious because we like to scream, but more strangely, the yuck and the yuck yuck overlap. And as always, thanks for watching.
I should have just left you alone. I'm better off on my own. Absolutely nothing could change my mind on a cloudy day. I'm guilty as can be. I wait for the sirens.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and today I'm in my apartment. But when I was in Kansas with family, my dad lit off what is known as a quarter stick. But don't worry, absolutely no children were around. Okay, look, the point is that today we're going to talk about explosives. Let's begin way down the scale with black powder, or smokeless powder, which many modern rounds use. Now, usually smokeless powder doesn't even detonate. Instead, it deflagrates. Technically, an explosion is only a detonation when the material or the gases expelled travel faster than the speed of sound. If the explosion is subsonic, you're only dealing with a deflagration. Now, we want a bullet's propellant to deflagrate, not detonate, because we want it to have enough power to move the bullet quickly, but not release its energy so fast as to damage the gun or ourselves. Take a look at some smokeless powder lit in the open in slow motion. It burns very strongly and quickly, but at all times, the gases it expels never exceed the speed of sound, and no shockwave is produced. We're looking at deflagration here, not detonation. To compare, this is nitroglycerin. It's so fragile, you hit it with a hammer and it detonates. Even at a slower speed, we can see that all the material immediately explodes. Consumer fireworks use black powder, gunpowder, and as such, they don't have enough power to really ever be said to detonate. The same goes for that quarter stick you saw my dad light off. Those and M80s and cherry bombs are louder and often illegal, but they burn flash powder, not a high explosive like dynamite. But that doesn't mean fireworks can't be amazing. Currently, some of the largest shells in use are 48 inches across. When exploded in the air, a 48-inch shell looks like this. Or like this. Oh yeah, when they fail to launch and burst on the ground instead, it looks like this. But let's move on to detonations. No matter what material releases the energy, whether it's a conventional explosive or a nuclear bomb or an asteroid impact or an earthquake, they are all commonly measured by saying how much TNT you would have to detonate to get an equivalently strong explosion. To give you a sense of scale, here is the detonation of approximately 100 tons of TNT by a defense contractor disposing of explosives. Unlike deflagrations, detonations produce a shock wave, which is just that, a wave made of areas of high pressure and low pressure. This explosion was so powerful, the area of low pressure had such low pressure that water vapor in the air around it condensed momentarily, which formed this cloud. And here's a video of an explosion where the shock wave is particularly visible as it approaches and hits the cameraman. You can also see shock condensation clouds around these explosions set off by the United States in Hawaii in 1965. The US wanted to know how nuclear attacks would affect naval ships, so they detonated an equivalent amount of TNT on an island with US ships anchored nearby. This pile contains 500 tons of TNT waiting to explode. When it does, it looks like this. Earlier, the US tested actual nuclear weapons to see how underwater detonations might affect our ships. This underwater nuclear explosion is much larger, the equivalent of not 100 tons of TNT, not 500 tons, but 8,000 tons. For comparison, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945 exploded with the energy of 15,000 tons of TNT. The single most physically powerful device ever used by humanity was the Tsar bomb. The Soviet Union tested it in 1961 far up north away from civilization. It was detonated 2.5 miles above the surface of the Earth to minimize its destruction, which was unprecedented by man. The Tsar bomb exploded with a power equivalent to 50 million tons of TNT. The mushroom cloud from the Tsar bomb extended beyond our normal atmosphere into the mesosphere and dwarfed the largest clouds from US detonations. It was so large that comparatively, the bombs dropped on Japan, well, they're on the graph, way down there. But at the end of the day, nothing can beat supernovas, the explosion of an entire star. While 50 million tons may sound like a lot, one supernova is estimated to give off the energy equivalent of 10 octillion million tons of TNT. I leave you with a cannon developed by the US to shoot a normal little cannonball, except that it carried a nuclear warhead. I'm pretty sure you can pick these up at Bass Pro Shop, but regardless, be sure you're subscribed to Vsauce so you don't miss anything coming up. And, as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. What's normal? Are you normal? Well, today, let's bathe our brains with those questions and scrub down with things that are surprising and counterintuitive. What does it mean to be normal in the first place? Well, maybe it just means to be average. But an average can be a bit weird, a bit misleading. For instance, think of it this way. The average human has one breast and one testicle. Also, the average person has not climbed to the top of Gangar Puensa. In fact, no one has. Gangar Puensa is considered the tallest mountain on Earth that has yet to be summited, and it's unlikely it ever will be soon. It lies on the border of China and Bhutan, and local governments believe the area to be holy and no mountaineering or climbing is allowed. But don't worry, there are plenty more. There are at least 100 other recognized peaks that are quite tall and remain unsummited. That's great. It's surprising to think that Earth has so many places that still have yet to be conquered or explored. At least we were all born here on Earth. Derek, from the YouTube channel Veritasium, where were you born?
A small Australian town called Traralgon.
But were you really born there? I'm suspicious of Derek's answer because saying that you were born on Earth's surface is like saying you were born in a taxi cab. The taxi cab may still be around, but is it in the exact same location that it was at the moment of your birth? Probably not. Like a taxi cab, the Earth is moving, and it's moving quickly. For one, the Earth is spinning. This is real-time footage of Earth spinning. You don't notice much movement at all, but that's just because Earth is so large. To a distant observer beyond Earth, 2 seconds from now, you will be an entire kilometer east from where you are now. Earth is also orbiting around the sun, quickly. 3 days ago, I was in Singapore. From the reference frame of Earth's surface, Singapore is 6,000 kilometers away from this place, Sydney, Australia. But in terms of Earth orbiting around the sun, 3 days ago I wasn't just 6,000 kilometers away, I was more than 7 million. The point is, where you were born, when you were born, is now just an empty region of space Earth will never, ever return to. My favorite surprise is the solution to the three prisoners problem. It's related to the Monty Hall problem, but the stakes are higher. Its solution is notoriously counterintuitive. Let's say that myself, Kevin, and Jake have been arrested, and we are told that tomorrow morning, 2 of us will be executed. We don't know which 2, so it's a terrible night. But if I ask a guard to tell me something about what happens tomorrow, and the guard says, Michael, I won't tell you anything about your fate, and I won't tell you who lives, but I will tell you this little piece of information. Tomorrow morning, Jake is one of the guys who will be executed. Whew, what a relief. I used to have a 1 in 3 chance of being the one who lives, but now that I know Jake dies, it's just between Kevin and I. My chances of living have gone up from 1 in 3 to 1 in 2. This is great. Well, if I thought that, I would actually be wrong. In fact, my chances of living haven't changed at all, and Kevin's are paradoxically now twice as good as mine. How can that be? Well, take a look at this. This circle represents the 3 possibilities. Either tomorrow, Jake will live, Kevin will live, or I will live. The hearts represent life. Isn't that beautiful? Now, let's focus on what the guard can tell me. In the case that Jake is the one who has been selected to live, both Kevin and myself will die tomorrow. But the guard cannot tell me anything about myself, and he cannot tell me who lives, so if Jake is the one chosen to survive, all the guard can tell me is that Kevin will be one of the guys who dies tomorrow. That's it. Now, in this case, where Kevin is the guy selected to live, both myself and Jake will die tomorrow, but the guard can't tell me about myself and cannot tell me who lives, so all the guard can say is that tomorrow, Jake is one of the guys who will die. Here's where it gets interesting. If I am the one who has been picked to live tomorrow, the guard has a choice. He can either tell me that Kevin is the one who will die tomorrow, or he can tell me that Jake is one of the guys who will die tomorrow. Well, look at what we've got here. If the guard tells me that Jake is one of the guys who will die tomorrow, I am only faced now with these possibilities. In 1/3 of these cases, I am the survivor, and in 2/3 of these cases, Kevin is the survivor. My chances haven't changed, and Kevin's are now twice as good as mine used to be. It is a beautiful day here in Sydney. Before I arrived in Australia, I was in Singapore, where it was also beautiful, but incredibly humid. The air felt thick to move through and breathe, but in actuality, humid air is less dense than dry air. Derek, tell us about Avogadro's law.
Well, Avogadro came up with the idea that in a given volume of gas at a given temperature and pressure, there will be always the same number of gas particles. Doesn't matter what the gas is, if it's helium or nitrogen or oxygen.
And that holds true for air, which is a mixture of gases.
That's right. So it's got nitrogen and oxygen principally. But if it's humid air, then you replace some of those nitrogens and oxygens with water.
And water is lighter than the diatomic nitrogen and oxygen that exists in our atmosphere.
That's right. Oxygen and nitrogen have masses of 32 and 28, whereas water is just 18.
Humid air is actually much less dense than dry air. It's lighter, and things can move through it more easily. This is especially true when it comes to baseballs. A baseball travels through humid air more easily and further with the same amount of energy. If air becomes more humid and decreases drag by only 5%, that can mean the difference between a fly ball and a home run. This became a problem when indoor baseball stadiums started to play around with the idea of turning on the air conditioning when the rival team came up to bat. Essentially, the air conditioning made the air drier, therefore thicker, and made the rival team hit baseballs shorter distances. The word normal, by the way, is homological.
What does that mean?
A homological adjective describes itself. For instance, the word tiny is pretty tiny.
It's a small word.
The word unhyphenated is unhyphenated. Normal is one of the top 1,000 most commonly spoken and written words. The word normal is normal. It describes itself. But there are also words that are heterological, adjectives that don't describe themselves. For instance, the word misspelled.
Yes. Well, if you don't misspell it.
If you don't misspell it.
What about abbreviated?
Ooh, I like that one too. What about German?
German
Not
is
a German word.
That is a good point.
That's a good one. How about monosyllabic? That's heterological because it doesn't describe itself, but polysyllabic, for sure. I especially love just how homological pentasyllabic is.
Yeah, 5 syllables.
Wow.
That is genius.
Yeah, well, it's the way words are, the way they normally are. But what about you? Are you normal? Well, a common way of defining normal is to say that something about you is normal if you fall within just one standard deviation of the average for all people. But there are a lot of things about you. You can easily think of, say, 36 different independent variables, different things to say about yourself. For instance, how tall you are, how many friends you have, how bad your breath is, or say, how often you lie. Now, the statistical probability that you would be normal for all 36 of those different attributes is actually 1 in a million, which means mathematically speaking, it is quite abnormal to be normal. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Where is your mind? Is it in your head? I mean, that's where your brain is, and your brain helps you remember and plan and make judgments and solve problems. But you also remember and plan with phones and notes and calendars. And you make judgments and solve problems with all sorts of things. You know, when you think about it, the brain is really just a wet lump of fat and protein, no firmer than a blob of tofu. But the mind is huge. It's an ever-expanding organ of tissue and wood and stone and steel and people because of communication. Communication allows us to even make other people extensions of our minds. We can access their memories and perceptions and knowledge by simply asking. Or not. I don't need to learn how to fix a car and practice medicine and vulcanize rubber or remember everything. Other people are doing that for me, just as I do things for them. We are a species of individuals that is also one big interdependent lumbering growth, a frantic blur of flesh and concrete, a techno-sapien powered by imaginations and passions made real by a hallowed faculty we call reason. Reason, it is said, guides us to truer knowledge and better decisions. It's allowed us to increase life expectancy, suffer less, work together better, and it's bound to take us further and higher until the end of time. Or is it? The organ we use to reason takes millions of years to evolve, but the fruits of reason grow rapidly and are ever accelerating. Over the next 4 decades, we are expected to build the equivalent of another New York City every month. And more concrete was installed in the last 2 decades outside the United States than the US installed during the entire 20th century. This growth means that quality of life around the world is rising. It means that electricity, manufactured goods, food, comfort, and transportation are all becoming more common and accessible. But there are hints that reason and logic are struggling against the complexity of it all, against our growing dependence on the things we've built and their unintended consequences. Nearly every part of life as we know it today involves or relies on a process that releases molecules with lopsided electrical charges. This property causes them to absorb and re-emit thermal radiation, pinging it around so that it escapes into space more slowly. Having more warmer parcels of air means stronger weather events. They can't be pinned to any particular extreme storm, but they make extreme storms in general more extreme and frequent. What's at stake isn't just bad weather, it's disaster. It's more lives lost, more property lost, it's more droughts, more hunger, more famine, more people needing refuge, and an even greater reliance on the very things that caused the problem in the first place. In total, we release about 51 billion tons of such gases every year, and we need to release 0. But how do you rethink everything? Who gets to direct the costs and trade-offs? How do you achieve collaboration between nearly every local and national government when what works in one place won't work everywhere, when decisions affect jobs in one place and food in another, when not just things need to be rethought, but also habits and traditions and values? How do you achieve consensus when a problem isn't obvious to the senses, is far away in space and time, requires solutions that affect people in different ways, and as a product of science always carries some uncertainty? The philosopher Timothy Morton calls something so massively distributed in time and space, and so viscous, so sticky that it adheres to all that touch it, a hyperobject. Every civilization that grows at the speed of reason must at some point face hyperobjects. In fact, the fact that we still haven't found evidence of intelligent life beyond Earth has been brought up as evidence that some sort of great filter might exist that few civilizations manage to get past. That a hyperobject like our impact on the planet might be such a great filter is not a new idea. What it might take to solve it is the topic of Bill Gates's How to Avoid a Climate Disaster. And I decided to do this video in partnership with him and his team because the way we deal with hyperobjects reveals a lot about the mind. It's easy and common to think that we would all be better off if everyone was just more rational, right? But what if reasoning wasn't built for what we've become? Let's begin by looking at behavioral inertia. Behavioral inertia is the tendency to keep doing what you're already doing, status quo bias. It can be a frustrating bias if you desire change, but its origin
isn't a flaw. If an organism has managed to survive long enough to reproduce and provide and care for its offspring, then the state of its world was sufficient for its genes to spread. That's all it takes to persist. The types of organisms we see around us will naturally be those that managed to persist and didn't, after reaching that point, rock the boat too much. So behavioral inertia can help slow down the accumulation of unintended consequences and the loss of ideas that work, but it can also slow down innovation and adaptation. If the environmental impacts of our society were more immediate and unignorable, it wouldn't be so tempting to apply this inertial brake. But emissions are invisible, and their consequences aren't immediate or local. They impact future people and people far away, those who are different from us, poorer than us, people we will never meet. This may be one of the first challenges advancing civilizations face, wielding not just the power of technology and distributed cognition, but also the responsibilities. Extending the mind is really cool, but whether or not a species can extend their empathy might be a great filter. Surely, reasoning will allow us to do that, right? Well, what is reasoning? Well, reasoning is a way of making inferences. An inference is a piece of new information extracted from the information you already have. Now, we make inferences all the time. Every living thing does. For example, we don't have measuring tape tentacles that shoot from our eyes. And what actually enters our brain is just a 2D image, but nonetheless, our brains can infer depth by attending to cues like stereopsis, occultation, perspective, parallax, size. Now, when this happens, we accept it as reality. We aren't aware of the visual processing that made it possible, and we don't have to be. If, however, we do consciously consider why a certain conclusion was reached, well then, boom. That's reasoning. Reasoning is the process of making inferences not automatically and instinctively, but by looking at facts and seeing what conclusions they support. When Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth to within a percentage or two of the value accepted today, he didn't do it by measuring the Earth, and he didn't just perceive it as self-evident. No, he inferred it from what he knew about shadows and how long it took camels to move. Stories like that make it easy to believe that reasoning evolved because it supercharged our cognitive abilities. I mean, it clearly moves us towards truer conclusions, better decisions, and knowledge no other species could infer. Attempts to describe the rules of good, orderly reason became logic and mathematics, concepts so general and abstract that while we were still animals, armed with them, we were no longer beasts. But that's the rub, isn't it? If reasoning is so great, why are we the only species with such a sophisticated grasp of it? And if its purpose is truth and good judgment, why don't we all agree on everything? It's tempting to think that disagreements happen because, well, I am being rational, but those who disagree with me are being irrational. Ugh! If only people would just use logic and reason. What's happened to the world? Well, that's a fair complaint if you're arguing over logic puzzles, but the world is not a logic puzzle. This, however, is one. Paul is looking at Mary. Mary is looking at Peter. Paul is married. Peter is unmarried. Is a married person looking at an unmarried person? Yes, no, or not enough information to decide? Think about it. The answer is yes. You may have thought there's no way to know because we don't know if Mary is married. But look, she either is or she isn't. And if she is, well then she, a married person, is looking at Peter, an unmarried person. If she isn't, then Paul, a married person, is looking at her, an unmarried person. So no matter what Mary's deal is, the answer will be yes.
When people get this puzzle wrong and the correct answer is explained to them, they almost always immediately see why it's right and change their mind. Life is not always like that. Let's take a look at a logical syllogism. All elephants are awesome. Michael is an elephant. Therefore, Michael is awesome. The conclusion is logically valid. It follows from the assumptions. But are the assumptions true? No. I am not an elephant. Also, this premise is subjective. I mean, what does it mean to be awesome? Can we measure it with an awesometer? So you can see why, when analyzing something like our impact on the planet, logic can only be a partial tool. If some people have more to lose than others, who gets to decide which assumptions are fair? Still though, it would seem that reasoning should be able to help here. If each of us would just attend only to the facts, surely we'd all recognize the same reasonable approach. Problem is, that's not how reasoning works. Since the scientific study of human reasoning began about 100 years ago, it has been found again and again that not only are we bad at reasoning, lazy and biased, but we actually seem almost programmed to be bad, like the flaws are intentional. In an episode of Mindfield, I once used a magician to pull off a little experiment. He asked people to look at two faces and choose which of the two they would prefer to work with, placing their preferences in one pile and those they rejected into another. Then, the pile of people they picked were shown again, and each person was asked to provide a reason for why they chose that person. But with a little sleight of hand, the magician managed to sneak in some of the faces they had just rejected. Amazingly, the majority of people didn't even notice the trick. Not only that, they were able to effortlessly explain the reasons behind their choice. A choice they never actually made. Remembering faces you've only seen briefly isn't the easiest thing to do, but other studies have shown that even if the task involves answering questions about one's political beliefs, things we would seemingly have a firmer grasp on, nearly half of participants will fail to notice that the answers they gave have been reversed when they're later asked to explain them. Point is, we seem practically built to give reasons for whatever we think we must, and not the reasons we actually used to reach a conclusion. What if we don't even use reasons to reach conclusions? Well, let's talk about intuitions. Our brains have evolved over millions of years to react to the world around us in brilliant ways with little to no input from us. For example, when you notice that someone is upset, you don't consciously think, okay, so, well, their eyebrows are kind of in that position and their speech seems curt, their posture is, these are all reasons to conclude that they are upset. No. Instead, the belief that they may be upset was just apparent. You intuited it. You know it without exactly knowing how you came to know it. The mood-recognizing parts of your brain operate in a way that is opaque to your awareness. But if someone asks you, why do you think they're upset? You can nonetheless produce all sorts of reasons. Some may have actually been the ones your brain attended to, but they're all just guesses. Instead of using reasoning to come to conclusions, we use conclusions to come to reasons. Now, to be fair, we can go the other way. We love puzzles, and when we don't have a strong intuition either way, we can sit down and mull over various reasons to think one thing or another. Our love of puzzles suggests that reasoning has a survival value. Organisms that found it pleasurable would be more likely to use it. But when we reason alone, even when we have no motivation to reach any particular conclusion, we still exhibit deep biases that seem less like mistakes and more like features. For example, it's been shown that between two otherwise similar products, people will prefer to buy the one with more functions, even if they don't want those functions, never plan to use them, and think they're all pointless and overly complicated. Why? Well, it might be that we find such decisions easier to justify to others. We won't wind up being potentially embarrassed when someone asks why we didn't get the product with more functions. Well, after decades of findings like this, Hugo Mercier and Dan Sperber began to hypothesize that reasoning didn't evolve to help us make better decisions, but instead to help us be social. Humans inhabit a cognitive niche on this planet. We aren't strong or sharp or hidden or venomous. Instead, our advantage comes from cognition, reasoning, and cooperation. We can plan hunts, build traps, and engage in coordinated strategies that can be tested and modified on the fly, not by millennia of evolution. Reason allows us to do those things. It's hard to convince people that your intuitions are true, but if you can give reasons for them, it's a whole heck of a lot easier to convince people that you're right. Being able to argue over what the best thing to do is vital when it comes to coordinating action. Reasons also allow us to justify ourselves in the eyes of others, to explain who we are and express the kinds of reasons we like, what others can expect from us, and what we will likely expect from them. This social theory of reasoning helps explain why two people can earnestly and rationally arrive at two different views. They each have their own unique brain and values and dispositions and experiences, and those are what drove their thinking. The reasons they give may or may not be the real reasons they came to their conclusions, but it's the best anyone can do. The social theory also explains why people tend to give such weak reasons for their beliefs at first, or when their intended audience doesn't need much convincing. It would be a waste of time and cognitive resources to construct grand slam reasons for everything I said and did and thought when it wasn't necessary. Instead, I can offload some of that work to other people. For example, if I say, I want to have lunch at ABC Burgers, well, my friend might respond, no thanks, I had burgers yesterday. And I might reply back, oh, well that's no problem. They also have hot dogs and great salads. But if my friend said, no thanks, I'm trying to spend less money eating out this month, I could reply, oh, well, ABC Burgers is really cheap and I've got a coupon. Now what's going on here is that I'm providing reasons only as my friend presses for them. If they press harder and harder, my reasons will become better and better until either I win them over or we come to some different, more harmonious decision. So when people appear to be lazy reasoners or to have bad reasons or none at all, it's usually just the case that they're using reason as it evolved to function, socially. It starts off weak, improving if others push it, and always tailoring its work to the intended audience. The social theory of reasoning can even explain the existence of biases that otherwise make little sense. For example, it would seem that in coming to conclusions about the world, it would behoove an organism to pay particular attention to information that went against what it believed. That way, they would be able to adjust their beliefs, making them truer, more general, and more complete. To a certain extent, that is what happens, but not always. When someone does their own research, they often come to the very conclusion they wanted in the first place. This is called confirmation bias, our tendency to look for, prefer, and interpret information so that it confirms what we already think. It frustrates our ability to accept new, inconvenient data and is a problem for the intellectualist view of reason. If reason is for finding truth and making better decisions, why would it have this major weakness? Well, because, the social theory says, reasoning is a group activity. Let's say that I think option A is true and the best, and you think option B is true and the best. Well, if we both researched both options and sifted through reasons in support of both options, we would both have twice the work to do than we would if instead I simply came up with reasons for why I was right, and you attended to reasons for why you were right. The confirmation bias at least halves the cognitive work that must be done. Now, sometimes a lone reasoner will have a bad idea,
or a decent idea with some bad parts. The reasons they have to justify for and argue for it will be sufficient for them and those who intuitively agree, but they may be weak. However, subjected to deliberation, put forth into the machine of collective thought, it can be evaluated and judged not by one mind or a group of minds thinking alike, but by something very special: the crowd. Humans have long known of the wisdom of the crowds, the phenomenon by which a collection of many people can process information into a conclusion better than any one person could do alone. It's why we don't trust big decisions to a single person, no matter how educated or powerful they are. Instead, we ask a group of people to deliberate, to reason together. In this way, the biases and errors of each is smoothed out and the decision wiser. In a famous example, it's been repeatedly shown that if you ask a bunch of people to guess how many jelly beans are in a jar, you'll find that the average of all their answers is closer to the real number than any one individual was alone. What happens is that although some people may guess a number that is like way too big, that mistake is balanced out by the fact that others will inevitably guess a number that is way too small. Altogether, their disagreement evens out into spectacular accuracy. We have now arrived at the problem. Reasoning evolved to be used socially, where many different perspectives had to all deliberate towards a common conclusion. Such contexts are becoming less and less common, and it is becoming easier and easier to simply be a lone reasoner, justifying only a particular viewpoint without doing the harder work of deliberating and acting. The internet gives voices to more perspectives than ever before in our history, but it also makes it easy to disengage from accountability and to find places where everyone believes what you do. Furthermore, because of technology, we confront more issues more rapidly than ever before that we are expected to have opinions about, and the growing complexity and specialization of the modern world makes it difficult for each of us to have well-informed, prepared reasons for the accelerating accretion of intuitions we must form. In response, we look for people who can defend our intuitions for us. The reasons they give don't have to be good, just good enough that we can feel like justification exists. In the past, unconvincing reasons had to be painted on sandwich boards, but now, the democratization of communication means that even unpopular, unconvincing, nonsensical ideas can be presented with the same trust-inducing typefaces and professional look as common ones. People can challenge the weak reasons of others, show them to be contradictory, and produce better reasons for their side. But to what end? It's all preparation for a debate that never comes. We each play a very small role in deciding how society is run. Even if a good faith discussion between a representative slice of America came to a resolution, if nothing can come of it, why not just throw shade and sick burns or revel in the pleasure of reasoning by treating everything like a big giant puzzle? It's easy to think that it doesn't matter. Because after all, those in charge, the brilliant scientists and powerful billionaires, will surely come to the rescue. Some giant techno-salvation is surely on the horizon. Perhaps it is, but everything we know about reason suggests that those implementing it should be held accountable by as many different perspectives as possible. Leaders could lead deliberations and be elected for their ability to moderate social reasoning. But that's boring. Why lead when you could follow? Look at what some people believe and generate reasons for why they're right, and they'll love it. Of course, the hard work, the real work, the work that truly elevates us on this planet is not in telling people that they're right, but in trying to convince others, and in doing so, use reason as it evolved to be used. The future of reason may in fact be the past of reason. In practice, what does all this look like? Well, some researchers have gone so far as to recommend national deliberation days where citizens celebrate by literally joining small groups and talking through their opinions and comparing reasons.
Tests of such strategies have shown that a return to the small, targeted discussions our reasoning abilities evolved to excel in leaves all participants with a greater understanding of not just what they believe and why, but about decisions that could actually be made and actions that could be taken. Others have gone even further, recommending that the future of reason at its best is the construction of a lotocracy, a form of government where decisions are made not by elected leaders, but by people literally chosen at random. We decide the fate of a person this way. Why not the fate of the people? What if decisions were made not by politicians alone, but at least occasionally by groups of actual citizens representing differences in thought, not just geography, who were brought together and paid for their time to learn from experts and then deliberate on an assigned issue until a conclusion was reached, or at the least, a recommendation? Instead of being motivated by re-election, money, attention, and power, individuals chosen at random would have only their conscience to guide them. Special interests and corporations wouldn't be able to cozy up to those likely to be elected, because if any one of us could someday serve, they'd have to cozy up to and protect all of us. Instead of the learning and deliberation being done by people you will never meet with offices and buildings you can't access, gradually, over time, more and more of your very own neighbors would have had the honor. People chosen at random would obviously lack the same celebrity status and mandate that elected leaders cultivate and achieve. And iconic figures we relate to aren't bad, but our understanding of reasoning is making it more and more clear that we evolved not to leave the thinking up to a few great minds, but to the authority of the great mind, the lumbering organ of thought that is everyone and everything. This is, in fact, how democracy first worked. Lotteries were used to fill many political positions in ancient Athens. Aristotle explained that the appointment of magistrates by lot is thought to be democratic, and the election of them is oligarchic. An oligarchy is government by only a small number of people. Look, regardless of how reason is brought back to its social roots, if we can build more and better arenas for deliberation and use them to apply reason properly to hyper-objects like the impact of our emissions on the planet, we'll have taught one heck of a lesson to people 100, 1,000 years in the future. I like to think that although widening participation will be difficult, it might provide us with a kind of existential security. The impact of emissions on our planet is not going to be the last hyper-object we face. If we can do a good job with it, maybe far in the future, when our civilization has advanced to the point at which, people can be quantumly recreated or something, they'll look back at our time and say, hey, let's bring them all back to life. We could use the cooperative abilities they had then. Ultimately, the old saying that history is the great teacher isn't a bad guide. We will all someday be teachers ourselves, because someday we will all be history. We will someday be the ancients, and we can choose what that will mean. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and you guys are my family. Scientifically speaking, geneticists tell us that every single person on Earth is at the least 50th cousins with everybody else on Earth. It kind of has to be that way. Think of it like this. You have 2 biological parents and 4 biological grandparents, and 8 biological great-grandparents. It keeps doubling. Well, if you follow your family tree all the way back to the time of the ancient Romans, 64 generations ago, that tree would need 1 quintillion separate individuals, which is a number that is larger than the number of humans who have ever existed, ever. So what does that mean? Well, I think Bill Bryson put it best when he said, "You couldn't be here without a little incest." Actually, quite a lot of incest. Nothing ridiculous, mind you, but if you go far enough back in your family tree, you're going to find that quite frequently, people who were distantly related had kids. In fact, if you are currently dating or married to somebody who is from your own country and is of your own ethnicity, there's a 1 in 5 chance that the two of you share a common family member fewer than 10 generations ago. Furthermore, because our society is becoming more and more mobile, our most recent common ancestor is becoming more recent. Mathematical models are now showing us that for everybody, every human on Earth right now, our most recent common ancestor probably lived only 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. A recent study, it's a great one, you should read it, found that there was a person alive as early as 300 BC who is related to every single person alive on Earth today. Their study also found that that person most likely lived in Taiwan, near a busy port city, so their descendants could quickly spread around the world. Now, all that said, you only receive half of your genetic information from your mother and half from your father. And as you go up your tree, it's quite possible that distant ancestors had literally no contribution to your genome. So, who are you? I've said this before, but because bacteria are so much smaller than the average human body cell, your body contains more bacteria than it contains its own cells. And forget about trying to remember every individual cell and bacteria in your body. They're constantly dying and being replaced. Even cells like brain cells, which seem to live for a very long time, still take in new nutrients and expel waste, meaning that within about every 5 years, every single atom that used to make up your body has been exchanged. Do you remember what you were like 5 years ago? Well, the atoms that make up your body, they sure don't. This is a little existentially scary, but it leads to a very good question. How many atoms are inside my body to begin with? How much is a billion atoms? Well, here's one way to think about this. If you were to count one number greater every second, it would take you 12 days to count to 1,000,000. But if you wanted to count to 1,000,000,000, that would take you 32 years. So 1,000,000,000 is a very large number, but not when it comes to atoms. Atoms are so inconceivably small that even if you had 1,000,000,000, say, sodium atoms, their entire weight would only be 38 femtograms. Each individual cell in your body, too small to be even seen by the eye, contains 100 times more atoms than there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Multiply that by the number of cells that make up what we call ourselves, and each human body contains more atoms than there are stars in the known universe. Numbers that large lead to some pretty mind-blowing truths. For instance, this one mentioned by Bill Bryson. Because our bodies contain so many atoms, and because we so vigorously recycle them, statistically speaking, about 1 billion of the atoms inside your body used to belong to Shakespeare. 1 billion of your atoms used to belong to Beethoven. 1 billion of the atoms in your body, right now, as you sit and watch this, used to be inside the body of Buddha. You can also think of it this way. 1,000 years from now, when humans first land on a planet outside of our solar system, that first person to step onto the surface of the alien planet, their body will contain 1 billion atoms that are in you right now. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. Why do humans play games? Whether it's a video game or a board game or a physical game like soccer or football. I don't have to put the ball in the net to survive, and even if I did, why would I invite a goalie and another team? Games are weird. This led Bernard Suits to say in the 70s that a game is a voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles. So why do we play sports and games? How should we feel about intellectualism versus athleticism? But most importantly, why do Americans call this game soccer while the English and the rest of the world call it football?
It turns out that the word soccer doesn't come from the United States of America. Instead, the blame for the word goes to the British themselves, specifically Oxford, where since 1875 it has been popular to add the suffix ER to the end of words. For example, calling Radcliffe Camera the Ratter, or these fivers and tenors. We have been playing games with balls in our feet ever since ancient times, all over the world. In fact, as recently as 200 years ago, many of these games called themselves football. A lack of standardization meant that it was difficult to all come together and agree on what you could or couldn't do with the ball or your feet. But luckily, in 1863, the Football Association was founded in London, England. Association football is what we most commonly mean nowadays when talking about football or soccer. But what's the connection? If the Oxford ER was added to association football, shouldn't we be calling the game associationer? Well, let's take a closer look at the word association. You see what's hiding in there? There she is, soccer. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because soccer, football, is just one type of game. Ultimately, what is a game? Well, one of my favorite ways of defining game comes from computer game designer Chris Crawford. Let's begin with a book. This is a great book. It's really fun, it's entertaining, but it's not a game. TV shows and movies are also not games because fundamentally they aren't interactive. But as soon as something is both fun and interactive, well, now we've got ourselves a plaything. There are two types of playthings, according to Crawford. If you can play with the object and it's fun, but there's no goal or objective associated with it, it's a toy. If, however, there is an objective, something you're supposed to accomplish, well, now you're talking about a challenge. But there are two different types of challenges. If the challenge involves no other people or other agents, it's just you, for instance, playing alone with a Rubik's Cube, you've got yourself a puzzle. If, however, there are other people involved, well, now we've got ourselves a conflict. In a conflict like a foot race, you aren't allowed to interfere with the other participants. This is what Crawford calls a competition. If, however, you are allowed to interact with and interfere with the other players and they can do the same to you, well, in that case, we are talking about a full-fledged game. So a game is interactive, goal-oriented, and involves other agents, for instance, other people who can interfere with and influence each other. Which means, technically speaking, that life is a game. I mean, real life, my life, your life, easily fit many definitions of game. And in life, there are games that we tend to call sports. Now, competency at sports can divide humanity into two groups: jocks, who are good at sports, and nerds, who aren't. Jocks are literally named after the jockstrap, which keeps your genitals supported while being athletic. But jocks are cool, right? They're fit, attractive, they get invited to all the cool parties where in high school they can do dangerous, cool things like get drunk. And who are you if you don't get drunk? Well, what's the word drunk backwards? You are a nerd. But that's not the origin of the word nerd. There's much debate about where the word comes from, but what we do know is that it emerged as a slang term for lame or square in Detroit in the early 1950s. The first known use of the word in print came from Dr. Seuss himself. And fundamentally, it may come from the word nut, which meant a crazy person, and was later altered to nert and finally nerd. It exists today as a word for unathletic people largely because it was popularized through its frequent use on the US TV show Happy Days. Whether you spend your time on athletic pursuits or intellectual pursuits, or both, games in some form are a part of your life. So, why do we play games? Humans and many other animals play. Perhaps play originated as a way of physically preparing our bodies for life's real challenges later on. That idea makes sense, but the evidence isn't convincing, because in the wild, play can often lead to a wasting of precious resources, injuries, and hardly comes close to simulating real attacks and life-threatening situations. The New York Times wrote a great article about this conundrum, pointing out that physically preparing the body may be less of a priority for play. Instead, the point of play might be preparing the brain. Play is good for the brain, especially during formative juvenile years, when most of us have an instinctive urge to goof around, play, and pretend anyway. Young rats, confined to cages with adult rats who refused to play with them, grew up with smaller, less developed brains. This has led to the hypothesis that games play a role in the development of certain brain structures, especially the cerebellum when we are young. But to be clear, the evidence does not show that play is vital for the development of these regions. Other methods like exercises or teaching may have a similar effect. They might not be as fun, but this is known as equifinality. So there's debate as to just how vital play and games really are. Well, let's take a look at the rewards that games give us. In the first half of the 20th century, Abraham Maslow constructed a hierarchy of human needs. The concept is popular in developmental psychology as a way of thinking about human growth and what motivates us to do things or to not do things. In general, until the needs of a lower tier are fulfilled, an individual can't move on to fulfilling higher ones. For instance, achieving confidence or satisfying the desire to learn and explore aren't important to a person in fear for their life and safety. Play might be motivated by higher needs. Animals play, but as we've seen in nature, not the ones who are stressed or starving. The thing is, lower needs tend to be pretty clear-cut. If I'm hungry and I eat what I need, I'm done. It's not that complicated. But as creatures and brains and cultures become more complicated, so do their needs and the behaviors required to fulfill them. This brings us back to the fact that life itself fits Chris Crawford's definition of a game. Arguably, life is the largest and most complicated game on Earth. But playing your life isn't usually as easy as simply remembering to eat and drink and breathe. In life, knowing what the correct next move isn't always easy. Feedback is rarely immediate. I don't know if the choices I made were the best, most perfect choices for me until way after I've made them, if even then. Is this person or city or career right for me? In life, the rules are complicated, the goals are indeterminate, and the methods for achieving them are often unknown or different for every single person. Plus, the rewards themselves are often slow to come or non-existent. So in the face of all of that, it's no surprise that we invented games within the larger game of life itself that ensure fast, easy to achieve, and understandable rewards. Animals play too, but the complexity of rules humans follow in their games in many ways reflect the complexity of the needs we find ourselves able to pursue. In life, I don't always know the right choice. I don't know the right job to apply for, how to explain something to a child, how to best help my friends, or when to call my mom. But in Bomberman, I know exactly what every power-up does, every time, all the time. In poker, a royal flush beats two of a kind, no question about it, couldn't be more clear. But in my life, is an acquaintance or colleague really on my side?
Well, in team sports, there's no unknown. Everyone is color-coded. Games and sports are a phenomenal way to feel the rewards we need without all of the unknowns of life. Even watching games and sports, merely being a spectator, can fulfill some of Maslow's needs. I can feel a sense of belonging by supporting a team, and by supporting a team, their successes can kind of become my successes. What a great way to get respect without doing a lot of work. It's known as berging, basking in reflected glory. The opposite is corfing, cutting off reflected failure. If a team is disgraced, I can easily say I was not really ever that big of a fan anyway. Berging and corfing extend beyond sports. We berg and corf workplace projects, school projects, celebrities, election candidates. The point is, life is a game, but winning and losing are nebulous. So, we invented simpler games to provide psychological rewards faster and more efficiently than life itself does. Which is why at their darkest, games can lead to procrastination or addiction. But don't fear, you have the potential to become a jock at the game of life. It's just not always that fun. And whenever you play man-made games, rest assured that it's simply because you and all of us are able to pursue the fulfillment of needs higher than any other creature on Earth. And as always, thanks for watching. Oh, and if you want some soccer science, why not check out my video with Copa 90, where we investigate whether or not it's possible to kick a football with so much spin that it not only curves, but boomerangs back to the kicker. Okay, bye. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. If you threw every single human alive today into the Grand Canyon, we would not fill it up. We could make a pile about this big. That's it. That's all of us, all 7.159 billion of us in one place. A species portrait. It kind of puts humanity in perspective. And you. So does this. Every day you produce about 1 to 2 liters of spit, which means in your entire lifetime, altogether, you will not produce enough spit to fill an Olympic-size swimming pool. So far, 560 billion Lego parts have been manufactured, and the total number of grains of sand on Earth is estimated to be 7.5 times 10 to the 18th. But here's the thing. How many things are there? Total. Well, how do you define a thing? Well, let's say it's a thing if you can think about it or talk about it. If you can call it a thing, it's a thing. This is going to be a lot of things. Things can be real, imaginary, impossible. Ideas are things. Things can be looked forward to, and things can be in the past, or yellow, or concrete, or abstract. Things can happen, and some things probably won't. Making a video about how many things there are, well, that's a thing that I'm doing right now. Let's count everything. Right away, the answer seems obvious. The word thing is so vague, the answer is clearly infinite. Possibly not. All we have to do is take the maximum number of physical things out there in the real world beyond our minds we could, in theory, measure, and add to that the total number of things we could imagine, the total number of thoughts possible. For the purposes of this video, let's assume that numbers and math and the laws of physics exist as part of the way our universe is, but the names and representations they've been given are the products of thinking minds, and those things are, well, things that we can count. And there's no reason to double count. All of the indivisible pieces that make up me, particles or strings or whatever, are the same as the thing that has been named me. Abraham Lincoln has a great quote about this.
How many legs does a sheep have if you call its tail a leg? 4, because calling a tail a leg doesn't make it one. Okay, let's begin. When counting the number of physical things in the universe, we hit an unknown. How big is the universe? The entire universe could be infinite, or it could be finite but edgeless for a variety of reasons. There could also be other universes, but it's unclear whether we'll ever be able to actually see all these things. Instead, what we are stuck with, and what we usually mean when we say the universe, is the observable universe, whose future visibility limit has been estimated to be only 62 billion light years in any direction. That's it. This is likely the only inventoriable space we'll ever need to worry about. And it contains, roughly, on average, 10 to the 80 elementary particles, particles with no further internal parts as far as we currently know. So that's our answer, right? There are 10 to the 80 physical things that exist out there beyond our own minds. Any other physical thing, water, dogs, planets, saxophones, are just names given to particular arrangements of those same 10 to the 80 particles. But wait, what if in the future we discover that what we call elementary particles today are actually just made out of smaller things we should have counted instead? Well, to cover ourselves, let's count the maximum possible number of the smallest measurable thing, something the size of a Planck volume. 10 to the power of 183 things that small could fit within our observable universe. I like this number, 10 to the power of 183. You couldn't easily argue there were more things than that in the physical, real world. But you could imagine. A Planck length, a Planck volume, that's just the smallest measurable amount of space, not the smallest possible. You could imagine a half Planck volume, a 10,000th of a Planck volume, but that would just be a thought, and only ever a thought. So, how many possible thoughts are there? It's probably safe to say that the number of possible thoughts is indeed infinite. For example, numbers. You can't say there's a limit to the biggest number we can imagine. But unlike physical things that exist whether or not we have discovered them, do unthought thoughts already exist? It seems more like the pool of possible thoughts is really just one thing, and actual elements from that set don't become things by themselves until we thing them. That is, we or some other mind thinks about them or talks about them. And there's a limit to how many things we or anything else could ever thing. Our observable universe is only so big, and it will contain usable energy for only so long. After about 1 trillion to 100 trillion years, the supply of gas needed to form new stars will be exhausted, and the lights will start going out, one star at a time. After a Google years, the amount of usable energy left in the universe will be 0, and nothing will be able to happen. To calculate the maximum number of thoughts that could be thought inside our observable universe, let's take all of its mass and turn it into human brains that just think new and random thoughts from the beginning of time until the universe runs out of usable energy, a Google years of thinking. But wait, what if there are alien brains, or for all we know, Earthling brains that think faster than we can? Okay, well, to be safe, let's not turn all of that mass into human brains. Let's use it to build a giant hypothetical machine that computes at the fastest speed possible given the speed of light and the uncertainty principle, Bremerman's limit. It's 1.36 times 10 to the 50 bits per second per kilogram of material. Now, a high-end estimate for the total mass of the observable universe is 3.4 times 10 to the 60 kilograms, which, used exclusively for the best possible computing machine, could altogether process 4.624 times 10 to the 110 bits per second. Now, with 3.154 times 10 to the 116 seconds available from the beginning of time to the heat death of the universe, and an assumption that the average thought takes about a sentence worth of information to describe, say about 800 bits, we get a total of 1.458 times 10 to the 227 things that could ever be thought or imagined. That number is huge. In the observable universe, the universe as we will ever know it, the number of thoughts that can be thought is so much larger than the number of physical things there can be without imagination. And if you were to combine the two totals, the number of physical things would barely make a difference. So, funny enough, when it comes to everything in the universe, it really is the thought that counts. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and today we are going to be talking about the past. But not like history. In fact, we will be talking about what we call now, this very newest moment in time, and the fact that we can never really be aware of or live in what we call now, because it takes time for our brain to process the information about what's happening now, and it takes time for that information to get from the rest of our body to our brain. In fact, the taller you are, the further back from now, the further back in the past you live. But more importantly, why do we call emotional, relationship-based movies targeted at females chick flicks? Well, for the answers to these questions, we're going to start with the flash lag effect. David Eagleman has done some amazing research on this effect. It's what occurs when a participant looks at a ring moving around in a circle. A light is flashed exactly in the middle of the ring. This is exactly what the photons landing on their retinas represent. But when asked what they saw, participants respond that they saw this. Now, for the longest time, it was hypothesized that people said this because our brains guess ahead. Our brain assumed that the ring would continue doing what it had been doing and figured it would be safer to go ahead and say that the ring was already a bit ahead of the light. But Eagleman wanted to know what would happen if, when that flash of light occurred in the middle of the ring all of a sudden reversed direction and spun around the other way. If our brains really are guessing ahead, participants should still say that they saw this, because the brain figured that the ring would be there and was surprised when it went the other direction. But instead, participants said that they saw this. Now, how could they have seen this if they had no way of knowing that the ring was going to reverse direction? Were their brains clairvoyant? Can our brains see into the future? As it turns out, no. What's really happening here is that our eyeballs are receiving an image of a flash of light inside a ring. But then our brains wait a little bit to make sure that we have the full story. And as the ring begins to reverse direction, that new information is incorporated into what we actually sensed, and we become aware of the wrong version of now. By doing more studies with rings traveling at different speeds, Eagleman was able to determine that what we are aware of as now, what our brain tells us is happening, actually happened 80 milliseconds in the past. Now, 80 milliseconds is not a lot of time, but it's a little scary to think that our brain has no physical way of knowing, being aware of, or even living anywhere but slightly in the past. Nerve impulses travel through our body at a top speed of around 250 miles per hour. But now look at Bill Warner on a motorcycle. He's going really fast. In fact, he's going 278 miles per hour, which means that this guy on a motorcycle is traveling faster than my brain can even figure out what now is. Keep in mind that 250 miles per hour is the top speed for neural impulses within our body. If I tap my nose and tap my toes at the exact same time, it
feels instantaneous, even though there is no physical way that the brain could actually be receiving that. Because when I tap my nose, the message goes right into my brain. But when I tap my toes, the message has to travel across the entire length of my body. The brain waits momentarily to make sure that there's nothing else going on or coming in, and then corroborates all that information, and we become aware that the taps were indeed instantaneous. But we don't become aware of that tap until the brain is sure, which means that the taller you are, the longer the brain has to wait for that physical message to come from your toes, the further behind you technically are in actually feeling the touch, the further back in the past you're living. When there's a delay like that between sensory information or brain processing, we become used to that delay and begin to just see them as instantaneous events, which leads to some weird behavior. If participants are pushing a button that causes a light to flash with a delay between the two actions of about 80 milliseconds, they will learn that it's instantaneous. But if the researchers shorten that distance so that now, when the button is pushed, the light flashes in only, say, 40 milliseconds, the participants, even though they are actually causing the light to come on, will deny it, and they'll say, "No way, that came on before I pushed the button, I didn't do it." That was also a flash of light. But light bulbs don't receive a continuous direct stream of electricity through the wire. Instead, they receive alternating current in most businesses and households. So the filament is actually being excited and then left alone about 50 to 60 times a second. But our eyeballs don't notice any flicker for a few reasons. One, it's happening really fast, but mainly because that filament continues to be super hot during that little gap in time. The only way to really see this flicker is to use a high frame rate camera when a light bulb is being turned on or off so it's cooler. There's the flicker. But you know what else flickers? A film projector. It's easy to think that a film projector works merely because a roll of film is dragged across a light source. But if that were the case, a movie screen would be a blur of fast-moving images. Instead, a shutter is used. The shutter opens and closes to let an image hit the screen, and then when shut, the next image comes into place and it opens and puts that on the screen. Now, early films were shot at only about 16 frames per second, so sitting in the theater, you would see a bright image flashed 16 times on the screen, which was not fast enough to not be noticeable, so movies flickered, which is why they were called flicks, which is where we get the word chick flick. Alright, I'm gonna go now. And of course by now, I mean I will leave 80 milliseconds before you become aware that I've left. I put 3 links to previous Vsauce videos in the description that are related to this one if you haven't seen them yet. One is about why time feels like it's going faster as we get older. Another is about the frame rate of the eyeball, and the other is about the stopped clock illusion. Have fun, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Music. Why does music make us feel the way it does? Why does music make us want to move? And why do songs sometimes get stuck in our heads? James May, from the YouTube channel Head Squeeze. Thanks for the music.
Pleasure.
Why can music bring back memories?
Well, that's a very good question, actually. I've often wondered why it has this power actually to unlock a completely dormant memory, something that's gone as far as you know, and then a tune, it's usually a pop tune from, say, 10 or 20 years ago, bang, there you are, wherever you were at the time.
There you are. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but what is nostalgia? Well, it turns out that nostalgia and feeling emotions because of music and dancing and getting songs stuck in your head all orbit around a common theme: your identity. Because really, physically speaking, who are you? Every single day, you are losing atoms and gaining new ones from what you eat and drink. It takes about 5 years to replace every atom in your body, which means that the matter that we call you today was not part of you 5 years ago. If we speed the process up, we start to see that your physical body, really
all of us. Every human on Earth is just a temporary group of atoms and molecules that nonetheless keep the same name the whole time. Now, this is what we think of when we think of our bodies, but to an alien who could track individual atoms and only saw maybe a few frames per decade, you would appear to be what you really are, a bunch of incoming atoms making your shape and then leaving. So, what's consistent here? What are you? Nostalgia, fondly remembering the past, what you used to do and who you used to be, might simply be a way for your brain to answer that question, or at least cool down the anxieties it causes. Because even at a macroscopic scale, you are always changing. You have different friends, different behaviors, different moods, different tastes all the time. If you grew up in the 80s, and by that I mean the 1680s, it would have been possible to have been nostalgic for a time before the word nostalgia existed. That's because in 1688, Johannes Hofer coined the term by combining the Greek words for returning home and pain. Nostalgia was originally seen as a quite serious medical condition, affecting soldiers who missed home so much that they broke down and were unable to fulfill their duties. The only cure, as Hofer saw it, was to be sent home, to your home, because nostalgia is really all about you. Your memories, your past, who you used to be, and consequently, who you are now. Which makes nostalgia an often healthy way to answer the question, who am I? Well, you are a person who remembers specific events in the past. You existed in the past and are a continuous being. A popular theory argues that the psychological effects of nostalgia, connecting with your younger self and building a continuous identity, are advantageous, and so we're naturally selected to be rewarding experiences. You change your habits, your friends, your job, you learn things and forget things, but nostalgia allows you to connect all of those events, which is especially helpful during times of major life transitions like entering adulthood or aging, when studies show that nostalgia is at its strongest. But if tucking in and lining up all of your life experiences into a continuous story is so advantageous, why don't we feel nostalgic for everything in the past? Why don't you feel nostalgia for what happened 1 minute ago? Why don't you feel nostalgic for the way this video began? Well, the lifespan retrieval curve might offer some clues. It's an average plot of distinct autobiographical memories, and it reveals what is called the reminiscence bump, a time between 15 and 30 years of age where more memories are encoded. This time in your life, both while you are living it and later, is thought to be important because it's so linked to the formation of our self-identities. Memories formed during that bump tend to be the ones we are most nostalgic for. And because we want our continuous identities to be positive, we tend to be nostalgic for good memories, not bad ones. Individually and collectively, we also tend to be nostalgic and reminisce on things as if they were better than at the time they really were. 20 years after leaving his hometown, Abraham Lincoln returned to it, and looking upon it, remembering it nostalgically, he wrote these lines of poetry. My childhood's home I see again, and sadden with the view, and still, as memory crowds my brain, there's pleasure in it too. Abraham Lincoln might seem like a quite ancient person, someone from way back in history, but here's some perspective. On February 9th, 1956, a date within the lives of some of our parents and many of our grandparents, this old man appeared on the television show I've Got a Secret. What made him so special? Well, he was Samuel J. Seymour, an eyewitness.
Now then, Mr. Seymour, how old are you, by the way, sir?
96.
96 years old.
He was alive and in attendance at Ford's Theater on the very day Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. And he was alive recently enough to have appeared on national television. Music doesn't have to bring up old memories or make you feel nostalgia in order to help you build an identity. Lawrence Parsons, in a great interview, discusses the fact that babies from about 6 months to 1 year clearly respond to all kinds of different rhythms and chords when only a single note or beat is out of place. But after 1 year, babies tend to only respond to rhythms and chords from their own culture, from the world around them. This makes sense when you consider just how important it is for our brains to not only construct a continuous individual identity, but a continuous identity within the groups that we belong. We don't always get along with or understand other people, but when two people listen to and respond to music, their feelings and emotions can become more similar than if they were to merely sit in silence or use words with no rhythm. So although we are still not exactly sure why music makes us want to move, the desire you have, the impulse you have to tap your foot or bob your head, or if confident enough, dance when you hear a rhythm, might have less to do with a behavior you have learned and more to do with your internal desire to fit in. And as a consequence of our impressive ability to communicate and be social, it even happens when you are alone or when you want to dance as if no one is watching. Speaking of dance, William Michael Brown motion captured good and bad dancers so he could render them into digital stick figures and remove all clues as to their fitness or looks or health. Now, figures with symmetric movement, what we might call good dancing, were consistently rated as more attractive and more desirable as mates. But this may have less to do with music being some special human behavior and more to do with communication in general. Sharing a musical experience with someone else might just be an extreme form of the communication skills that were naturally selected into us so that we could understand each other, understand emotion from tone of voice, and listen. Sweet, fatty foods taste good because they signal our brain that they are full of energy that we need to survive. This is why cheesecake tastes so incredible. But it doesn't mean that cheesecake is necessary for survival. Music might be the same way. A happy accident of the communication skills we developed, but fundamentally an unnecessary one, or as cognitive scientist Steven Pinker famously called it, acoustic cheesecake. If not properly chewed, a bite of cheesecake can get lodged in your throat, but a short, repetitive song can get lodged in your brain. It's called an earworm. At best, it means that the song is catchy. At worst, it means replaying over and over and over again the same song in your head until you are annoyed. According to research by James Kelleris, nearly all of us experience earworms. Men and women experience them equally as often, but for reasons we don't quite understand yet, earworms tend to last longer for and be more irritating to women. Repetitive rhythms make a song easier to reproduce in our heads, and unusual time signatures or unresolved or incomplete musical ideas bother us, perhaps because we strive to communicate completely and clearly, so we fixate on these little snippets of songs, replaying them over and over again in our heads, hoping to resolve them, which of course they don't, meaning that they are quite literally a cognitive itch, an itch that just gets worse by being scratched. Our inability to suppress a simple thought, like the famous, "Quick, whatever you do, don't think of a pink elephant," or the game, or a song stuck in your head, might be explained by ironic process theory. The idea that in our brains there are two different processes going on. One which consciously controls what we think about, and the other unconsciously monitoring what we are thinking about. They share an equal amount of cognitive effort, and they're always in balance, and so more effort put into monitoring what you're thinking about means that there's less left to actually control what you think about. Spending that cognitive effort on some other task that uses working memory like Sudoku or anagrams can often help get an earworm out of your head. You can always just replace the earworm with another one using a service like Unhear It. Earworms are annoying, but music has the power to conjure up all kinds of other emotions when we hear it. A major reason for this is the fact that, like our sense of smell, music is initially processed in the same regions of the brain that process memories and emotion, like the amygdala. So, maybe those are our answers. Memories. You might not have the same friends and job and house and atoms throughout your life, but you do have the same memories. So are you just your memories? Well, unfortunately, that idea is a little troublesome because memory loss doesn't necessarily make you a brand new different person, and there's also the slight problem of false memories. These studies always freak me out. Researchers bring in participants and show them photographs from their childhood and ask them to tell a story about what happened in the photo. Except one of the photos has been photoshopped. It didn't really happen. But instead of noticing this fake image, people tend to just make up a story and remember it as if it really happened. A couple weeks ago, I went with Jake Chudnow, who does the music here on Vsauce, to the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. We saw the 7th largest telescope on Earth, and while there, this song was playing. It's called Long Player. Composed by Jem Finer, Long Player is constructed by combining different recordings of singing bowls. They're combined in different ways so as to never repeat for 1,000 years. Long Player began in 1999 and it will not finish. The song will not be over for 1,000 years. Literally billions of humans will be born and die before Long Player is finished playing. The sound waves, the compression waves that send Long Player into your ear aren't that much unlike you, your waves of atoms, temporarily organizing atoms or molecules, but not really causing any one atom or molecule to stay along with you for the entire journey. Just as the ocean waves and bells ring, as Alan Watts said, the Earth peoples. In a way, you are a slow compression wave moving through Earth's matter. But what does your wave sound like? Does it make people want to dance? It probably won't echo around for centuries after you're gone, but maybe, while you are here, you can get stuck in the head of some other temporary wave. An earworm that they like and don't want to get rid of. That would be a nice type of wave to be. But can music make you smarter? And can I play an instrument? Well, to find out, follow James and I over to the YouTube channel Head Squeeze, where we take a look at those questions. And as always, thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Seriously, follow us over. You can click
seriously,
the
actually,
screen
that's
right now.
a very good point.
There's also a link I'll put in the description, so it's like a piece of cake, guys. Come on. We'll be over there waiting.
He's over there, I'm over there, I'm with him here, and he's with me over there.
Wait, what? Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and the Pet Collective offers 24-hour coverage of puppies and kittens. It's really cute. But what is cute, scientifically? I mean, why do we like soft, cuddly things, and why do cute things have a unique effect on us? Well, the word cute is a shortening of acute, which originally meant keen, shrewd, perceptive. About 180 years ago, the word cute began to be used as slang for a girl who was pretty. And after that, it accrued a new meaning and was used to describe cuddly, delicate, quaint, precious, youthful traits.
Konrad Lorenz studied cuteness in living things and put together a great specific list of what we consider cute. Small body size with a disproportionately large head, large eyes, and round and soft body features. But why exactly do these characteristics elicit an "oh" response from us humans? Well, Lorenz pointed out that you can find all of those characteristics in the human baby, which makes sense. If merely looking at our offspring makes us instinctively feel protective and nurturing, well, that's great for all of us. A fun consequence of this is that our experience of cuteness can be triggered by things that aren't human babies. For instance, shells, bunnies, owls, and even a hammer. A hammer, how can that be? Take a look at this interactive tool from the Exploratorium. A hammer is boring, but if we apply Lorenz's traits and make it really round and really squat, it goes from a utilitarian tool to a cute little tiny hammer. Oh, he's just a little hammer, don't hurt him. It is a hammer that has become cute because we gave it qualities that we see in our own offspring. As Daniel Dennett puts it, if human babies looked like this instead of that, we would find this cute. And whenever we saw something that looked like it, we would want to cuddle and snuggle with it. Alright, so we have a pretty good idea about the how and what of cute. But where is cute? Well, researchers have shown cute baby pictures to subjects while using functional MRI to track activity in the brain. And sure enough, the cuter the baby in the picture, the more activation found right here, the nucleus accumbens, a pleasure center. When activated, the nucleus accumbens releases dopamine. It's all part of our internal reward system. It's the same part of the brain targeted by cocaine and meth. Cuteness is such a powerful force on the brain, in fact, that it can affect our behaviors, what we like, what we buy. And so it's no coincidence that the creators of cartoon characters like Mickey Mouse or Pikachu have drawn them more and more cute over time. The Japanese concept of kawaii is a great example of this, and it's one that's fun to quantify. If you're an adult, how many of your own heads stacked on top of each other do you think it would take to equal your height? The answer for most of us is around 7.5. But illustrations of people that are meant to make them look heroic or noble tend to make the person around 8 to 8.5 heads high. Cute goes the other way. Manga characters tend to only be about 5.5 to 6.5 heads tall. Back to babies. There are many other psychological factors at work that cause us to want to instinctively take care of our young. And to be sure, some of them are decidedly not cute. For instance, poopy diapers. Researchers have found that mothers, when exposed to soiled diapers, tend to consider the smell coming from their own child's diaper to be the least terrible, despite not knowing which diaper belonged to which kid. When something retains juvenile traits all the way through adulthood, it is called neoteny. And we love it, especially in animals that we keep as pets. Of course, us humans have selectively bred all kinds of animals to make each generation more and more useful to us. But the dog may be the animal that we have spent the most time designing, making each generation better at hunting or better at staying cuter for longer. Dogs like this have been designed by us to look, grow, and behave in ways that we want. Not that dissimilar from how we would design, say, a DVD player and its features. So whether it's staying cute forever or just being a really great hunting companion, the modern dog, more than any other animal, could be considered not so much a consequence of nature as much as it is a piece of human technology. As Science Friday puts it, the dog is man's best friend because it may be man's best invention. So go pet a cute dog today, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. The loudest clap ever recorded clocked in at 113 decibels. And the world record for fastest clapping was recently set at 802 claps per minute. Clapping is the most common human body noise others are meant to hear that doesn't involve the vocal cords. It's a great built-in percussion instrument. But clapping has also become a collective social gesture that we use in groups to express admiration, approval, especially for things that happen on stage.
So here I am on stage. But to show approval, to show that they like things, why do humans clap?
Amazing question! When applauding, a person creates claps at a rate of about 2.5 to 5 claps per second. Kinetic energy from the hands is converted into acoustic energy, mainly within the 2200 to 2800 hertz range. The frequencies clap-on, clap-off devices detect. But many other frequencies are created during a single clap, and different hand positions create different spectra of frequencies, most of which are not whole number multiples of each other, which is why a clap can't make a musical note, a discernible, definite pitch, the way a clarinet or piano or the human voice can. If vocalizations can be so finely controlled, why clap? I mean, it's such a crude, messy noise. Well, at a fundamental and physiological level, the impulse to clap may have originated as a reaction to an overflowing of enthusiasm, an immediate and primitive reaction to excitement. Stephen Connor colorfully puts it this way: if the distinctive sound of the human is the sound of language, then sound produced from other places than the mouth always has the taint of the gratuitous, the excessive, or the proscribed. Clapping is the benign superflux of the body, the diarrhea of sound. He calls it a spilling over of feeling, a burst of energy unfiltered by language or thought. It's a way to burn off extra enthusiasm, but if clapping is so natural and involuntary to the individual, how did it become coded into Western etiquette, an expected behavior you sometimes feel pressure to do, even if you don't want to? Desmond Morris called modern clapping patting a performer on the back from a distance, and other theories have called clapping high-fiving yourself for something someone else has done. But in its current form, there is another thing, besides yourself and the performance, that might be truly driving applause, a superorganism called the crowd. A study published in the Journal of the Royal Society found that an individual's contribution to applause seems to have less to do with their actual opinion as to the quality of the performance and has more to do with the behavior of the collective group. The anonymous group voice aspect of applause also makes sense when you consider the fact that clapping is a great equalizer. Studies have shown that as opposed to vocalizations, which can betray a lot about the people who make them, subjects cannot guess better than chance whether the clap they hear is from a man or a woman, nor can they guess the size of the individual based solely on the sound of their clap. Clapping may have become the standard nonverbal gesture of admiration because it is arguably the loudest, the easiest, and the most democratic. Performers can't hear a thumbs up or a wink. Not everyone can snap their fingers, and clapping is less disruptive than stomping feet or waving around big objects. Moreover, historically, authorities have encouraged clapping. In the 6th century BC, Cleisthenes came to power in ancient Greece as a democratic reformer and made behaviors like clapping a civic duty. the proper way for the masses to express admiration for their leader. There wasn't enough time for everyone to meet and greet his or her leader, but they could all greet their leader together as one super organism with one voice. Applause. By the early 19th century, the desire to code appropriate group reactions and encourage them by example was quite official. Agencies offered claques for hire, professional applauders who would memorize operas, attend them like normal opera goers, and clap, cry, or laugh at appropriate times so that the actual audience would know when to properly do what. It's interesting that 5 or 6 months after being born, human babies begin to realize that their hands can work together. Clapping is a natural reaction to this realization, but parenting books have to advise parents to teach their children to connect clapping with group happiness and celebration, the connection itself not being inevitable. To this day, applause signs reinforce audience behavior simply because those with authority are requesting it. Not because it is a natural reaction, but because it can be, and historically has been, socially imposed. So, what's the future of applause? Well, last week I hung out with the guys from Grand Illusions, really fascinating channel, and they pointed out something strange. How many times have you listened to your favorite song? Probably quite a few, right? You've listened to songs you don't like plenty of times. But as recently as 150 years ago, people only heard their favorite symphony maybe 2 or 3 times in their entire life. If you wanted music, you had to go to a concert or pick up an instrument or sing. There was no other way. But now, because of recorded music, MP3 players and phones and tablets and personal computers and digital libraries allow us to be an audience of one. An audience all by ourselves, not just when professionals get together and draw a crowd. In the 1990s, Faith Popcorn gave this broader phenomenon a name: cocooning. The internet, home entertainment, cell phones, alarm systems, self-checkout, filters for our personal air and water are all paraphernalia of cocooning, a tendency toward more lonely, solitary experiences in the last 30 years. In my episode about the friend zone, I talk about how cocooning might be making friendship, meeting new people, and new unexpected ideas a waning experience. But applause is safe, right? I mean, applause isn't about meeting new people, it's about becoming them. Becoming a superorganism that speaks with one unindividuated roar. And concerts and live performances are still big parts of our lives. But what's fascinating is that more entertainment is more available than ever before. And despite being TV shows, movies, games, and music, this new entertainment is increasingly consumed like books, in solitude, alone. You don't need to applaud alone in a cocoon, but to be sure, alone on the internet we don't applaud, but we do like and share and favorite and retweet. Those actions might be a sort of ersatz applause. In real life, your clap is lost in the crowd, aggregated into the total sound, and online, so are your likes and favorites. They join a collective gesture as a sort of digital applause. A pessimist might feel like these new collective gestures are hollow, lonely, a sad replacement for actual social experiences. But what's really happening? Because a like is not necessarily lonely. A retweet, by its very nature, isn't a clap lost in the crowd. It's a clap that joins the crowd, but is also traceable directly back to you. Maybe cocooning, maybe the rise of applause substitutes like digital applause is something to be worried about, or maybe it's the natural result of having so many applause-worthy things just a few clicks away. We can't applaud all of them, so we have evolved more scalable reactions, which, incidentally, are more personal. Instead of being pathetic clicks from an increasingly isolated, cocooned population, digital applause might be like something else that comes from cocoons and having more of them, something beautiful, butterflies. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Steve Seitz and Chuck Dyer used view morphing to digitally reveal a side of the Mona Lisa we've never seen before, what it would look like if she stared directly at us. That's her, but it seems a bit unfamiliar. I mean, there is only one iconic view of the Mona Lisa. There's only one physical object you can look at to say that you saw the Mona Lisa with your own eyes. Photographs exist, there are copies you can also look at, there are forgeries, there are parodies, but the true original Mona Lisa is in the Louvre. That's where it is. But where is this video? Seriously, where is this video? I mean, it's on your screen right now, but it's also on a lot of other screens. Where's the original? Well, it's stored on YouTube servers, and the original export is on my hard drive, but those are just instructions for making the video. This video is anywhere. Every stream, every viewing of this video is, as Bill Thompson would say, a digital simulacrum of something that has no original. So, how does a museum curator or an archaeologist deal with this? Well, they are rethinking curating. I mean, take a look at this sculpture. The distance from this sentence to your eye is my sculpture. That's pretty cool, but how do you put something like that in a museum? This sculpture and this video can be endlessly copied, and every version is made out of different stuff at different times. A bit like your body. Yeah, there's an identity crisis going on. As I've discussed before, every few years, nearly all of your atoms are replaced. Old ones leave, new ones come in. Where is the original you? Like this video, you are really just the result of a set of instructions being followed. And in our cases, interestingly, those instructions are kind of forgeries. The $12 million Stuffed Shark is a great book about the art world. It mentions that at one point in history, there were 600 Rembrandts hanging in museums and 350 Rembrandts in private collections. The only problem is, Rembrandt scholars say that Rembrandt only ever made 320 paintings. Mistaken identity, forgeries, and phonies have been around for a long time. In 1496, a young Michelangelo, the same Michelangelo that painted this, forged a statue. He treated the statue with acid to make it look not like his own work, but like the work of ancient Greeks or Romans, so he could sell it for more money. But really, what's wrong with a forgery? I mean, sure, supporting forgeries is like supporting plagiarism, but as far as intrinsic aesthetic properties go, what's the difference? Whether painted by Da Vinci, or a dog, or copied perfectly by a robot, wouldn't the Mona Lisa smile just as mysteriously and coolly? Well, here's the thing. We feel like the original, the Mona Lisa Da Vinci originally made, has an aura about it. As Richard Wiseman discussed in Quirkology, a great book, psychologist Paul Rosen once studied just how obsessed we are with relics, things important merely because of their auras. He found that people were more willing to wear a sweater that had been dropped in dog poop than they were to wear a sweater they'd been told was once owned by a mass murderer. We are influenced by auras. Right now, I am in Mougins, a city in southeastern France where Picasso died. On one occasion, Picasso refused to sign a painting he knew he had painted, saying, "I can paint a fake Picasso just like anybody else." You can disown your own paintings, and you can disown your children, but you can claim to have created your own paintings, but can you really claim to have created your own children? Let's explore a metaphor. Your mother is a 3D printer that printed you. But hold on, your parents conceived you and curated you, cared for you, but the actual blueprints that made you were outside of their conscious control. Your blueprint is a forgery. It has been copied, replicated over and over again ever since the very first group of molecules were arranged in a way that automatically replicated billions and billions of years ago. It's not a perfect forgery. Changes occur every time, making successive copies a little bit different, but 99.9% of your DNA isn't different from anyone else's. Now you might say, but wait, Michael, we all look so different. Kind of, but that's also because your brain is particularly good at recognizing differences amongst things that you are familiar with. It's called the cross-race effect, and it's the reason new twins you've never met before look totally the same until you get used to them. It's the reason people from a culture you're not used to tend to be more difficult to distinguish. And the reason, say, a big group of black labs you've never met before all kind of look like the same black lab. We all have a common descendant, a common person our DNA has been replicated from over and over again, making us, in a funny way, a big bunch of forgeries. Go back 50 forgeries ago, 50 generations ago, and that's enough to connect every single human living on Earth. I've said this before, you are at least 50th cousins with everyone else living on the planet today. But we can go back further than that, as Guy Murchie famously did. You see, animal populations and even molecule populations experience replication, variation, and selective pressures, which means you are trillionth cousins with all life on Earth, and technically speaking, quadrillionth cousins with water and trees and rocks. It's a beautiful notion, but it's anything but new. The word human comes from a word for soil, and compare the Hebrew word for ground with their name for the first man. You are quadrillionth cousins with dirt, with rocks, with trees, with plastic, with the very clothing you are wearing right now. So whether you're fighting with a stranger in a bar or stubbing your toe on a rock, it's all just a family squabble. And as always, thanks for watching. Oh, hey, you're still there. This is great because I have some really cool news. Vsauce was just nominated for a Webby in the News and Information category. It's a really big honor, and I want to thank you guys for making this possible. You can be a Vsaucer in a whole new way now by voting for Vsauce in the Webbies. Just follow the link at the top of this video's description. All the nominees, by the way, are great. It's great that the universe has these channels, so check all of them out. And, as always, thanks for watching. Hey Vsauce, Michael here, and today we're going to get close, like really close. In fact, I want to answer the question, what's the closest we can get to other objects and other people? Now it might sound like a kind of simple, easy question, but when you get down to the atoms of it, it's quite complex and might leave you feeling a little bit alone. When I go like this, my fingers, for all intents and purposes, are touching, but at an atomic level, they're not. That's right. In fact, if you're sitting in a chair right now, your body is technically not touching the chair at all. Instead, you are hovering above the chair by some tiny, tiny atomically sized gap, something too small for us to even see, but it's there. And it's caused by the fact that your butt and the chair are made out of atoms. Now, as we all know, the matter that we deal with every day is made out of atoms, and an atom is a nucleus surrounded by an outer shell of orbiting electrons. Now, when two atoms get close to each other that aren't going to bond or chemically react, they have trouble touching each other. Why? Because electrons repel one another, because they have the same charge. And because of a fancy thing called the Pauli exclusion principle, we also know that all of an atom's electrons cannot be all pushed down to the same energy level all together on the same shell. So what this means is that if I touch something, I'm technically not really touching it. The atoms are getting quite close together, but the electromagnetic repulsion between electrons is saying, no closer. Now, of course, the nerves in my skin can feel that repulsive force, and that's what I call the texture or the feeling of the object. If I push hard enough, of course, I can break or poke into or cut something, but I'm not touching any of its matter. I'm just pushing it out of the way using the electron-electron repulsion forces. Even though, so you can cut things really easily like this, the scissors never touched the card. This is where it gets depressing. What all of this means is that when you kiss your girlfriend or pet your dog or hug your grandmother, you're not actually making contact with their matter. You're not technically touching them. You're just feeling the repulsive force of their electrons. But maybe there's hope. Let's just avoid electrons altogether and ask ourselves, what can we do to affect the nucleus of someone else's atoms? Maybe we can do that? You're gonna have to be a little bit radioactive if you're gonna wanna do this. And luckily, people are a little bit radioactive. In fact, if you sleep in a bed with another person for an entire year, your body is actually exposed to 1 millirem more radiation than someone who sleeps alone. Now, we are talking about tiny, tiny amounts that really don't affect your body at all, but still, they're there. How do they get there? Well, carbon-14 is in the air, and potassium-40 is in bananas. That's right. Bananas have a really high potassium content. In fact, any food that has a lot of potassium in it, like Brazil nuts, is going to act the same way. All that potassium's fine and dandy, but about 1 out of every 8,000 or so potassium atoms is a radioactive isotope of potassium. In fact, if you were to eat 600 bananas, it would be the equivalent of getting a chest X-ray. Okay, cool, so I am a little bit radioactive. Does that mean that if I hug someone really close, that some sort of radioactive ray might come out of my body and go into someone else's body and get absorbed into a nucleus of one of their atoms, and then we can really finally say that we touched on a fundamental level? Maybe. The radiation that comes out of us is very unlikely to hit someone else's atoms, and because people don't contain a lot of radioactive material in their bodies, that energy is just going to get absorbed, you're not going to really know that it happens, and the chance, like I said, is super unlikely. So maybe we should go back a little bit and talk about chemical reactions. Back when I mentioned that atoms have trouble touching, they are a little more friendly if they get together and, share electrons. Now, this kind of stuff is happening all the time. When I eat food, my body is chemically reacting with that food to take out the nutrients, get rid of the stuff I don't want. But short of being a cannibal and eating someone's arm or being a zombie, how can I get chemically reactionally close to a person? Well, luckily, there is a thing called birth. When you're growing inside your mother, your father and mother's DNA are all working together in chemical ways to create you. Because they're sharing electrons, it seems at least more like a touch. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, in a way, your parents and your children are the only people you can know for certain you've come the closest to actually touching. And that's touching. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey Vsauce, Michael here. But when is here? And how much does it weigh?
That's supposed to be me, huh?
Imitation is a form of flattery.
An honor.
But what is the greatest honor possible? Let's begin our journey by looking at challenges and achievements worthy of honor. First, the physical ones. Being the fastest person to run a marathon, 26.2 miles, is great, but why stop there? The Ironman triathlon involves swimming 2.4 miles, racing on a bicycle 112 miles, and then running an entire marathon. Record holder Craig Alexander did it all in 8 hours, 3 minutes, and 56 seconds. Beyond that, things begin to get mental. The self-transcendence race held every summer in New York is the longest certified foot race on the planet. It's not 26 miles long, it's 3,100. And instead of running thousands of miles across the varied landscape of the US, competitors merely run around the same city block in Queens, 5,649 times. You have 52 days to complete the race, and doing so can wear out as many as 12 pairs of shoes. The fastest time for completing the race goes to Wolfgang Schwerk, who finished in just 41 days, averaging 75 miles of running every day. In the realm of entertainment, there are very clear physical rewards, statuettes like the Emmy, the Grammy, the Oscar, and the Tony. Winning at least one of each is called an EGOT. So far, 11 humans have won all 4 awards in competitive categories. Marvin Hamlish and Richard Rodgers also each won a Pulitzer Prize. Lynn Redgrave is the only person to have ever been nominated for all 4 awards without winning a single one. Some people have won surprising combinations of awards. Steve Tisch, as chairman and executive vice president of the New York Giants and producer of films like Forrest Gump, American History X, and Snatch, is the only person in history to have won both a Super Bowl ring and an Oscar. And throughout all of human history, only one person has won an Oscar and a Nobel Prize: George Bernard Shaw. Those are neat facts, but let's define honor. There are 2 guys we should go to. The first is Noah Webster, whose American dictionary is the reason Americans spell it honor. The second guy is Samuel Johnson, whose English dictionary is the reason people across the Atlantic, where I usually am, spell it honor. Johnson differentiated 2 types of honor that are relevant to the question in this video's title. The first is what he calls nobility of soul, magnanimity, and the scorn of meanness. This is honor derived not from achievement at something competitive, but rather from perceived virtuous conduct and personal integrity. But what counts as a virtue? Well, one of my favorite attempts to catalog human virtues was done by Christopher Peterson and Martin Seligman. Frustrated by a persistent focus on mental illness, they devised a guide to mental wellness. Their catalog contains 24 virtues and strengths shared across nearly every human culture. They attached historical figures believed to personify each trait, and their list of 24 included fairness, humility, hope, humor, appreciation of beauty, and the love of learning. Using their list as a scorecard for virtue points to determine the most honorable person is impossible, but that hasn't stopped people from discussing the greatest honor in terms of virtue. Richard Nixon did some things that people might consider dishonorable, but his perspective is illuminating. In his first inaugural address, he said, "The greatest honor history can bestow is the title of peacemaker." Peacemaker. But who has the authority to judge virtue? Hopefully not individuals. Richard Wiseman's brilliant Quirkology discusses a survey conducted in 1997 by US News and World Report, which asked people who they thought was somewhat likely to go to heaven. As a marker of perceived virtuous conduct and personal integrity, it's really illuminating. 52% thought that Bill Clinton would, 60% thought Princess Diana would, and a full 79% said that they thought Mother Teresa would go to heaven. But she was only second place. 87% of respondents agreed that someone else was likely to go to heaven. Who did they think that was? Themselves. The greatest honor a country bestows upon those who have defended it, fought for it, often carries the most awe-inspiring stories. The greatest military honor in the United Kingdom is the Victoria Cross. In the United States, it's the Medal of Honor, given for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. Many of its recipients are honored posthumously. They are people who acted instantly and without regard for their own safety. They've walked into enemy fire, losing their lives to communicate life-saving messages. They have fallen on grenades to absorb the impact with their bodies so that others around them wouldn't have to. Samuel Johnson's second definition of honor focuses not so much on honor that comes from being ethically excellent, but instead on honor that comes from power, from being royal or famous. Global surveys have shown that many corporate logos, like the Golden Arches, are more famous than any celebrity or other symbol. So technically speaking, the greatest honor, as far as becoming famous and globally known, might simply be to become a fast food mascot. Not all honorable people get honored. How does a grand, recognized public act, made possible by being in the right place at the right time with the right opportunities, compare to the honor of merely being the best person you can be? A good citizen, a mother, a father, an otherwise unrecognized person who is nonetheless an amazing hero to a few. Your family, your friends, that one person who really needed you. Is recognition merely an accident of luck? A snowball effect, an accumulation of advantage? People who stand out when they are young are often given access to more opportunities, which then leads to and entitles them to more opportunities later on, accumulating over time like snow on a snowball that eventually becomes an entire boulder of snow, only the original snowball of which was the original person. Historians have pointed this phenomenon out, the accumulation of advantage, when criticizing the great man theory of history, the idea that human history can be taught or understood as a timeline of a few important, honored individuals. Philip Zimbardo, the researcher behind the infamous Stanford prison study, has shown that the wrong situation can bring out evil in almost anybody. He's stressed in his recent TED Talk that not all of us will encounter just the right opportunities to become the next Gandhi or Neil Armstrong, but what we can do is live our lives with what Zimbardo calls an heroic imagination, as a hero in waiting who thinks sociocentrically, not egocentrically. He says most heroes are everyday people who emerge as heroes in particular situations. So, a fair argument can be made that simply knowing you did the right thing when presented with a situation involving Peterson and Seligman's virtues and strengths is the greatest honor possible, the most honorable life. Now, whether or not that honorable behavior is recognized, well, Cato the Elder questioned the value imparted by physical awards by simply saying, "After I'm dead, I'd rather have people ask why I have no monument than why I have one." It's an honor to talk to you guys every week. So as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and I'm in London right outside Buckingham Palace. I'm actually running a little bit late for tea with the Queen. Yeah, she's really into tea, but you know what tea's mainly made out of? Water. And so today, we're going to talk about water. Now, we all know that water is vital for life on Earth to exist, and that water covers more than 70% of Earth's surface. But before we talk about liquid water, I want to talk about a culinary treat that occurs when you put a piece of bread on the ground, and then at the exact same time on the other side of the Earth, the exact geographical opposite point, you have someone else put another piece of bread. Earth
sandwich. That's right, it's a challenge that was popularized by Zay Frank, and it turns out that making an Earth sandwich is incredibly difficult. Why? Because of water. That's right, if you take a globe and you look at it so that France is right there in the middle, you're only looking at 1/2 of the Earth. But from that perspective, you are looking at almost 90% of Earth's dry land. It's all right there on that one side. It's known as the land hemisphere. And the other side, the exact other half of the Earth, is called the water hemisphere. Now you might be saying to yourself, okay, great, so Earth sandwiches are almost always soggy. Why should I care? I don't know. But here's something that you should care about: the Three Gorges Dam in China, one of the largest hydroelectric dams ever constructed, completed in 2006, and upon completion, it fundamentally changed something about Earth. You know how a figure skater, spinning in place, can slow down their speed by moving their arms out, by moving some of their body mass away from the middle of their body? Well, the same thing can happen to Earth. The Three Gorges Dam did exactly what a figure skater does when they move their arms away from their center. It transferred 39 trillion kilograms of water 175 meters above sea level. NASA calculated that that massive amount of water moved caused Earth's rotation to slow down, so that every day of your life since that dam was finished has been longer by 0.06 microseconds. It's not something that for all intents and purposes you have to worry about. If you are worried, you might be hydrophobic. But you're in good company. There are a lot of good hydrophobic materials, and they behave in some pretty cool ways. Hydrophobic materials are resistant to getting wet. That's right, they're usually made out of hydrocarbons that don't form good hydrogen bonds with water molecules. And because it takes more energy for the water to spread out on those surfaces, the water just sticks together. It coheres to itself and forms nice little spheres. Now, in certain cases, superhydrophobia occurs and it looks awesome. The leaves of the lotus plant do this, and when water falls on them, the water just floats around like some big old blob of liquid mercury or something. It's a very bizarre trick, and I have you guys to thank for bringing it to my attention. In fact, it was that message that inspired me to do an episode about water in the first place. So thanks. One final note on hydrophobia: it can happen in humans. And I don't mean being afraid of swimming or not liking the ocean. I mean an actual psychological aversion to the sight of water. Rabies is a virus that, if left untreated, can lead to severe neurological damage. In the late stages of rabies, the victim salivates constantly, but their throat and jaw become paralyzed, which means that the body cannot control the fluid in its own mouth and is in a constant fear of drowning. This man has contracted rabies and is in the late stages of the disease. As he attempts to take a drink of fluid, his body recoils instinctively as if the water might burn him. But thanks to vaccination efforts, the threat of rabies all over the world has been significantly reduced. Now, we could say a lot of other stuff about water, but I might save that for another episode. In the meantime, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Love and war are exactly alike. It is lawful to use tricks and sleights to obtain a desired end. But is all fair in love and war? That's a good question. Let's pencil it in for, well, this episode. Of course, pencil is not permanent. It can be erased. It's not like whatever I write down is being chiseled into granite. But pencil lead is made out of carbon atoms organized into a structure called graphite, a non-metallic mineral with some metallic properties found naturally in rocks, which means things written in pencil, though erasable, are still technically written in stone. In video games, if the bad guys really wanted to stop you, why do they walk around in such predictable patterns? Wouldn't their chances be better if they just came right at you? There's a great name for this logic: mook chivalry. It's as if there's a sort of unwritten Geneva Convention that applies to fictional baddies.
that respects not reality or what would make sense, but instead the higher purpose of fun and a good story. But in real life, we aren't that much different from the mooks. We construct voluntary obstacles in the way of even honorable goals like truth, justice, or right over wrong. Not all is fair in love and war, and it's the exceptions that make us who we are. Torturing your enemies to get information from them, to demoralize them, or just for fun, has been a might is right part of war since war began. But in the second half of the 19th century, Henri Dunant, the founder of the Red Cross, organized an official moral code of warfare, the Geneva Conventions, that today, across its now 4 conventions, has been agreed to be followed by 196 nations. And since then, various other customs, codes, and principles have been established, totaling up into what may now be called the rules of war. Their enforcement is handled by regional, national, and international powers. Of course, an unconcerned force would simply ignore these rules, because the quickest route to victory is the one full of unfair advantages. But nonetheless, we treasure them, try to at least, and believe that all others should. The values they recognize are telling. Things unrelated to military necessity, or valued, in a sense, more greatly than immediate victory, are protected. For instance, the Environmental Modification Convention prohibits controlling the weather and using the weather as a weapon against your opponents. Before the convention, that happened. For example, during Operation Popeye, US airplanes seeded rain clouds over Vietnam and successfully extended the monsoon season by more than a month, increasing rainfall by 30%, a move that made enemy road surfaces muddy, blocked by landslides, washed out, much less passable. The laws of war protect certain symbols, parties or infrastructures bearing symbols that indicate they're only there to help, or are neutral. Culturally important buildings that should be protected for posterity are off limits. It's a violation of the laws of war to attack such targets or to pretend to be such targets if your intentions are otherwise. That is called perfidy, a kind of deception that involves pretending to act fairly and honestly, to invite the confidence of an adversary, only to then take advantage of that trust, betray it, and kill, injure, or capture. If you do one of those 3 things while pretending to be dead, or injured, or surrendered, or a civilian, or a non-combatant, well, that's a violation of the rules of war. Espionage is allowed, but if caught, you can be prosecuted and punished. Whereas if you are a lawful combatant, on the other hand, you're entitled to protection as an official prisoner of war. Conditions like these reveal something we desire to hold above quick vengeance: dignity and respect. Both sides wish to be treated with that and uphold the bargain. Athletes agree to play fair, to avoid prohibited things, even technically safe and otherwise legal things that would nonetheless give them an unfair advantage. They do this because the spirit of the sport is more important to them than the quickest victory possible. Sportsmanship. Likewise, a sort of lovesmanship exists in US courtrooms. If the most surefire way of getting the truth of someone's guilt involves spoiling a bond of love, spousal privilege says chill. Love is sacred. Truth will come second. Find another way. So, if you are planning on committing crimes in the US and you need an accomplice, marry them. Your spouse cannot be forced to testify against you. There are different privileges applying to other relations of yours, allowing them to refuse to give evidence against you. These rules exist to honor something that we deem, or like to deem, greater than easy victory. You cannot travel faster than light, or escape from a black hole, or commit perfidy in a time of war, or cheat on your significant other. That's usually considered unfair. But the final 2 aren't physical limitations of matter. They are voluntary obstacles, reflecting what we value. Whether we respect those values or not is another story, and how we interpret what actions are over the line and what aren't is a matter of judgment. We didn't get to create protons or planets, they were already here. But we do get to create judgments. We even named ourselves after that ability. We call ourselves Homo sapiens. Homo meaning humus, the soil. We are from the earth. Sapien meaning sapience, the ability to make wise judgments. Very few people would argue that all truly is fair in love and war, but in love and war, behaviors otherwise not acceptable can be not only forgiven, but recommended. Reading messages not meant for yourself, using disguises, even murder can be downgraded to a crime of passion or lawful combat. But love and war put different things at stake. And just because unfair things are expected during love and war doesn't mean that within their respective domains we prosecute or prohibit unfairness in the same way. Violating the law of war is a crime, but there is no official law of love. You can prosecute someone for perfidy or desertion or weaponizing the weather, but you can't prosecute Cupid for heartbreak. You can't have someone arrested for not loving you back, and you shouldn't call 911 if someone leaves you for someone else. You see, there is no Geneva Convention for love. Furthermore, we often root for friends or fictional characters who follow their hearts, even if it means leaving someone we care less for, a minor character for instance, alone or stranded at the altar. Does this mean that love is a better excuse for bad behavior than war? I mean, obviously not for criminal behavior, but otherwise? As far as authoritative powers and our modern conception of love are concerned, war, its technologies and strategies are human invention, whereas love is a human condition. Love is like inertia or death, inevitable, a law of nature, and blameless if unkind. We legislate where a bomb can fall, where debris can fall, and prosecute those who violate those rulings. But we don't prosecute gravity for making things fall. We support voluntary restrictions on fair play in sports, war, public etiquette, but the players in love's battlefield are blameless victims of their passion, even if those passions are nonsensical. The heart has its reasons, which reason knows nothing of. Deceiving others, that is what the world calls a romance. Maybe love has this power intrinsically, or maybe we give it that power by leaving it so legally alone. But either way, broken bones are the domain of law. Broken hearts are the domain of awe. Shucks. Sorry. And as always, thanks for watching.
Standing without places, rotation into phases.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Take a look at this. Simple enough, right? But watch what happens next. Okay, what the heck is this thing? Most people eat it like a soup, out of a bowl with a spoon. But is it a soup? The word soup comes from words that originally meant to absorb liquid, which dry cereal left in milk too long will do. But words change. What if cereal is actually a type of salad, and milk is just a dressing? Or maybe dry cereal is the actual meal, and milk is just a condiment or a coating. Adding milk to dry cereal might be like adding ketchup to French fries, or icing a cake. Honestly, there is no real answer. The answer is whatever we agree the answer should be. We make up the words, and we make up the categories. If you ask me, cereal is soup, but it's not soup soup. Cereal is also salad,
but it's not salad salad. What I just did there is called reduplication. We do it all the time, but usually for emphasis. For example, I like you, but I also like you. Tomorrow's event is fancy, but it's not fancy. When I say soup or salad salad, I'm using reduplication in a way that is known as contrastive focus reduplication. I'm reduplicating a word to express a focus on prototypical types of that word, in contrast to fringe types. A Caesar or vegetable are more prototypical types of salad than, say, potato, taco, fruit, or a bowl of cereal with milk. The increasing progress of technology forces us to contrastively focus reduplicate more and more often. For example, now when talking about a book, you might need to clarify whether it is an e-book or a book, the original physical paper type. The phrase paper book is a retronym, a modification to an old word made necessary by the advent and popularization of something new. Before movies with sound came along, silent movies were just called movies. Before voicemail and email, snail mail was just mail. And before mobile phones, your landline or home phone was simply a phone, or in many cases, just the phone. This is Morse code for a smiley face emoticon. It's a happy beat. The eyes of the emoticon are a colon, which up until as recently as the middle of the 1900s was often used with a dash to represent a pause. It was an especially helpful direction to people reading text out loud. It was used all over the place, in personal letters and all over America's Declaration of Independence. You may also notice that it looks a little bit anatomical. The Oxford English Dictionary has a name for this punctuation mark, and that name is the dog's bollocks. In other words, dog balls. Although other emoticons were definitely used earlier, as far as official dictionary entries are concerned, the very first emoticon with an official name was an emoticon for a willy. This also means that America's Declaration of Independence is, punctuation-wise, covered in dog wieners. 9 of them, to be exact. Now, what I'm about to do is called drawing. When I am finished, what I have created is called a drawing. But it's finished. Shouldn't it be called a drawn? A similar version of this problem is often attributed to Stephen Wright. Why are they called buildings if they are finished? Shouldn't they be called builts? What's really going on here is a phenomenon known as verbal nouns. A noun formed from a verb. It's often easier to nounify a verb than to just use lots of words. Why call this a structure resulting from the act of building when you could just call it a building? Where does the word nickname come from? Did a guy named Nicholas one day decide everyone could call him Nick, and in doing so create a literal nickname? No. Nickname is a product of rebracketing, a process in which speakers often unknowingly create new words by moving sounds from one word to another. For instance, the English word alligator is a corruption of the Spanish el lagarto, the lizard. El lagarto, alligator. Eek used to mean also, as in you could have a name and you could have another name that was also your name, your eek name. Nickname. Here's another funny thing about language. If you are noisy in class, you are disrupting class. But if you sit around silently paying attention, are you rupting class? You can be disgruntled, but can you ever be gruntled? Words that would seem to have a related word but actually do not are called unpaired words. Maybe they were in a pair at one point in history, or maybe through a fluke of etymology, they only seem to have one, but what you think it would be isn't in any dictionary. Some definitions, like soup and salad, are so vague their borders are almost hilariously fuzzy. Other words, well, they're just plain silly. For example, the sun does not rise every morning. The earth actually just turns you toward it, but yet our word for that phenomenon is sunrise. Languages are full of expressions like that. George Steiner wrote colorfully about this, saying, "The accelerando of the sciences and of technology have beggared both the reach and veracity of natural language. In consequence, the commonplace relations of language to phenomenon, to our daily context, have become virtually infantile. They are a bric-a-brac of inert metaphors, of hoary fictions and handy falsifications. From the perspective of the theoretical and exact sciences, we speak a kind of Neanderthal babble. Whether spoken or typed or tapped or felt or signaled, language may be inevitably full of idiomatic expressions and expressions that are incomplete, and categories that are fuzzy. But hey, at least it's our fuzz, and at least fuzz is entertaining. It would be nice to just know everything and have absolutely nothing to explain or demonstrate to anyone else. But then again, as Emily Dickinson once said, a letter is a joy of earth. It is denied the gods. If we were all omniscient, we'd have no reason to write letters to one another. There wouldn't be anything new you had to tell someone else. We would have no reason to debate the soupiness or saladness of cereal. No reason to wonder, no reason to read or to watch. I'd have no reason to say, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. Mimas is one of Saturn's cutest moons. Its entire surface area is about the same as Spain, but its giant crater makes it look like the Death Star. And when NASA made a temperature map of Mimas, they found that the warmest regions, shown here in yellow, resemble Pac-Man eating the crater like a dot. I learned about Mimas while surfing the World Wide Web like a true internet. But the web and the internet are different things. The World Wide Web and the internet have names that are similar shapes, but they catch different things. And as we will see, surfing the World Wide Web is radical, but it's also apropos. Metaphorically speaking, the web is pretty wet. Before the web existed and before the internet existed, there were computers, but they were big and lonely. They couldn't really talk to one another. I mean, sure, you could connect similar pieces of hardware that spoke similar protocols, but that was just a network. To connect disparate global machines, you would need a network of networks. And in the 1960s, a bunch of brilliant minds collaborated on just such a thing. Now, at the time, the phone companies weren't very interested, and because no single institution could foot the entire responsibility and computing power needed for dedicated lines, well, more innovative and efficient methods were used. A system spanning many nations is international, so a system spanning many networks is an internetwork. It wouldn't be until 1974, in this very document, that the word internetwork would be officially shortened to what we use today, internet. On October 29th, 1969, exactly 100 days after we first landed on a distant rock across space, we first landed a letter on a distant screen across the internet. Leonard Kleinrock and a team at UCLA decided to send the word login to a different model of computer at Stanford. They sent the L and it arrived. They sent the O and it arrived. And then the system crashed. But still, the first message sent over an internet was a big deal. On a list of technological achievements, it would rank quite high, even though it was literally low. Fast forward 2 decades. CERN is working on a lot of different projects with different people and technologies. To figure out who or what is doing what, you can just look it up on the internet. But the way information was organized on the internet was illogical, based on hierarchies, linearly. It was lame, and this annoyed a guy named Tim Berners-Lee. You see, you could follow a tree for a really long time only to reach a person or technology involved in some other project, and for information on that, you'd have to go back to the beginning and start all over again. So, in March of 1989, Tim Berners-Lee wrote a powerful paper simply titled Information Management, a Proposal. He argued that notes with links, like references between them, is far more useful than a fixed hierarchical system. Instead of trees, Berners-Lee was proposing a web. Webbed systems that connect documents in nonlinear ways already existed. They were called hypertext. But Tim Berners-Lee officiated the marriage of hypertext webs and the internet to produce a web that was worldwide. It was the vast, connected, logical, and useful partnership needed to make the internet the most quickly adopted form of communication in our species' history. The internet connects participants. The web connects information, specifically hypertext documents accessed via the internet. You can see the computer Tim Berners-Lee created the World Wide Web with in the London Science Museum. 25 years ago, if you had unplugged this computer, you would have literally shut down the entire web. The first website was info.cern.ch. Today, it provides a simulator that allows you to view the web as it appeared as a baby. We've come a long way since this. If you really want your mind blown, check out 1 second on the web. You can see how many Facebook likes, tweets, and even emails are sent every second, and how many have been sent since you first opened the page. Isaac Asimov once said that Earth should have been named Ocean because the sea is its dominant feature. Our oceans are vast and dangerous and deep and mysterious. So it's no mystery that when people needed a metaphor to describe the internet and the seemingly endless and often uncharted web of hypertext it delivered, they ran for the sea. We surf the web, navigating streams of data. There are pirates and floods and fishing. Even blogs and vlogs have their linguistic origins in logs, records originally kept by captains at sea. Like liquid water, the web is a phenomenal solvent. It makes material widely accessible and available. It has been estimated that every web page is an average of only 19 clicks away from every other web page. Like our oceans, the web is really just one global sea. And like our oceans, the web is an ecosystem we need to be careful to protect. It is flexible and flowing, and as we are finding out, the web, like liquid water, is something you can see yourself in. In the 1990s, Douglas Rushkoff coined the term screenagers to describe a generation that for the first time ever was growing up to think that images on screens weren't just something to passively stare at, but instead were something to be manipulated. Well, today, it's even more extreme. The tools and connectivity provided by the web allow us to think of images on screens not just as things to manipulate, but as things to project our own identities onto. Not everyone who does this is a professional storyteller, or acclaimed poet, or coherent. But content aside, hyperlinked webs of human expression are incredibly rich environments, and they exercise the brain. More so than books? Well, for the sake of argument, let's read from Everything Bad is Good for You, a book by Stephen Johnson. Now, in this passage, he imagines a world in which books were invented after video games and the World Wide Web. Kids everywhere are starting to read these newfangled books, and teachers and parents are concerned. He imagines they might say something like this. Perhaps the most dangerous property of these books is the fact that they follow a fixed linear path. You can't control their narratives in any fashion. You simply sit back and have the story dictated to you. For those of us raised on interactive narratives, this property may seem astonishing. Why would anyone want to embark on an adventure utterly choreographed by another person? But today's generation embarks on such adventures millions of times a day. Reading is not an active participatory process, it's a submissive one. The book readers of the younger generation are learning to follow the plot instead of learning to lead. Interesting. But you might be thinking, come on, Michael, you can't set content aside that easily. What about all the dumb and superficial stuff the web propagates? I mean, surely a lot of it is just completely useless. We're humans after all. We should be valuing reason. Maybe. But is that really what makes us special? As Unamuno said, more often I have seen a cat reason than laugh or weep. Perhaps it weeps or laughs inwardly, but then perhaps also inwardly a crab resolves equations of the second degree. What if cheap laughs and sappy poems and gossip and whining and drama and selfies really are the most human thing the web has allowed us to do? That's deep, but not as deep as the deep web, the hidden web, the part of the web invisible to search engines. Now, most of this stuff is innocuous content hidden behind paywalls or password protection or dynamically created web pages. But we haven't even indexed this stuff. And it's not 1% of the web, it's not 10%, it's 80% of the entire World Wide Web. The web is a deep ocean, and we are frantically making waves in it. For instance, take a look at real-time emoji usage on Twitter, and say a few words of encouragement to the least popular emoji. We are also exploring the web frantically. It's an entirely new frontier. Every single day, Google receives 500 million search queries it has never been asked before. Where will all of this exploration lead? Who knows? But to go back to our metaphor, the very same suits we built to explore the depths of the ocean inspired and enabled the suits we would later use to go beyond Earth. So keep exploring, keep surfing, and as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. I am in Green Bank, West Virginia, Pocahontas County. And my favorite word is abkadefkichikumanopkerstuvwixes. I learned it from Big Bird, and it's not so much a word as the alphabet, if you tried to pronounce it like a word. It's a neat trick, almost poetic. But what counts as poetry? How short can something be and still be a poem? What is the shortest poem in the world? And why does knowing it matter? Okay, now I am in Charlottesville, Virginia, in a hotel room. I'm on the road this week. Take a look at my amazingly fancy setup. A popular contender for the shortest story in the world is apocryphally attributed to Ernest Hemingway. It contains only 6 words. For sale, baby shoes, never worn. A popular contender for the title of World's Shortest Poem, and the one honored at worldsshortestpoem.com, is a clever couplet attributed to Strickland Gillian, titled On the Antiquity of Microbes, or sometimes just fleas. It goes like this. Fleas. Adam had 'em. But shorter rhyming couplets are possible. Giles Brandreth wrote the very cute Ode to a Goldfish. Oh, wet pet.
Muhammad Ali composed an even shorter rhyming couplet when he spoke at Harvard in 1975, using just 4 letters. His poem poignantly sums up the power of role models and leaders, the idea that as one man climbs, the rest are lifted up. The poem is simply me, we. But a poem doesn't need to rhyme or contain multiple words. A poem is simply a type of literary art that uses aesthetic or rhythmic properties of a language to mean more than it normally would. With that definition in mind, take a look at my favorite one-word poem by Aram Saryan. The word light with an extra GH. The poem became controversial because the NEA paid him $500 for the poem. Critics berated it for its simplicity, but that only made it more famous and popular. Light. It's fun to type and it's fun to say, because what sound does the GH in the word light really make? Is this a lighter, fluffier, extended version of light, or is it a gargled, choking one? We can get shorter, one-letter poems. 2 of my favorites are fit, in, and not, t. Of course, should the title count when measuring the length of a poem? Well, maybe. I like Jeff Huth's 2-letter amalgam poem, the letter L with the letter Y on top of it, making a brand new character. Now, of course, an L and a Y is a great way to make an adverb. It's the difference between strange and strangely. Here, in this very poem, we have the difference between you and what you do in one simple shape. Before they stopped tracking the record, the Guinness Book of World Records considered Aram Saryan the author of the world's shortest poem. Here it is. The letter M with an extra hump. Is it a letter or an image? Some have called it a close-up of an alphabet being born. Its cells still in the process of dividing, the M and the N not quite separated. But from what I've read, in my opinion, the shortest poem ever, the shortest use of language aesthetically or rhythmically to mean more than the word itself, is J.W. Curry's composition of the lowercase letter I, dotted with his own fingerprint. The fingerprint makes it his. I means me, but this one can only mean him. For fun, let's talk about situations in which language isn't even used. We are entering the realm of preccio poetry, what Jeff Huth calls a moment when a writer writes nothing instead of anything. R.W. Watkins composed a poem that only suggested language. In reality, it simply contained places where language could go. There are also plenty of empty musical compositions, songs that are nothing, simply silence. John Denver even composed one. His Ballad of Richard Nixon is silence, and you can buy it in the iTunes store for 99 cents. But who cares? Is knowing the world's shortest poem just a neat piece of trivia, a cool thing to tell your friends, but in the end, a useless pub fact? I mean, the Guinness Book of World Records has stopped compiling records for artistic briefness. What you are about to see is possibly the shortest concert ever put on. It was done by the White Stripes in Newfoundland in 2007. Here it comes. And there it went. That's all. The Guinness Book of World Records refused to recognize that concert as being the shortest because they said, quote, "The nature of competing to make something the shortest by its very nature trivializes the activity being carried out As such, we have been forced to cease listing records for the shortest song, shortest poem, and indeed, the shortest concert. Trivializes? Maybe. But we can say and sing and write and draw a lot of powerful things, regardless of what authority recognizes its size or lack thereof. Appreciating the power carried by even the tiniest poem is a great way to put into perspective just how cool that is. When he died, Fernando Pessoa left behind a chest full of his thoughts and experiences written down. Decades after his death, they were published into the Book of Disquiet. His thoughts and experiences didn't die along with him. He had written them down. He had narrated them. And in this book, he discusses the power of narration compared to simply existing, living, seeing, YOLOing. He said, direct experience is an evasion, a hiding place for those without any imagination. To narrate is to create, while to live is merely to be lived. Anyone can live a life. His question would be, what have you said about it? Even the world's shortest poem is still a comment, a narration. Even the world's shortest poem, even a silence that's purposeful and means something, can be mind-blowingly gigantic.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. A human running like a quadruped is creepy. Artist Rui Martins created this animation about a year ago. 127 years ago, Edward Muybridge shot these real images of a child with infantile paralysis walking on all fours. Walking upright looks less unnatural. Our bodies are particularly well suited for it. It's one of the things the bulbous and prominent human bottom helps us do. But let's get to the bottom of a linguistic mystery. Why is the bottom called a bottom when it's in the middle of the body? Your feet and legs are almost always at the same level or below your bottom. I mean, except for Navasana, the yoga boat pose, your bottom is anything but the actual bottom of your body. Unfortunately, there is no clear-cut answer, but there are buttloads of cool things to learn about butts. A buttload is not just a joke amount, it is a very specific unit of measurement. Historically, it was used to describe the capacity of a wine cask. A butt is about 477 liters, which means, given the average volume of solid waste the rectum holds, when a person says they have a buttload of something, technically they are saying they have enough of that thing to fill 3,200 butts. Using the word bottom to refer to your posterior is relatively new. Cedric Watts has presented evidence that in the late 16th century, bottom could connote the human rear end, but the first published use wasn't until 1794 in Erasmus Darwin's Zoonomia. The word bottom comes from words meaning foundation, the lowest level, but when standing or sitting, the soles of your feet are more properly at the bottom, and sure enough, sole also means foundation, bottom. What's going on here is probably a combination of torso-centric thinking and euphemism. Bottom is a nice word for a sometimes dirty part, and your bottom is the bottom of your digestive tract and the bottom of your torso, the bottom of your body if you exclude your limbs. For Prince Rondian, a man born in 1871 in British Guiana, the bottom was the bottom. Because of tetra amelia syndrome, he was born with no limbs at all. In 1889, P.T. Barnum brought him to the United States to perform in carnivals, and you can see him light a cigarette with no arms or feet in the 1932 film Freaks. Bottom is just one of many words we have for the posterior, the rear, the backside, derriere, bum, buns, or in reference to its round shape, moon, which is why exposing your bare buttocks is known as mooning, an offensive gesture. The earliest known instance of mooning was recorded by Flavius Josephus. It occurred in 66 AD. A Roman soldier mooned a group of Jews headed to a temple in Jerusalem. His act of mooning spawned a riot, and the subsequent overreaction on the part of the Roman military led to the deaths of thousands of people. If you get mooned, you will, just like a guy who died September 14th, 1865 and is now buried in West Lawrence, New York, see more butts. At least he didn't share his name with a former representative of New Hampshire's 2nd District. The word bum predates the use of the word bottom for the rear by quite a lot. It's believed that the word bum originated as an onomatopoeia for the sound of buttocks slapping against a flat surface. Seriously, lazily sitting around on your bum all day gave American English the word bum, a loafer, an idle person. And bum's connotation of uselessness, poor quality, caused it to lend itself in the late 1960s to the word bummer, an experience that was worthless, a letdown. But to be clear, your butt is a bottom, kind of. It's a bum, but it is not a bummer. Your butt is magnificent, an example of what makes the human body so different. Its shape comes from the gluteus maximus and gluteus medius muscles, as well as a layer of fat. That layer of fat makes the bottom a great cushion for sitting. Other animals have to sit by resting weight on their legs because they lack the nice bulbous butt of the human. Evolutionary psychology suggests that our attraction to full, firm bottoms on potential mates was probably naturally selected. People in the past who liked big old bottoms probably spread their genes quite well. They probably had a lot of reproductive success because a callipygian bottom is a sign of health and youth. A bottom full of shapely fat is a great energy reserve. That energy can come in quite handy if food suddenly becomes scarce or during pregnancy or breastfeeding. There's a great Reddit thread you can read if you'd like this evolutionary psychology approach wrapped up in a Sir Mix-a-Lot's I Like Big Butts package. Because we are bipedal, in order to keep our torsos balanced while moving, we require relatively giant and prominent muscles in our bottoms. Muscles that are so prominent, we have, compared to other apes, very defined intergluteal clefts. Butt cracks. This makes certain hygienic practices more common in humans than other animals. But those prominent muscles are worth it. Compared to horses and other quadrupeds, humans can reach impressive long-distance aerobic endurance running speeds. This is Katarina Johnson-Thompson, an Olympic athlete from Great Britain and an excellent example of the fact that humans are the running animal.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Katarina. Take a look at this. I'll make it brief, but above and beyond other animals, humans can sweat to efficiently dump body heat. We have short toes to provide more efficient force over long periods of running. Our short neck ligaments keep our head perfectly stable when running. Our uniquely well-developed Achilles tendon converts elastic energy into kinetic energy very well. And our tall, narrow waists provide great counter-rotation as our legs swing backwards and forwards. I like how P.Z. Myers sums it up. Over long distances, the average speed sustained by a horse is less than that of a human, which means that a well-trained, conditioned human being can keep up with or even outrun a horse if the race is sustained long enough. For this reason, endurance running is still practiced by a few people on Earth as a form of hunting, and it may have been vitally important to prehistoric people. Before domesticated animals and projectile weapons and traps, humans caught animals for food in an incredibly athletic way. David Attenborough documented this practice fantastically. You should definitely watch this clip. An animal will sprint away from running human hunters, but eventually have to rest. Humans, on the other hand, though slow in the short run, can keep going. Like the tortoise, they eventually beat the hare and can walk right up to the exhausted and overheated animal to kill it. We don't have dangerous claws or massive teeth, and we can pretty much only out-sprint vegetables. But in the long run, thanks to things like our impressive butts, we have superior endurance when it comes to running. It may be called a bottom, but it's at the top of the list of things that make the human body amazing. This video was inspired by Sport Relief, a great cause that uses sport to raise money for vulnerable people here in the UK and abroad. Check the description of this video to learn more and to watch their interactive video about how you can help out and get involved. But wait a second. If our bodies are so well developed for endurance running, how come we don't all run marathons? How come we don't all enjoy running or do a lot of it? Well, the thing is, all of this running specialization was naturally selected because it helped our prehistoric ancestors survive. Actually enjoying all of that running was not naturally selected, it was just a part of their daily lives. But that doesn't mean that today you can't get off your butt, use your butt, and be proud of it. The next time someone calls you a butthead, say, "Thanks. I always knew my head was a superlative object that set me apart from the animal kingdom." Katerina?
And as always, thanks for watching.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. This is called the dolly zoom effect, and the optics that make it possible are also responsible for what's called the moon terminator illusion. A terminator is the line between an illuminated and dark side. Light arrives perpendicular to the terminator, but it doesn't always appear to. Maybe you've noticed this before. When the moon and the sun are up at the same time and a good distance apart in the sky, the direction the moon is being lit from won't always appear to line up with the position of the sun. What's going on here? The answer lies in visual angles. The further away from you something is, the smaller it will appear to be. In psychophysical terms, its visual angle shrinks, the angle within your field of view that it stretches across. Now, this means that everything we look at is foreshortened. That is, it diminishes in size towards the horizon line, a line infinitely far away. Things that far away are foreshortened to the point at which they have no height whatsoever. This distortion affects everything that we look at, but it doesn't confuse us because our brains know about it. We can look at an object that is foreshortened and figure out what it probably actually looks like. For example, a door is a rectangle, but it's wrecked by foreshortening when opened. Closer distances appear larger. The whole shape is different. But your brain isn't freaked out every time a door opens because it understands that different sensations don't necessarily mean different actual things. It's called subjective constancy. Our brains cleverly factor in previous experiences and perspective clues from the surrounding world to calculate in real time whether changes in what we sense are because of actual changes in the things we're looking at or are just merely products of their positions or the surroundings. For example, I, right now on this video screen, am vulnerable to foreshortening. But I probably look okay to you. However, if we frame in really closely and remove surrounding perspective clues, I can be made to look weird, strange, a little scary, distended. I'm foreshortened without the necessary tools around me for you to mentally adjust. This is probably the crux of the Moon Terminator illusion.
Take a look at this. The line where that wall meets the ceiling is a straight line. Seriously, take a look. If you look to the left and right, it continues to look straight. And trust me, this building was built with level, straight ceilings, but that's not what your eye senses. A camera will help demonstrate this. It doesn't add in the post-sensation processing that our brains do, and we can also frame in to remove other clues telling us what to think. Now, sure enough, right in front of us, the line is level with the screen of the camera. It's a straight line, but if we move our eyes across the line, look what happens. If I pan this way, the slope changes, and now the line appears to be going up and to the left. And if I pan this way, the line appears to be moving up and to the right. What's going on here? A straight line can't have changing slope. That's what a curved line does. Just like the curve we think we see between the sun and the moon. But wait, if the line between the sun and the moon is curved because of foreshortening, why don't we see lines like this one as curves? Well, here's a clue. Clues. We know what rooms are supposed to look like. We know how they're built. We have experience with them, and there are other things in the environment helping us. But when you look at the sky, there's not much to help you.
In the absence of clues about distance and perspective, our brains assume that whatever we're looking at is equidistant from us, making the sky a sort of dome surface, like a planetarium screen. The only clue we have then is the horizon, but it's a red herring, because the horizon doesn't foreshorten. It's just a place where, due to foreshortening, everything becomes infinitely flat. Brian Rogers and Olga Naumenko demonstrated that these things result in the Terminator illusion by using a planetarium. They projected 2 dots onto its dome, mimicking our perception of the sun and the moon. They then asked participants to place a 3rd dot on the straight line connecting them. But just as in the Moon Terminator illusion, people incorrectly placed the 3rd dot. They were influenced by a desire to stay parallel to the horizon, as if it was subject to the same foreshortening rules. Our brains also often fail to factor in foreshortening when it comes to crepuscular rays, light beams streaming through gaps in clouds. They appear to converge from a common point, as if the sun is only a few thousand meters above Earth. But of course, in fact, the sun is extremely far away, and these lines are actually pretty much exactly parallel. It's true. They look like they converge for the same reason railroad tracks appear to converge. The visual angle of the distance separating them shrinks the further down you look. Sometimes our brains do the opposite. They assume and consider foreshortening even when it isn't really there. Like in this illusion, where the cars seem to be different sizes, but in actuality on the page are all the same size. Everything else in the image is affected by foreshortening, so our brains assume that the cars are too, and decide that in order for them all to have the same visual angle, which they do, the more distant ones must be literally larger in real life. The rate at which the visual angle of something you are looking at changes as you move toward it or away from it is not constant. In order to cut the visual angle of an object in half, its distance from you must double. That means objects really, really far away require a lot more movement to have their visual angle changed compared to nearer objects. This is called parallax, and it's a major reason moving allows us to learn so much about depth. It's why stuff on the side of the road whizzes by you as you drive past, while distant features of the landscape appear to only crawl past. A really distant thing, like, say, the moon, 384,000 kilometers away, appears to move so little as you do, it can seem to be following you. It's not, of course, it's just geometry. For the same reasons, moving a camera through space will affect the visual angle of nearer things, like the Vsauce mug here, much more dramatically than distant things, like Jake Chudnow's album Against the Wall. It is barely changing size as we move back and forth. But unlike moving, zooming increases the visual angle of everything equally, regardless of depth. Notice that when zooming, the distant album grows and shrinks right along with the mug. Now, if you move in while zooming out, or vice versa, the zoom will be most apparent when looking at distant things, while the move more apparent on near things. The result can be trippy. Here, I've been placed where both effects cancel each other out, so everything around me changes instead. Another great illusion that takes advantage of parallax is the popular star field or hallway illusion. Cover the middle of the video and you'll appear to be moving much faster, but if you cover the edges, you'll appear to be moving much slower. All you're doing is altering the perspective clues your brain receives about movement. The nearer stuff at the edge changes position faster than the distant stuff way ahead. So if you cover the slow distant stuff, your brain only has the faster moving stuff to judge speed from. But cover the faster near stuff, and the slower stuff becomes the new near. Your brain assumes that you've slowed down. The optics and mathematics behind all of these effects were understood at least thousands of years ago. During the Renaissance, artists used that knowledge to produce paintings that imitated reality really well. I mean, the perspective is quite realistic. But the Renaissance? Why did it take so long for us to get there? I mean, look at this pre-Renaissance painting. What the heck is going on here? The perspective is all wrong. That's not at all what such a scene would actually look like. Artists and viewers contemporary to works like that saw the world just like we do. They saw foreshortening, they couldn't help but see it. Foreshortening is right there in plain sight. No, foreshortening is plain sight. So, what gives? Were medieval artists all just a bunch of 5-year-olds? No. No, in the sense that the question is wrong. Realistic-looking perspective was used way before the Renaissance. Now, it might not have always been mathematically formal perspective, but foreshortening was understood. Western art went from this to this, not because humans all of a sudden became smarter, but because of a difference in desire. What to us today might look unrealistic and thus bad, was in its time deliberate and popular. The shift to imitating the world mathematically, as if seen through a window, was more about cultural interests in objectivity and the individual than it was about artists all of a sudden becoming smarter. Furthermore, perspective illusions show us that what we think we see isn't always what we're seeing. A child's drawing may seem crude in terms of objective mathematical imitation, but there are other things about the world and our experience of it worth imitating. Teasing out the less plainly obvious to show something personal is sometimes even harder than following perspective grids. Picasso put it this way: "It took me 4 years to learn to paint like Raphael, but a lifetime to learn to paint like a child." And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and today we are going to ask a question. Why don't any animals have wheels? I mean, animals use a plethora of complicated locomotive techniques: slithering, fins, legs, wings, but yet no animal has wheels.
What's really paradoxical about this question is that us humans seem pretty technologically advanced. We've mastered the wheel, but we have yet to design something that fully takes advantage of the limb, which is why this contraption seems so eerie. It may be the closest we have come to mimicking what nature is already quite natural with. Of course, nature, the source of these miraculous limbs that we have yet to adequately reproduce, doesn't use wheels. The wheel gives a mechanical advantage to the user, allowing them to move heavy things more easily. But if the wheel is so simple and seems like such a no-brainer, why don't any animals have them? Well, to be sure, let's take a look at the wheel spider. When escaping from a predator, this spider will turn its body into what is essentially a tire rolling downhill. And who can forget tumbleweeds? These things roll around in the wind, spreading seeds everywhere. An even crappier example is the dung beetle, who takes pieces of poop and turns them into rollable balls that can be easily moved. But those are examples of rolling, not wheels as we are looking for them today. Wheels on axles, something that's a part of a whole, but yet exists independently of it and can spin indefinitely in one direction without having to wind itself back again. Bacterial flagella actually operate in this manner, but we don't see it in any larger life form. Which brings us to the first problem of finding wheels on animals. How can a living wheel be completely separate from the animal and still receive nutrients and expel waste? Or, if that wheel was made out of a dead material the animal produced, like fingernails or hair, how would it build into the shape of a wheel while maintaining separation from the host? For that matter, how does developing a wheel on your body help you along the way? I mean, look at a giraffe. Having a neck that's just a little bit longer still means that you'll be able to reach food that's a bit higher, you'll have more food, will live longer, and will have more babies, making longer necks more common. But if your mutation is a wheel that's only a little bit round, it doesn't provide the same benefit. It doesn't equal you making more babies. And, as much as I hate to admit it, the wheel may be a bit overrated. Think of it this way. In order for a wheel to be useful for movement, it sort of requires a prior invention: roads. Without a smooth surface to roll on, like a road or rails, the wheel falls short, and wings and fins and limbs do a better job for the terrain found on Earth. Even when humans knew about the wheel, they had little use for it across rough terrain or muddy, debris-ridden streets, which is why wealthy people in the past simply got carried around in litter. No, not rubbish, a litter. A vehicle that uses no wheels and is carried by people or animals. Fancy rich people would get carried around in chair sedans, but another type of litter was simply a sling made out of fabric that would help you carry, say, wounded soldiers across the terrain of a battlefield. The modern-day stretcher is an example of a litter. Okay, so in order for the wheels on your body to be useful, you have to build roads. So what gives animals? Why didn't you ever build roads? I mean, you guys are capable of some pretty awesome things. Complicated burrows, nests, dams. Why didn't you ever build roads? Well, this question is fundamental to Richard Dawkins' analysis of the wheeled animal problem. He says that the problem with roads is that they're not selfish enough. A nest, a burrow, a dam, these are things that you can defend, that you can build and then only use for your own benefit. Because hey, you were smart enough and industrious enough to build it. But roads can be used by anything that stumbles upon it. I mean, you lost energy and resources to build that road, while a moocher can just come up and use it anyway and have time left to make a bunch of babies and prosper. So the road is a really cool example of how humans got benefits from breaking the mold and doing things not just for themselves, but for everyone. In fact, of all the animals, only humans have ever invented taxes, money that we force others to pay to build services that they might not even use. So the next time you see a wheel, say, "Thanks, wheel,"
You're a great symbol of the fact that humans can cooperate and be unselfish. And as always, thanks for watching. I really mean that.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and I am back in New York City. And today, we're going to talk about loneliness. But first, I just learned this yesterday. Bear Grylls, the host of Man vs. Wild, has 3 sons, and I'm not kidding. Their names are Jesse, Huckleberry, and Marmaduke. Well, here's another name for you, Michael Collins. Not the Irish revolutionary leader, but Michael Collins, the NASA astronaut. This guy was part of the Apollo 11 crew, meaning that he was part of the team that went to, landed on the moon, and became the first people to walk on the moon. Except, you might not know Michael Collins' name as well, because he did not get to walk on the moon. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked around, but Michael Collins had to stay orbiting the moon in the command module to link up with them later. Well, this is where things get lonely. People realized that Michael Collins, there in the command module orbiting the moon alone, was in a quite unique position. When he circled around to the far side of the moon, the side that faced away from Earth, he lost all radio contact with Earth and with Armstrong and Aldrin. For about the 48 minutes that Michael Collins was orbiting around the other end of the moon, he was quite literally the most lonely a human being has ever been. He was the furthest from any other humans that any human has ever been since the very beginning of mankind. If you haven't yet seen Veritasium's video about how far away the moon is from Earth, you should definitely check it out. But the whole point is that we tend to think the moon is much closer than it really is, because most illustrations we see put the two objects quite close because it's easier. But to scale, this is how far away the moon is. We actually measure the distance to the moon quite frequently using reflectors that were left on the moon. That's right, they're just sitting there all alone on the surface of the moon waiting for us to shoot lasers at them. By looking at how long it took the light to return to us, we can calculate quite accurately how far away the moon is. And we've been doing this for a while, and one of the most bizarre things we've learned is that the moon is actually spiraling away from Earth quite slowly. Every year, the moon is about 38 millimeters further away than it was the year before. 38 millimeters is about 1.5 inches. Those reflectors are not the only thing we left on the moon. We actually left a lot of man-made stuff, a lot of junk there. There is an entire Wikipedia article just listing the big stuff we left behind. But there are man-made objects that are even further away from the Earth than the moon. In fact, there are 4 things that humans have built that have traveled so far away from Earth, they are no longer within our solar system. Voyager 1 is actually the furthest man-made object from Earth ever. And aboard, NASA included a gold-plated record that contained information about humanity, just in case anything out there found them. You can read all about everything that NASA put on the disc by following a link in this video's description, but the item that has always resonated with me is a song they chose. They put lots and lots of audio on the disc, but one song in particular was chosen to represent to whoever or whatever found it, the human emotion of loneliness. The song is by Blind Willie Johnson, and it's called "Dark Was the Night, Cold Was the Ground." There are no lyrics, just humming. You can listen to it by following a link in this video's description. And as you listen, think about the weight of that meaning. This song was picked to represent to aliens what loneliness is. Blind Willie Johnson himself wasn't blind his whole life. He was blinded as a child when his stepmother threw lye in his face. And he died of malarial fever after his home burned down, and he had nowhere else to live but on wet newspaper. But now, his song is way out there in interstellar space, representing us. Thanks for watching.